don't like cold milk.
Right. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okie dokie. Alright, recording. Um, so in your life, yes?
Yeah.
Intros. So Mr. Game Junkie here.
Hello.
Came across came across this video today. It was posted by, say his name first.
His name is
Um,
Asmongold. He's actually been one of the big time streamers for a very, very long time. This is another big streamer that actually got attacked at TwitchCon this last year, 2025. Those that are watching after that. And we're going to see why.
what he said. um, so this is gonna be our first video. I am on the right account, right? Yes, I'm on the right account. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna start.
Today, I'm finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail that Ms. Kip has done towards me, and some of these issues which are still ongoing. For the entirety of this year, I have attempted to separate myself from him and not talk about him at all, and not talk about this issue and just not make it a public thing. I always tried my best to keep this to myself. But like I said, I feel like it's gone to the point, which I'll explain later, that I feel like it just has to be done. And I have always believed in not condemning people or starting drama online. So I'm sure a lot of people are going to be asking, why am I doing this and why now? And I would like to explain that before I get started so that people understand what prompted me to do this today, and that it's not just on a whim or something like that. Okay, so like I said, I took a lot of notes, so forgive me if I just end up reading off my notes. The first and probably most severe reason is that one of the rules that I set for myself a long time ago about withholding this information was that if I ever felt like somebody else was in danger or being hurt, I would then make myself speak about it. And 2 weeks ago, actually 3 weeks ago now, I was informed by 3 separate people, one of whom was present for said incident, that he had done something similar to something that he had done to me, and someone in LA at the end of September. And this person is not a streamer or content creator, but obviously that does not matter. And because of this, I cannot in good conscience sit here knowing that I know critical information about someone that almost no one else does and not say anything. I think that most issues and dramas should stay private and off the internet. And I still hold that belief to this day, and I will hold that belief going forward. However, there are certain things that cross the line, and I say that the line has been crossed too many times to be counted.
A lot.
There's a point where I believe that people deserve to know.
It
I
really
think
is
that
a
at a
lot.
certain point, if you know a lot of things about someone and you don't say anything to look out for others, it's wrong. It's wrong to keep it to yourself. I don't want what happened to me or what has happened to other people because of him to happen to other people. And I don't believe he will ever stop behaving the way he does. But regardless, like I said, one of the main reasons I decided to do this stream is to come out about all of this because I can't hold on to it any longer because it feels wrong to do so. And an honorable mention reason for why I'm doing this is that for a while, he has been indirectly threatening me through my friends and people that I work with. They've informed me that he said that if I ever talked about anything he did, he would try to create a smear campaign against me in retaliation. I was told that he even approached other streamers who were close with us back when we lived together, asking them if they would join with him, and they all refused. at TwitchCon, he approached one
I
of my
wasn't one of them.
employees, threatening them and saying if I ever talked about him, he would destroy me.
Yep.
Multiple people have told me that his plan was to claim that I kill animals and that I killed my own rabbits, since I had several of my rabbits pass away over the course of 3 years while I lived with him. I'm sure he's probably listening now, and it's probably going to come as quite a shock to him that this information made its way back to me and that I've known for months. But if you try to threaten me to stay quiet, especially using my poor dead animals, I'm not going to stay quiet.
It's nuts.
Okay. So now that I've explained all the reasons why this took so long and why I made the decision to do this stream, I have a few more things I would like to get out of the way before
That's what I do want to
I start talking about all of this.
It's not about me.
The way that I'm going to do this today is I'm going to run through everything from the beginning to the end to try to get across the story as accurately and fully as I can. And, hold on. Hold on.
Wrong one.
I'm also
Oh.
going to be showing a few screenshots validating what I'm saying. I have more things, but this is what I felt comfortable using today. And, I will be running through those later.
Receipts, of course.
Another thing that I'd like to mention before I start is that
I was gonna say you always have to have receipts. Like,
Yeah, and somebody actually said that in the Asmongold chat in the corner there. He did. A lot of people said, "Oh, receipts." Yeah, if you're paying attention, it was very, very brief because his chat is very, very fast. But yeah,
no, it's paused right now on it. But you know that you and I have had like a discussion like in the past about that. I've talked to you about like having other people like paint a narrative about you
right.
that's not who you are.
And that's why I wanted to cover this today. I wanted to cover this a little bit today because it is actual news right now going on. It's a very serious thing. Amazon's gotten involved. It's a very bad thing. It's a very serious thing. So yeah, that's why I kind of wanted to cover it. I wanted to cover it because obviously, abuse shouldn't happen, right? Attacks shouldn't happen in public either. These things are real things, folks.
Can I finish what I was saying?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were finished.
No, I'm saying like when you have people that paint a narrative about you, the best way to combat what they're saying or what they could potentially be telling other people that's being used to judge you is keeping your receipts, keeping your chats.
Yep.
Because people have, I want to say some people just, they're not smart enough. The best way for someone to not be able to use your words against you is when you say it verbally.
Right.
But people don't do that. They say things in text message. They say things in your Discord chat.
Right.
So they give you the receipts.
Yep.
Because they're too lazy to say verbally, I guess. I don't know.
Right.
But and I was never like we're a little on the older side, so we're not part of that full-blown age of social media and apps and stuff on the phone.
Right.
But I learned about keeping chats when I first got on IMVU. And one of IMVU's things that you were able to do was copy your chat log.
Right.
And that was like the best way to prove the conversation that was being had,
Right.
but also like catch people doing things they're not supposed to do. So, yeah, receipt. And I'm sure this person is regretting. Actually, maybe they're not. I'm thinking this person's a narcissist right now. Doesn't see anything wrong with what they're doing.
Yeah. Let's just say it's not a good thing for everybody involved, which is a lot of public going on, as you'll find out here in a little bit.
Right. Let's get back to it.
During my statement, I'm going to be mentioning directly the names of about half a dozen other creators who were present for certain things. And I want to say that none of these people did anything wrong.
Not
I'm
us.
just saying that they were there, and I've asked all of them permission. They all said that it was fine to include their names, but I know this won't stop everyone, but I ask people, for the streamers that I mentioned, please don't go bothering them or asking them for more information. If there's something else that they want to say, they'll say it themselves, so there's no point to go pester them and bother them about it. There are also streamers who gave me permission to share things that they relayed to me privately, but asked me to redact their names, which I, of course, did. And the last thing that I want to make clear is that not every person that I interact with or that I'm friends with knew the extent of all of these things. And in fact, most of them didn't. And some of them didn't even know anything at all. I tried to keep things private with my close friends. But if anyone during the past year ever approached me asking questions, I didn't lie and I told them the truth. But yeah, I don't want there to be some kind of witch hunt like, oh, you knew and this, no. A lot of people, didn't know everything or didn't know anything. Okay. I think that's
I'll talk about my
all that I have to get out of the way.
in the context of
Start.
like things that she says after, but not right now.
As will we.
So, this is public information. I initially moved in. Sorry. I'm still sick, like I said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is all public, obviously this part. I moved in with him. I believe it was the end of 2021 because he offered. I was living alone at the time, and I was having stalker issues in Kansas, and I mean, you guys know like all the stuff that happened there. I ended up joining the org and everything. We did a lot of streams together, and I mean, a lot of people already know this, but I'm just gonna come out and say it. We started dating. We were in a relationship starting January 2022 after I joined OTK. I'm not planning to go into too much detail about the start of the relationship because it honestly doesn't really matter at this point. It's irrelevant now. The only things that really matter that you guys need to know for the story are that it was, one, an extremely private relationship. It was even hidden from friends and people in
she
the
didn't
org,
tell
but
us.
I mean, obviously people all eventually
Yeah.
figured out they're not fucking stupid. And second, it was an extremely codependent relationship, which it's not the issue, but that's just, making that clear for details. He initially portrayed himself to me as someone who was very nice to girls and wanted to help me feel safe from stalkers and wanted me to succeed as a teammate. And we grew very close over time, and I was very dependent on him for feelings of safety, social life, like my stream, my job, everything. So yeah, besides it being a very codependent relationship, the start of it was fine. I saw a lot of people mentioning this. They thought this was what I was going to talk about. It's not a secret. I think everyone who paid attention knew that he was very controlling over what I wore, to a degree, who I was friends with, and even when I would stream.
Yep.
So when it was definitely slow over time that bad things started happening. At the start, it would be things like, for example, he would throw bottles, like plastic bottles with liquid in it, not like glass bottles, at me, despite me telling him like I didn't like it and it scared me and I bruised very easily. he would throw his phone at me. I would tell him, you know, it scared me, I don't like it. And one time it even hit me in the eye, which caused me to get a black eye. But he always, you know, was like, oh, it's an accident. And I was like, oh yeah, it's an accident. Like, you know, of course I'm not gonna think that, you know, he's, yeah, I just,
This is the beginning, by the way.
at the time, I just kind of was, you know, I just brushed it off. And looking back now, I feel like that was kind of the start of him testing my boundaries, if that makes sense. So that was already kind of starting to show signs within the first 6 months of me and him being close. And then, again, a very public situation. The end of 2022, the cover-up allegations happened. I mean, yeah, like I said, all that's public. You can find all that, see like what I said during that, everything. After that happened, his behavior started getting a lot worse, which, I mean, I suppose it makes sense. You know, he was very stressed. A lot of stuff was happening, but the bad behavior was ramping up, and I feel like it's so apparent if, like, you know, you go back and watch anything from that time. I tried so hard to help him and be there for him because I really believed in him, and I wanted him to, you know, get better and get back on his feet and be the person that, you know, I always believed that he was. But that unfortunately did not really happen. For a long time, I think about 1.5 years from when that all happened, it was kind of like slow things getting worse. But I mean, honestly, I'm not even gonna bother going into the details of all of that because there's just too much to cover, and
Yeah.
it's honestly kind of not really relevant to the rest of what I'm saying because the rest of what I want to say is a lot worse.
It's a 24-hour stream.
There was a point where
That's a lot.
things really took a turn for the worst. Like, it felt like, you know, like a very delicate branch just kind of snapped. So, and again, a lot of people are like vaguely aware of this, but I'll explain it for people who aren't, you know, chronically tapped into all that stuff. So for a long time,
This is after Maya.
after
After Maya.
the like cover-up allegations happened, and he was like starting to kind of struggle on his stream.
Yeah.
He never wanted to stream at the same time as me. Like, we really avoided
Makes
it.
sense.
And to me at the time, it made sense because, you know, I was like, well, of course, like, you know, we share a lot of community members. If
Seemed
we're live
reasonable.
at separate times, we're both gonna perform better. You know, it makes
Yeah.
sense. But yeah, we were never really live doing the same thing at the same time for a long time, with the exception of like things like events or sponsors or like, you know, just special things. For a very long time, and a lot of you guys probably noticed that I would only usually stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. That was because of him. And now I stream whenever I want, but the first time that we ever streamed at the same time was for the 2024 Rust Kingdoms event on
Jesus
Twitch.
Christ.
We were sharing drops.
This is so ridiculous.
It was the first time in a very long time that we were both going to be live at the same time doing the same thing.
People even saw
You're
this.
probably like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? But it'll make sense in a bit. So I'm live.
Sharing drops.
He's
Drops for
live.
the
We're
Rust
both
event.
Streaming, and like I said, you can go find all of this. This is public.
It's
There
online.
are clips of
Yeah.
this. We're both streaming the Rust event, and I thought it was going really well. I thought everyone was having fun. I was like, oh, this is great. Everyone's, you know, doing the same thing at the same time. We're all hanging out. You know, we're gonna have fun. Like, I was really, really excited. And then I start seeing in my chat people start saying unofficial Ms. Raid, and I'm like, what does that mean? And then I check my Discord messages, and he's messaging me. He's saying like, Emmy, you know, I'm gonna kill myself. I waited, or I'm gonna KMS. I waited
Yeah, there's a lot of
so long for this,
yeah,
etc.
that kind of thing.
And basically, he was upset because I had higher viewership than him. That's literally it. I had higher viewership than him. And like I said, this is during an event, so there were drops. Like, everyone knows when there's drops, like, it's not even fucking real, but yeah. He starts messaging me, he's really upset. I tried to tell him, I was like, bro, you should come back and play. Everyone's having fun. Everyone's like wondering where you are. But yeah, he ended his stream. And then I'm still live, you know, trying to act like nothing's wrong. And in that house,
Messaging her
I
while
had a
she's
glass
live.
door, so I could like see this was happening. He was walking behind me, making sure that I knew he was there. And by the way, so there were many ways out of that house if he wanted to leave the house that were closer to his stream room. He intentionally chose the door that was right by my room.
It's actually the most inconvenient door of all the doors that he could have left.
Apparent, at least to me. He starts walking behind my stream and slamming the door so loud that my noise gate can pick it up. So even people on my stream are able to hear this is happening. And he slams it so hard and so many times that the front door literally broke. The lock did not work anymore. It didn't work for months, and it would just make this horrible sound that I would have to hear like every fucking day. But anyway, so I hear him back there doing this, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
There's clips of
So
this,
I tell
by
my
the way.
stream, I'm like, hey, guys, I'll be right back. I get up and I go talk to him, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And he's like, Emmy, like, I hate all of you guys. Like, all you guys do is just take from me, and like, I'm just done. Like, I'm just done. And I was like, is this like really happening because of rush drops? And he was like, I don't know what else to do. He was like going off on me, like basically saying that he hated me. And I was like, well, I don't know what to do now. And he was like, go finish your stream so that people don't know anything's wrong. And
That's what matters.
I stop in the bathroom,
That's true.
outside
course.
my
That is
stream
what
room, and
matters,
I'm, like,
but
you know,
yeah.
checking my makeup, trying to make sure people can't tell that I was like crying. And I'm only in there for like 30 seconds, and he comes and like looms in the doorway. He's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, I'm just checking my makeup. So I go back and I stream for a couple hours, to finish the stream, do my best to just like, you know, carry on the show basically. And yeah, after that, like I said, was
Sad
when
expecting
things started
drama
to get
shit?
really
Yeah.
fucking bad. It was like something just snapped. For the rest of the week, he streamed the Rust event. He got all the drop viewers.
She didn't
I'm
stream
sure
at all.
he was very happy. I mean, good for him.
Wow.
And during that time, I obviously was like thinking and processing a lot of what happened. But I mean, it was a lot because this person was at the time like kind of it was like my partner and my best friend and like the only person that like I really talked to ever, or like at least off stream. So I mean, it was a lot. But the very next stream, I went live about a week after that, and I announced that I was planning to move because I knew that I would have to move.
Yep.
So I was like, okay, I have to go live and say this so that, you know, kind of force myself to commit to it, right? Does that make sense? Obviously, I didn't move out right away, but after like all of that Rust stuff happened was when the other domestic abuse stuff really started. He would destroy furniture in front of me. He would throw things in front of me and near me. Destroy walls. Again, you can go see this in some of his VODs in his bedroom, the holes in the wall. There would be times where he was upset at me, and I would go to my stream room and literally lock myself in to get away from him, and he would be banging on the door and screaming at me. And at the time, he also would more often do things like going, like if we were driving in the car together, he would be going like
Super fast.
150 miles an hour, and like one time he even said like, well, now we're both gonna die, like threatening to kill both of us. And this wasn't like even necessarily because of me or like because of something I did a lot of the time. Like one of the times that it happened, it was because we were just getting food, and he was on his phone, and he saw that Mr. Beast had put out a video, and Mr. Beast had invited another streamer, and he was like, oh, Mr. Beast invited this guy to his video, not me. And I was like, oh, well, you know, like, huh, yeah, I guess so. Which led to him
Almost
going
killing
150
them.
miles per hour in the car,
Almost
and talking
killing
about
them.
killing himself while doing it.
Over a Mr. Beast video.
And then at
Yeah.
home, other things would happen. Like I'd be trying to sleep, and he would scream at me and say that it was all my fault that he felt insecure. There was a time that I walked into a room that he was in, and as soon as he saw me there, he threw his phone at the dresser and started yelling because I had posted a YouTube video within the same couple of days as him, and mine was doing better. So basically, I felt like I was kind of stuck
It's
in a loop
It's so
where I
sad,
felt like
bro.
I had to constantly
It's so sad.
perform and like prove
it's so
my
sad.
value to not be thrown away. But at the same time, if I ever performed too well, I was gonna be punished for it.
Yeah.
And it just felt like a very rough situation to be stuck in because, I mean, streaming is my hobby and my job. Like, it's a huge part of my life.
All of our
Even
friends are
before,
attached to it too.
You know, I met him and became like a larger creator. And I remember thinking all the time how it felt like he hated me, but he still wanted me around for his channel and like his thumbnails and everything.
Yeah.
And this is still before I moved out. There was a time where it was the tension in the house was so unbearable that I would sneak out and I would sneak into Esfan's house using my code. And Esfan didn't know why I was doing this. He saw me a couple times. I'd be like, oh, I'm just gonna go take a nap in your guest room. He'd be like, yeah, that's fine. I would sneak into Esfan's house just to have some time
Yep.
of like peace and quiet. But eventually, he figured out where I was going, and he would go over to Esfan's house to keep telling me off.
No escape.
And there was a time that he did it, and I was laying in the guest room bed, and one of the roommates in that house had come to see like why I was crying, and they were standing in the corner, and Miz, he came in, and he was very physically aggressive. He was like, Emmy, like, what are you doing? Like, angry. And then as soon as he turned and saw this other person
this is really
standing
serious.
there,
Yeah.
he instantly like deflated and changed his tone. He was like, oh, Emmy, I was wondering where you were. Like, are you coming home? And that roommate like later asked me about it, and they were like, what the fuck was that? Like, are you okay? And I was just like, oh, it's nothing, because
Unfortunately,
I felt like
happened a lot.
a lot of the reason that I didn't tell the people around me was because I felt like no one would understand, or even if they understood, it would just be a burden to them, because all of our streams and social circles and communities are so intertwined. I was like, maybe it's just better for me to deal with this and like hope things get better, basically.
Yep.
I honestly don't even remember what the final straw was that I finally was like, okay, it's time to go. Like, I prepared the house that I lived in before this one, like, pretty much immediately after the, like, breaking the front door thing happened, but I was still, like, scared and unsure. So I don't remember what the final straw was, but I remember the day I took Cheddar to the house, because he just randomly started, like, screaming at Cheddar. He was like, get that fucking cat out of my house. So I just
Mad at
grabbed Cheddar
YouTube
and put him in my
views, mad at
car.
Mr. Beast, mad at
Grabbed
the
the toy
cat.
box and took him there, and I just left
What
him there
next?
and never took him back to that house.
Hey, yo,
And,
fuck Cheddar.
I
All
think,
my
like,
homies
within
hate
several
Cheddar.
days after that was when I finally moved out.
Who
It was
yells
on
at a
very
cat?
Short notice.
Exactly.
Like I said, I don't even remember what the final straw was because so many things happened, but there was a time when I just knew. I called some movers. I said, hey, can you come tomorrow? And they were like, yeah, and then I literally moved the next day. Moving out into the last house that I lived in was a huge step mentally because, like I said, a big part of why I moved into the first house in Texas in the first place was because I felt like it was the safest option for me because
the stalkers.
you know, I am
Yeah.
a girl where it's like kind of scary for me to be living alone. So it was very hard, and at the time, even though like all these other things had already happened, I was very hopeful that me and him could be cordial and like eventually like things would be fine, at least publicly, like for stream reasons, that, you know, everyone could just keep streaming like nothing had happened. And, you know, at the time I thought that would be the best thing to do, and I felt like
You put your best
if
foot
I,
forward, people
you know,
step on it.
separated myself from him without
That's what
explaining
happens.
anything, people that watched us wouldn't understand
Yeah.
and would attack me. I was
That's how it is.
yeah, I mean, it ended up happening anyway, so, but, yeah, after I moved out, we, like I said, still kept in contact. I had hope that somehow things would get better. He would always beg for me to come back, and he would promise therapy and change and, like, even talk to other
Surely.
people and, like, kind of present, like, oh, I want to
Things are going to get better this
I
time.
want to be better for Emmy or
This
whatever,
time for
you know?
sure.
There was a short period in October where
This is last
we
year.
had broken up because, I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter now. And when that happened, I honestly felt relieved because I was like, okay, finally, it's like on his terms. So that means he'll be satisfied and he'll be able to say it was his choice, and he'll leave me alone. Because whenever I would try to push for it, it just felt like I couldn't like really sever it, if that makes sense. But I mean, obviously, hence me doing this stream, that was not the end of it. A week after this breakup, he asked to come over to my house and talk for closure. He came to my house, and I was crying like crazy because the emotions were just very high because I was dealing with a lot of major shifts in my life as a result of me attempting to start to try to distance myself from him. So yeah, we were just talking and I was crying a lot. He started to try to comfort me by hugging me while I was sitting on the couch and holding me really close to him. And when this was happening, we hadn't talked in quite a while, and I'm usually very uncomfortable with being touched a lot by people that I'm not in a relationship with. But I let him hold me while I was crying. And he started kissing me in my face, and I let him do it. I was still sobbing a lot. And then, suddenly, He tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hand down my pants. And, I screamed. Yeah. And when I screamed, he jumped off me like a cat, like. And, instead of apologizing or checking if I was okay, he said, "I feel weird now. I feel like I did something wrong. I have to go." And he immediately left my house while I was still crying without, checking if I was okay or anything. And at the time, I was still making excuses for him, and I was still afraid of causing trouble for other streamers around us, or like, you know, making things weird for viewers. I know that probably sounds crazy, but like I just felt this pressure, like I had
This is
to
making me feel weird.
try to keep things together, if that makes sense.
Accommodating a psycho.
Yeah, I felt like I'd caused trouble for so many other people if I ever said anything bad about him, or if I caused rifts in our friend group or streamer group. I tried to stay on good terms with him and hold everything in, and also I still cared about him a lot, and I still at that point had hope that things would get better and that, you know, he would improve. And he'd also always hammer into me.
Have you guys known somebody that this has happened to
before?
before?
He never physically abused me because he never hit me, and he would coach me and tell me to tell people or other streamers who are asking about it because they were concerned. He would say, tell them that I never hit you. Make sure that they know that I never hit you.
Very normal thing to coach somebody to say.
Around the
Super
same
normal.
time, this was during OnlyFans 2, so I guess like December-ish. He would often message me in the middle of my streams and berate me for things like playing the same class as him in WoW because he thought it would make people think that I was better than him.
So
And again, like I said earlier, I felt like I was stuck in a constant loop where I had to perform well to not be thrown away.
Yeah.
But if I performed too well, I was going to be punished. And I actually wanted to show some of those messages because obviously a lot of these things.
So stupid.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fully read these out
This was OnlyFans too.
because
The second
I
one,
honestly
I mean.
just don't want to read them out, but I feel like I want to show them to like kind of show what I'm saying.
Emmy is better. Emmy
I am
this.
planning to
I can't have anything,
probably
Emmy.
post the VOD of this somewhere, so if you know
You just take.
you want to read
Not
this later,
tank. Just that simple.
that's fine. I
You've
guess.
already played Warrior when I told you.
And again, this was
Now I'm
all
gonna get
happening while
compared
it was
non-stop.
live. You can literally go find the stream and see me.
Yeah, there's a whole
trying to
bunch
deal with
of
it
Don't tank.
while
stuff
I'm
on
in the
this.
middle of a dungeon,
Don't dude
trying
me.
to just play the fucking game.
This is about World of Warcraft. Let me handle all the hate.
Oh fuck! I think I.
You just have fun. Such a serious situation. I feel like an asshole laughing, but this is so fucking ridiculous. It's insane, isn't it? Oh my god.
Tank Emmy, do it. Let me handle all the hate, the criticism. The you're worse than Emmys. The Emmy is so much better. The people saying you're better in every chat. The comparisons
no
says nobody will ever be on my side.
He says
Let me
there's
deal
no
with it. You have
boundaries
fun.
with
I
you.
asked you not to become a tank. You didn't listen. And now it's the classic, what was I supposed to do? I'm not dealing with this. And like I said, you can go find the stream.
That's what he said.
But for context, I was playing Warrior in World of Warcraft in like
Mm-hmm.
a level 24 dungeon. It was like Silverpine. Like it was just like it wasn't even like
You
it was
can't
like
just
dog shit
tank
gameplay, to be
SFK.
honest.
You can't just tank SFK. You can't just do that.
So, yeah. Yeah, Yeah, you can
Just pause it, read
do
all
that
that shit
later, I
yourself.
suppose.
Yeah.
If yeah, like I said before, shit, hold on. I was constantly trying so hard to compromise with him because I wanted to be cool and I wanted us to
Which
be
is
able to
nothing.
coexist in the same streaming sphere. But I felt like I could never win, and he hated my whole existence. Like ever since that one stream where I had like a little bit more viewers than him. And he would say that it was my fault that his stream was dying because most of his viewers liked me, and whenever he hit on another girl, they would be confused or not take it seriously because they knew that me and him were together privately. And he said if he would be able to hit on other girls and convince them that it was real, he would get his career back. That was like started within the last couple of weeks that we spoke to each other. He started saying terrible things to me about other streamers in Austin. In particular, one specific
here.
streamer who
I'll be right back.
I know there's a lot of people that
Okay.
know he has beef with certain streamers. It was not one of those streamers. It was someone who, to this day, has been nothing but nice to him. He would say horrible things about this person, like about them in their stream, and it was very hard to listen to. And just in general, he would say horrible things about other streamers in Austin, like, I quote, "I hate everyone here. You are all useless to me. You're worthless to me because it does nothing for my stream anymore to collab with any of you."
Oh.
And him saying that was the final straw for me. The day that he said that to me about other people was the first day that I
How about Austin streamers?
for the first time
Yeah.
started to ignore his calls and messages. And because of that, he even threatened to come to my house if I didn't answer. But I did end up calling him back. Feelings, you know, like I was devastated, but I was also so relieved. But because of the past incidents during like other fights and times I would try to separate myself from him, past incidents during those times of him manipulating me into staying close with him and giving him more chances, sexually assaulting me, the abuse, and just him generally not being a very nice person. After that, I decided that the only solution and way for me to move forward, I made the hard decision, but I know now for sure the right one, was to finally completely cut contact with him.
Good call.
I knew it'd be very hard because our careers and our communities were so intertwined, but I knew that I had to do it and that there was no other choice. So
Yep.
I have not spoken to him since January of this year. It's been 10 months. But you think that's the end? It is unfortunately not. I haven't spoken to him since January of this year. It only took a couple of weeks, but soon the messages started. He has attempted to contact me over 40 times individually this year in individual
normal.
texts, Discord messages, Instagram DMs, and phone calls. And, I'm just gonna show those.
40 times.
That's a lot. 40 times is
And at
quite a lot.
first, at first it starts simple, the confusing messages, or like him expressing he was worried about things. Like, at first it wasn't anything weird.
It's just that you can go through and read all these yourself, but it's just. Bro's got issues. I mean, I've been down bad, but 40 times?
Yeah. 40 times is a bit much.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That's insane.
This is not someone who loves or cares about you.
He's trying to get her to be amicable and everything. It's crazy. Surely the 41st time. I'm not going to talk, by the way, about like anything about this beyond what she's going to talk about unless I'm getting mentioned. Just so you guys know. Just out of respect for her privacy, obviously.
Right.
I know a lot of you guys want to know more, but that's just what's going to happen.
I'm back.
And he's right. You shouldn't have to worry about
Why I
people's
never said
privacy.
anything?
People's privacy is very, very
'Cause I
important.
knew I knew this day would come.
This
Yeah.
is only things that he sent to me. I can't document all the things that people told me that he was saying. And, it's just kind of a funny side note, I guess. I would like to highlight this message.
Which one?
Because,
And I apologize, guys. I
it
did lose
was
my
like
connection.
now,
I did reestablish.
I ran it through
Sorry about that.
the ChatGPT checker
No.
and all the highlights. Like
The
I said, it
AI
doesn't really matter.
reader.
I just thought it was interesting.
Who knows, right? It's a mystery.
But, yeah, like I said at first, the messages were just simple things, like, him saying he was worried about things, or saying no one was talking to him, which I don't think was even true at the time. I think he was just saying that to try to guilt me into responding to him. I'm not sure about that, of course. This also extended to in-person interactions, because initially I made the mistake of thinking that I only had to cut him off through private communication, and we would be fine going
Yep.
to the same events and parties and such.
Big mistake.
I also had to start. Hold on, I'm still fucking sick. I made the mistake of thinking that I only had to cut him off through personal, private communication, but I also had to start avoiding going to the same parties or places I was worried he'd be in person. Because this was after
The
he
force
came
and
back from
interaction.
his first
You know.
trip to Japan. There was a party that I attended several months after I first went no contact with him. I was aware that he would be there, and I thought it'd be fine. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal. I thought I'll just let him have his space. I'll have my space. It's not a
Yeah,
big
sure.
deal. We're adults, right? During this party, I felt like he was following me around and monitoring me, but I thought that I was just being paranoid. I was like, it's probably just in your head. I was hanging out with Nick and Catchy, and a couple other friends. And at some point, Nick was like, "It's too fucking loud down here. Let's go upstairs. No one's upstairs. Let's just go, you know, chill in a room."
I was not this
and,
party.
Talk where it's not so loud.
Can you believe that?
And
Actually, I think you probably can.
so they, as a group, went upstairs first without me, but it took me a bit longer to get up there because someone like stopped me and was talking to me. And I did feel like, I mean, he was like standing pretty close to that person. I felt like he was watching me, but again, I thought I was just being paranoid. But I went upstairs. I was hanging out with Nick and Catchy and, you know, our other friends. And then about 30 minutes later, the room that we're in, the door opens. It's Miz. He opens the door, makes eye contact with me, goes, "Ooh," and then closes the door and leaves. And I was like,
See?
what the fuck?
Wow.
But again, I was still trying my best to, you know, give the benefit of the doubt. Like, you know, maybe it's just like an awkward situation or something. But a couple months later, the person that he was hanging out with that night reached out to me privately and was apologizing. And I was like, why? And they're like, "I just felt like I had to apologize to you because I felt so bad and so embarrassed what was going on. Like, yes, he wanted to see what you were doing. He was saying, like, I want to go see what's upstairs, and he was checking every room. And then after he opened the room that you were in with Nick,
Come on.
he closed the door
What?
and started laughing.
Yeah.
And then he just wanted to talk about, you know, how you guys broke up for the next, like, however many hours of the night."
I wonder why.
So I was like, wow,
Yeah.
okay.
Next.
That's good to know, I guess.
Right.
The next story that I want to tell involves what happened to me, Valkyrie, and Cinna
Oh.
earlier this year when we were attacked at the Santa Monica Pier. Because that was obviously...
Remember that?
Hold on, let me close all these fucking texts. I don't want to look at them. They're still on my desktop.
Santa Monica is in California. For those for context.
Whispers from a demon.
Who doesn't know that, right? I
Some
guess we
people
should be
don't. A
surprised.
lot of people don't.
Where was I? Yeah, so, yeah, it happened March 3rd of this year. A lot of people were talking about it, talking about how me, Ray, and Cinna were attacked. Which was not an issue. Like, we had no issue with that. Like, obviously,
Well.
it's big news. People are going to talk about it. It should be talked about. We had, like, no issues with anyone talking about it and covering it, and that included him. I was fine with that. He joined in on that whole thing of people going live to talk about it. And again, I'd like to remind people at this point, we were already a couple months into me being no contact with him, making it clear I didn't want anything to do with him. And so during this stream, he was covering what happened to me, Ray, and Cinna. He decided that he was going to tell more of my personal stalker stories that I've never personally talked about or shared publicly myself.
And I wonder why.
And one of these stories was one that, like, no one knew at all, and, like, it just felt so shitty because at the time that those things happened,
You never talk about this shit.
like,
No.
you know, all the people that lived in that area together, we all came together and we all kind of decided, and this was heavily
Not
pushed
to-
by him, we should never talk about this
Exactly.
because, you know, people are going to be weird. It puts Emmy in more danger, and, you know, it gives people ideas, so we're never going to talk about it. But, you know, of course, as soon as there's some big drama that he's not involved in, and he finds a way to, you know, bring up, oh, I was there for something that happened to Emmy,
He's trying
he
to.
does it.
You see what's going on?
He he was on a stream.
I was
talking
trying to
about these
save her.
personal
I was trying to
stories
help
of
her.
mine, and I caught wind of it. And by the way, it was also so frustrating to not say anything at this time because the way he told those stories, he kind of framed himself as like the hero.
Yeah.
He was like, "Oh, I held the stalker at gunpoint." No. The only person who ever came into contact face to face with that stalker before the police came was Bonnie. Bonnie is the person who found that guy outside,
Fucking
went
Bonnie.
inside, told everyone, called the police. The police came. All Miz did was he stood far away from the front door, behind glass and metal, with a gun. Yeah, I mean, I understand. Still very scary, but why are you acting like you, like, if anyone deserves credit for that, it's Bonnie. Like, it's literally stolen valor. I'm so glad I finally get to say that because she is the one who, like, kept everyone in those two houses safe, not him. Anyway, back to the original thing, the Ray and Cinna stuff. So, I was obviously panicking. Like, I just had this horrible thing happen to me the night before. It was like huge, like public, millions of people seeing it. And then my crazy ex-boyfriend is going live talking about more of my personal stuff.
Without asking her.
And I'm like crying, and Cinna and Ray are like what's wrong? And I tell them, and I'm like panicking. I'm like, I need to call so-and-so, I need to call so-and-so, I need to call so-and-so. Like these different people that I was like, they can contact him because I did not want to contact him. So, Ray, Cinna, some of me and Miz's mutual business partners, and Asmongold were all messaging him to stop. And by the way,
I will elaborate on this later.
Asmongold told me that he tried to call
She's gonna
Miz
say
while
it.
he was talking, and it rang three times.
Two or
and
three
then
times.
hung up.
And then
Which
I hung.
means that he saw it.
That's
and
right.
He
Because I called him
wanted to be able to
twice.
keep talking.
I tried to call him 2 times.
Yeah.
One of them rang like 2 or 3 times. The other one did like
A
10.
little note.
I'm not
I
saying he
don't
didn't
know
see
exactly
it,
what, like,
but
the
that's
other
crazy,
people
right?
Said to him, but Ray and Cinna told me that they were messaging him, being like, "Bro, like, stop! What are you doing?"
I finally did get in
Why
contact
are
with
you
him and told him
doing
to
this?
stop.
And he
That's
was
why he went
messaging
offline
them
that day.
Who were also equally as traumatized as me, of course. They had gone through the same thing. Oh, what am I doing wrong? I'm letting people know what, girls go through.
You go back and see the VOD.
Was that your job?
Interrupted my fucking stream for this shit. For that
Yeah, that all
psycho.
happened a couple of months into me being no contact
Just
with
so we
him.
could, fucking
Yeah, he
virtue
was arguing
signal.
with Ray and Cinna while they're trying to be like,
Oh, I'm
"Oh,
trying to protect
stop,
them."
Like, you're making it worse.
Fuck out of here.
He finished talking about my stuff and then reacted to Cinna and Ray's whole stream where they were crying, addressing their communities, made sure to react to that, and then immediately went offline. So yeah, that was a terrible weekend. I got threatened to be stabbed, and then the next day, my weird ex was going live trying to self-insert so that he could make sure to farm his own clips.
And viewers. To get viewers, by the way.
After that incident, his attempts to talk to me only ramped up, which I showed those texts. We went back to Japan, and during that trip, he was texting, calling me, trying to call me quite a lot, begging me to take him back. And at the same time, I heard that he was reaching out to quite a few other streamers who know both of us. And he was crying to them about how he wanted to get back together and how he thought someday we would reconnect and eventually get married. I think
Totally
I
normal.
don't think he even meant that, but I hope not. But I assume he did that with the hope that they would relay the messages back to me since I wasn't talking to him. And I mean, some of them did. I also had a couple
I was
other
not one of
streamers
those
report
people.
to me that he would obsessively watch my stream and not in a like, oh, I wonder what Emmy's doing right now way, or like having my stream open. Like, he would be obsessively and attentively hate watching my stream, like watching my stream and just saying horrible things almost every time that I've been live this year. And they tell me that he would want to discuss how he believed I still wanted him.
Of course.
Interesting, considering I never replied. And he would ask other guys if they thought I had slept with anyone this year. They'd be like, I don't fucking know, man. And then they told me he would say stuff like, no, there's no way she's done that. She's not like that. And she's probably waiting for me. Just really fucking gross stuff like that. And a couple of streamers in LA also told me that he was telling people that me and him still talk all the time, but we simply weren't together anymore.
All about
because
appearances.
I was too mature and I was not ready. I was too immature.
Emmy was too immature.
But
Of
yeah,
course.
you couldn't see from the messages I showed.
I mean, she didn't even break a
I'm not
hole in a
sure
wall.
if, like, I mean, people can go back and read them.
How can you be ready to be married if you're not ready to punch a
He
hole in a
was
wall?
begging to me to take him back for the majority of this year, which was 7 or 8 months total. And like I said, some of those messages were even, I believe, ChatGPT. Not that it really matters. It's just interesting.
Very interesting.
As of today, it's been about 2 months since he has attempted to contact me directly. I think because about 2 months ago was when he started kind of getting scared that I might have been like, you know, telling people things, which again, I wasn't going on my way to do it, but if anyone ever asked me, I wasn't gonna lie to them. I mentioned this at the beginning before I started like fully telling the story. I heard from my friends, other streamers, and my employees that he had cooked up a plot that if I ever tried to talk about him, like about the abuse or anything else, he would try to go live and say that I killed my rabbits.
I have a story about this
And
afterwards.
I was told that he approached several streamers who are around us a lot
He didn't
when we lived
approach me.
together and asked if they would basically back him up, and they refused.
Never approach me.
Obviously, they're not insane.
Never talk to me
and
about a single thing about this.
Even something happened this weekend at TwitchCon. One of my employees told me he went up to them and he threatened them, saying, if Emmy ever tries to talk about me, I will destroy her. Whatever that means.
Whatever that means.
And within the same night, he also texted one of my best friends, and he would have known that I would have been with this girl. He texted her saying, hey, worried about her, hope she's okay. You know, right after he just said to my employee and other people that he was gonna try to destroy my life. Yeah, all in the same night. And, yeah, that was Saturday, so that pretty much leads us to today. I feel like it's clear I've spent the last year of my life cutting him off and building a new life with people that actually care about me.
Wow.
And doing my best to move on peacefully without causing any drama. I did not want to do this. A lot of other creators actually told me that after his other allegations in 2022, if I wasn't the first person to stand up for him and start appearing on his channel again, they do not think that they would have gone back to helping him with his content. So,
Just like the guilt, you know?
so I always tried to keep things private, always tried to make things better, had hope that things would get better, you know, tried to be supportive, and my thanks that I got for all of that was abuse and resentment. And for all of 2025, all of this year, harassment and hatred from him and his community, while he was the whole time secretly begging for me to take him back behind the scenes. I've taken a lot of steps already, as I said, it's apparent. I've taken a lot of steps to restructure my life and be a lot more careful about who I help
Isn't
and who
that
I invest
insane?
my time and my care into.
This is supposed to be
And
like
I'm
streaming
doing a lot
video
better
games.
now, but I felt like this was a necessary stream because, like I said at the very beginning, I have heard that he has done things to other people that aligned with some of my own experiences, so I felt like it would be wrong for me to keep holding on to all this information. I know I stayed for way too long, and I thought that I could help. and I unfortunately learned that I couldn't, but I worked really hard to have the life that I have now with my friends, my family, my pets, and my community. And I'm so grateful for how things are now. It was very difficult, but I'm very proud of myself for making the choices that I did to end up where I am now. And yeah, that's my story of dealing with abuse, psychological and domestic abuse, sexual assault, and stalking, and being threatened on if, you know, I ever talked about it. And this whole time, it's been kind of hidden in plain sight away from hundreds of thousands of people.
Yep.
And, yeah. I know that me saying all of this probably isn't gonna make him or what's left of his community leave me alone, but sorry, voice crack. I know talking about this probably won't make him or, sorry, probably won't make him or what remains of his community leave me alone, but I'm at least glad that people will be aware of all of this now and I won't have to feel like I'm hiding a terrible dark secret anymore. And it's all out there now. And I also want to make it clear that not everyone that I interact with or that I'm friends with knew the extent of the things that were happening. And a lot of streamers didn't really know anything at all, but I mean, like I said before, people aren't stupid. I think it's pretty clear that a lot of people knew that things were happening, and like I said, you have to remember, it's not just me. A lot of people have told me that they have their own, you know, grievances with him.
Oh yeah.
But for the people who did know about this, thank you for being there for me through all of this and supporting me and cheering me on. And there were a lot of people as well who, even though they didn't know anything, without asking any questions, they still were very kind and supportive, and I will always remember that for the rest of my life. I also want to say, just so people know, that I'm not just trying to like put this out there and then, you know, I am already in the process of filing a restraining order on him in both Texas and California.
Thank God.
And I also wanted to say that I would not be surprised if he tries to sue me for this stream that I did today and for coming out about him. Not because he thinks that he would win, but for PR reasons, like a slap lawsuit. It'd be interesting if that happened, and I wouldn't be opposed to people finding out more of the truth and things that I didn't even talk about today, and what else he's been lying about. And I'm sure there's also plenty of things that even I don't know about. And yeah, there's more things that I didn't even talk about today, but I'm hoping that now that I have this out, this is the last time I ever have to
Discovery's
talk about it.
a bitch.
I can be like, okay, I got it out there. I'm not withholding this anymore. It's out there. And yeah. I guess that's pretty much it. Definitely not
What a day.
how I would have liked to spend my Saturday.
Oh, it's Saturday. That was like Wednesday.
I would have loved to go to karaoke with my friends or something like that instead. All people like karaoke, right, guys?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's it. I'm probably gonna take some time off. I'm not sure, like, I genuinely have no idea what the response to this all is gonna be like. I really just wanna, like I said, do my best to move on from this, because I've already been doing that for a year. Like I said, I feel like that's pretty clear. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys for today. I asked my editor if he would put this on YouTube for if you guys want to look at, you know, any of the things that I shared today. But like I said, all of the streams that I referred to today are public. You can easily find them. And all the people that I mentioned today gave me permission to mention them. Except I think I mentioned Mr. Beast, oops, but I mean, he's not involved.
Jimmy will be fine.
Yeah.
Jimmy's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I never thought that I would be doing this stream, so it feels really weird to have done it, and it's over now. Yeah, well, now you guys know everything, and all the things I've been holding in for the past couple years.
Damn.
So yeah, thank you guys for listening. Hopefully I'll be able to keep giving updates on the TwitchCon stuff, but I'm hoping to put this other chapter behind me. And like I said, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I feel very confident that this was the right thing to do, and I don't regret any of it. Thank you guys. I'm gonna go spend time with my friends, and hopefully I will see you guys all very soon. Thank you for everything.
What a day. Well,
I guess that's it. See you guys when I see you. Goodbye.
Wow. Now, I hadn't seen the video all the way through, guys. I only saw like half of it. Before we started
it's
this
sad.
stream.
It really is.
I agree with Asmongold. It's very sad. Very, it sucks. It's a scary thing. It's also, sad that the world's come to this. And there are good people. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of good people out there that don't do this, but it seems like when this kind of thing happens, it's more pronounced than it probably should be, in my opinion.
I've always thought that being able to like game or stream with somebody that you're in a relationship with would, I've always seen the positive
I have too.
of that type of dynamic, and but I do understand that usually in the boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife dynamic of streamers, that usually the female does pull in more viewers or
Right.
have more followers.
Right.
And I think that it takes probably a special kind of guy to be able to not be emasculated
Right.
by that and be someone who enjoys what they're doing and then has no problem supporting their partner, because the
Right.
reality of it is that even if you're not doing good but your partner's doing good, then you're both still doing good,
Right.
because
Exactly.
anything your partner brings in is still yours.
Right.
Like that's, and then not to say that you want to take what they bring in either,
Right.
but anything that comes into your household is, is shared in a sense.
Mm-hmm. No.
So it's kind of disheartening to see that people do have or are in relationships where
Excuse me.
there is somebody that's like threatened by their success, and then is also readily gun ho to for that partner to stream,
Right.
but then wants to control their, content and creativity.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't have it both ways.
No.
Can't be you can't want to use your partner for views and follows, but then get jealous and upset when what you want is ends up being,
Right. Exactly. I
uh,
mean,
successful, so to speak.
I feel really like this whole thing led up to the basically this is the whole video led up to what happened at TwitchCon, and that was a scary thing considering that's all over the streaming news right now. It's not a good thing. Twitch isn't really doing what they should be doing on that, from what I've been able to gather so far. Um, if you want to
Well,
know more,
things
there's
the
videos all over
platforms
the
like that
place for it. Um, yeah, there's
platforms
video.
like that they'll have they have rules and regulations, and they also have protections for themselves.
Right,
So sometimes, even though there might be a clear solution to the viewer or the person that's there, that might not be what the solution is for the platform
right.
at
But I'm just
at
saying in
large.
general, from what I've been able to find, they haven't really done too
They're
much
probably doing their
so
own
far.
investigation.
Yeah, they're doing an
They're
investigation.
they're
So
probably looking at they I'm sure, especially with Twitch, they are probably looking at old VODs,
yeah,
and they're probably doing their own digging because they also don't want to get sued.
they've already been
And most
sued.
likely, no, but I'm saying, but they're doing an investigation so that there's as little harm to them as possible.
Right.
And they're probably not concerned about her suing. They're probably concerned about him suing, depending on what action they take against him.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't found anything yet of that.
Well, it's still
Um,
fresh and new. But think about, like, just from a common sense standpoint,
right.
people who get banned on Twitch and any well, I don't know about the other platform, but getting banned and the fact that people can appeal that,
Right.
they probably don't want to take an action without doing an investigation first
Right.
because they don't want it to come back at them.
Right.
And as far as him trying, she says she might see a lawsuit. There's nothing that he can sue her for
No.
because he can't sue for defamation
No.
because she literally has the proof.
Right.
So he can try to sue, like
Right.
she said, for PR, but it's just going to be a waste of money. It's not going to go anywhere.
Right. Exactly.
He's probably going to expose himself to more scrutiny if he were to try to do that.
Right.
Which, for someone who's narcissistic, would probably still do anyway.
True. Anyway, thought that might be something good to show for today.
We
No.
got tons.
Do what?
I said we have, well, that's a lot of windows open on his screen. That is a lot.
Asmongold does a lot of commentary. He does a lot of commentary on other types of videos. I like him. He gives his actual point, and he's very popular. Very, very popular video streamer.
I don't think I've ever heard of him before. And I don't think I follow him on any platform either.
He's on Twitch,
I've never heard of
YouTube.
him.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying I've never heard of him before.
he's
Because I
been
just
around for a
looked.
long time.
I'm not even subscribed to him.
Yeah, he's been around for a long time. So, and
So we
his opinion is a little bit, in my opinion, really, really spot on. Some people like
Can
him,
I
some people hate him. There's a lot of people that love him. There's a lot of people that hate him. So,
can I be logged into two YouTubes at the same time? Do we
uh,
think?
I think you
Probably
can.
not. But not on a computer.
I don't think from the same source.
I gotta figure out if there's a way to transfer ownership of this playlist
Yeah, I
so
don't
that I
know.
can remove things more easier. Um, so
Remake it using the other account. Just transfer everything.
yeah, I'm gonna have to see if I can like transfer ownership just because I am OCD about certain things, and one of those things is like removing the videos when we're done with them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But on this account, I can't do it. So,
That sucks.
um, yes, I mean it's a thing. Um, so with that said, ton of I added a ton of court stuff to this one.
Well, I've had
Some of these were like kind of cool though.
yeah. Once again, guys, I'm sorry that my stream crashed in the middle.
Oh,
If
it
you're
did. I'm
more
sorry.
interested in that video, Asmongold has it on his YouTube page along with his
Well,
Twitch VOD. It's also available. You can find that on his YouTube page also.
what about ours?
Yeah, you can go back and see the video that I tried to post on mine. It is incomplete, unfortunately, but the part that you missed, you can find on his page if you're interested.
What about wait, and what about mine? Are we forgetting that I exist?
Um, I didn't know you had a YouTube page, so that's my
You
bad.
didn't know I had a YouTube page?
Nope, haven't been there. Right, I know,
Okay.
but
I mean, I
yeah.
am literally logged into my YouTube, my Dr. Chaosity YouTube. It's like right there. You can't see me, but I'm pointing to my little symbol. You knew that I was posting these to YouTube.
Did I? Did I know that?
Yeah, I'm calling you out right now.
Yeah, she's calling me out. It's fine. I get it. I get an award of shame. I know. Yes, she does have a YouTube page for those that don't understand my humor. Yes, I did that on purpose. But yeah, you can also find it over there too, guys, if you're interested.
Didn't we did watch the influencers arrested on camera.
Yeah.
See like another example of something that oops.
So sorry.
So now I'm realizing on this one I've been only putting the court ones on this playlist and not like the other stuff because our usually our other things are not always clear what
Well,
we're gonna get.
we can go back to
Um,
doing courts. I just happened to see that, and I was like,
oh
okay,
no,
this
I know.
might be good
Um,
content for today,
um,
considering it
I
is
mean,
actual news.
I feel bad for her.
Oh yeah.
Um,
A lot of people do. She.
it's just like that's something that you never really like. It's one thing to probably already go through domestic violence and go through bullying and manipulation and gaslighting
Right.
and all that stuff just in the normal course of a relationship, but to go through it and then have to also save face because you're streaming,
Right.
it's like that's a lot of pressure on someone.
Right.
I mean, I think it's just a lot of pressure just in general to be streaming and but the stuff that's going on in your real life is, is taking over.
Right.
Which is I guess kind of like my circumstance right now that I'm not streaming. I haven't streamed now for What, it's been almost 5 months.
Yeah.
Because, like, my real life, like, really took over.
Yeah, and that
So,
happens, guys. It does happen. We are human. We are human too, and we try to do what we can to provide good entertainment. Right? We do what we can, but sometimes life, like she's admitting, gets in the way, and we don't stream for a while. We don't stream for weeks. We don't stream for months. We don't stream for years, and very rare occasions. But we try to come back as soon as we can. So some people fall off the map
um,
completely.
I damn sure have tried. Um, oh, okay. See, we have so many of these, but some of them are just so long that we can't get through all of them. Like, that's how that feels.
Just just
I
let's
just
let's
realized,
roll.
I know, but it's like, which one?
Just
Like, okay, let me just give you some titles,
okay.
okay? Teen runs from juvenile detention and shacks up with 44-year-old fiance for
Okay.
2 months. I mean, what? That's what I'm thinking. Then I have
These titles are nuts.
um strung out and neglectful mother tries to fool court um in desperate bid to get her daughter back.
Right.
Hostile mother curses out the court and demands juvie. Juvie daughter is returned to her, and that has an update. So is this this is the YouTuber that we like, their court cases.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently they have put there's an update. An evil foster mother's so-called kindness leads to,
That's
I
the
think it says,
that's
a
the
tragic loss.
emotion. That's the face guy, right? The one that puts the
Uh,
stuff on the screen.
yeah.
We can.
I'm starting. See, this is why you're supposed to make your thumbnails and your logos and your banners look the same or have some type of familiarity.
Right.
When I look at a video now or thumbnail, I know that it's them.
Right.
Um, there was a high conflict controlling mother wants dad's itinerary with children 12 hours in advance. I don't know on what planet she's on. And then I had some short ones. An ex-wife demands her husband accept her paternity fraud. Um,
We can. I mean, let's do a 3 hour or better.
oh, you want the longer one?
We need a longer one.
I guess then we should start with the teen and the juvie.
All right.
And then we can do I don't know if I want to deal with a strung out neglectful. But because I have short ones too, but whatever. Okay.
Right.
Teen runs from juvie. Whoa. What is on my page?
That's a members.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh. How did that end up on this list then?
Invalid.
I'm sorry, folks. I can't afford memberships.
Boo. Yep, we have member one. Boo. Happens.
I guess no strung out. Evil foster mother. Nope. High conflict. What about the ones I just added? There was another. This one. This was interesting.
Okay.
It's a selfish deadbeat mom sells house while owing 23K to two baby daddies, then spends all 37K on herself.
Oh.
That's a parent at their finest.
Right? And these are all parents at their finest, right?
Oops, I paused.
Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. Today we have 5 hearings, including a new update with the same felon mother who owes her 2 different baby daddies over $23,000 in child support arrears. The judge demands an explanation after she recently sold her home and profited over $37,000, but chose not to pay a dime of that money towards her $23,000 in arrears. In today's new update, Mom is currently in jail after being picked up on charges of retail theft and resisting arrest. What does she have to say for herself? Let's find out.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the family court. This is Judge Hesslink. First case this morning is Chelsea Brink versus Devin Hildebrandt. That's file 11-14050-DS. We have Ms. Brink with us. I see Mr. Hildebrandt is with us.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there's 2 dads.
All right. We are here today on 2 matters. One is a show cause continued from last month to see whether or not
Okay.
you've submitted.
I'm starting early. Out of all the pictures that they could take off of her Facebook, why this one?
Wow. Judgmental much.
It's just giving lots of stereotypes. It's giving a lot of stereotypes.
And to be fair, we've seen better, we've seen worse. There, I said it.
And it looked like the 2 daddies is she has a variety pack taste.
Proper amount of job applications to the friend of the court for this week. And then the second one is a supplemental petition for show cause filed by the friend of the court, which alleges that you sold your house in March of this year. They've provided documentation of that from the county records. Indicates that the house was sold for $37,000 and that the only payments since that date total $98.74. So they're asking for a show cause as to why you shouldn't be
That's a
held in
cheap
contempt
house.
for failure to make a diligent effort to pay
Right.
a more significant portion of the amount owed after the sale of the house. So as to the proofs for job applications, Ms. Kraus, has she submitted the 10 that are required this week?
She actually contacted our office and reported 2 employers. One has been verified and one was sent by electronic verification indicating she was not employed there. She had been previously, so I'm not sure if maybe she just hadn't started yet on that, but I do have confirmation that she is currently working for sure at one. No income withholding is set up yet because there's more information that's required from that employer to do so.
All right. Ms. Brink, where are you working at now?
I got a job at Southwoods Pub and Grill, and I'm waitressing. I've been there almost Monday makes a week, and I'm sorry, this coming Monday makes 2 weeks, a week. And then I was hired at
Wait.
Meijer. But
week or 2
they're
weeks?
waiting
Wait a
on my
minute.
background check. It's taking Otsego County a long time to get back to Meijer. But I was hired there on 6/30, I believe. And as soon as our background check comes back, then I should be good to go.
That's
They
really good
hired
news.
me 5 years ago when I first got out of prison, so I don't see why it should be a problem for my background check to be okayed.
Okay. Well, that all sounds good. Ms.
Your Honor.
Kraus?
I'm going to work.
Okay, so not including any charges that were dismissed. So kidnapping, arson, preparation to burn a building, attempt, and resisting arrest.
All great things, folks. Great things. Wait.
Oh, wait a minute. So So the kidnapping, custodial interference says police officer assault, resisting, or obstruction. So every time that she's arrested, she tries to resist arrest, basically.
Why? Why?
Cause we had this conversation just yesterday. Like, I don't know if this is like a mental thing, or if there's just a type of people that we don't know about that just
It's a type of people. Yeah.
have like crazy emotions when certain things happen.
Yeah, I don't.
It's very questionable. Oh, I couldn't find my mouse. But
I don't know.
we don't know when this case is either.
Throw his hands up and.
Oh, she said 5 years ago. So is it possible this is probably in 2024 or 20?
Yeah.
But you know what? Honestly, so when you do a background check, your misdemeanors are visible too, not just felonies.
Oh yeah.
And the only thing that wouldn't be on your background check is something that's sealed.
True.
But I would have to say, like, if I was an employer in a restaurant, I don't know if I would want somebody who prepared to burn a building down working for me. Because my restaurant would have plenty of flammable things.
That doesn't sound good. Doesn't
And
sound
I also
good.
don't. I mean, they say custodial interference, but do you want somebody that like kidnapped a child
Right.
working in your establishment either?
Right.
I don't know. All of this to me, for an employer, would be screaming liability.
Run.
It's one thing to have one thing on your background check, one crime, one incarceration.
Right.
This is it's showing, hey, you've done your time, and now you're looking for a job because you want to, do better.
Right.
But something like this, to me, shows someone who is consistently in trouble. I don't know. I could be wrong, but
Yeah.
it just looks like she's always in. Like she'd be a liability.
Right.
They would have to worry, is she not showing up to work today because she resisted arrest because she didn't want to give her child to the father.
Right.
And now she's going to be locked up for the weekend, and we're short a waitress. Like, I don't know. I know everybody needs a job right now, but
Right.
I mean, if you got a business, you want to keep your business too.
Right. Exactly.
At Southwoods for my own money, and then I'm going to work at Meyer to pay my child support, just like 3 days a week probably, because I don't want to overdo myself. And I'm going to AA meetings. My home meeting is at 11:45 every day, so I'm going to have to switch meetings.
She doesn't want to overdo herself.
And then I have, well, I guess that's really it. Just the AA meetings going on.
But my thing is, if you have
Mr.
two
Brown,
jobs,
wanted
is
to
your
say something.
income
Mr.
more?
Brown?
I just wanted to follow up on
Usually.
what Ms. Kraus said. I know that they don't have an income withholding order yet, but Chelsea did indicate to me that her employer has received that. It just has not been processed.
Yeah, when
Right.
I talked to him yesterday, he said that he had to have his boss fill it out. So as soon as his boss gets in, his boss is really busy. It's the owner of the restaurant, and he's very hands-on, so he's a very busy man. And as soon as
Okay.
he gets a chance, he will fill it out.
All right, Ms. Kraus,
Everybody
is
see
there
me roll
anything
my
else that Ms. Brink needs to do for
Right.
the normal show cause proceeding?
Just maybe possibly just making payments until that is, because even if that paperwork
Yeah.
is processed, it can take 6 to 8 weeks before money would start to be withheld.
All
I
right,
just want to
Ms.
say that the first $100 I made, I bought Christmas gifts for my kids, and because they didn't get a Christmas from me last year. So, and then I have $250 in the bank. I have to pay my car insurance because there's a delay on that. I was late on the payment, so I have to pay my car insurance first.
They
my
don't-
cell phone
they
bill,
don't
and then
care.
everything after that is going to child support.
All right.
Christmas gift
Ms.
is July.
Krause, what is her
Then
monthly payment
everything,
supposed to
I
be?
need money to live on, but planned on paying at least $100.
With the case with Hildebrandt, correct?
Correct.
The obligation is $197. That's just for current support. Arrears are $10,801.42.
All right. Is
And I'd
there,
like to see that get corrected because all of that came accumulated while I was incarcerated. And according to Judge Kevin Heslink on Brian Morgan's case,
That sounds like a you
he said
problem.
that if you're incarcerated for more than 6 months, child support doesn't accrue or accumulate. And mine accumulated while I was incarcerated. So I'd like to see that get straightened out.
all right, Ms. Brink.
I don't know what
you're
I
gonna
have
need
to do.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what you have to do right now. You need to file a
Okay, hang on,
motion.
let me get a piece of paper.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You need to file a motion that says the dates upon which you were incarcerated so that the friend of the court can review to see if there was any increase in the amount while you were incarcerated. And then you need to show whatever documentation you have to prove that you were incarcerated during those time periods.
Well, I don't have any. I got rid of all my, after 1 year, they told me on parole that I had to keep my paperwork for a year, and then after that, I didn't have to keep it. So I got rid of all that paperwork, but I might be able to call the prison and see if they can send me something. I'm not sure.
Your
All
Honor,
right. Yes, Mr. Brown.
I handled a lot of those cases. I can get that information.
That would be outstanding. Thank you for that assistance. So Ms. Brink, if you can
Thank you,
contact
Mr.
Mr. Brown, he may be able to assist you with that, but you need to file a motion that says when you were incarcerated and proof of those incarceration dates. And then that information can be given to Ms. Kraus and she can do an investigation as to what, if any, amounts were increased during that incarceration period. And then that can be set for a hearing in front of me and we'll make a decision on it.
Okay, thanks so much.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said, okay, thank you so much.
All right, yep. Ms.
I'll do
Kraus,
that.
is there an ordered on arrears amount in the Hildebrandt case?
There is not.
All right, I'd like to have a recommendation from the friend of the court in writing as to that amount, and we'll have it set for hearing at next month's court date. So that Ms. Brink has an adequate opportunity to review it and see whether she agrees with it or not. And if she wants to disagree, then she'll have a court hearing for that time period. All right, Ms. Brink, the current monthly amount that you owe now that you're working is $197 each month. So we're going to adjourn the show cause to see that you are making that payment. You no longer, because you're employed, you no longer have to do the 10 applications per week. So just keep working, but you need to make your payments now of $197 each and every month. So I'm going to adjourn.
Yeah, I'll put good faith effort into it.
Okay. I'm going to adjourn the first show cause then because you're working. So I'm glad to hear that. And we'll monitor whether or not you're making your payments of $197 each month for the next few months. And if you are, then we'll get rid of the show cause on that. So next, I'm going to turn my attention to this supplemental petition filed by the friend of the court regarding the sale of your home. It's my understanding that the home was sold in March for a price of $37,000, and the friend of the court has not received any significant funds since that time towards your arrearages. Was the home sold in March?
Yes, sir.
And were there any amounts that you received? How much did you receive for the home?
I received one payment of $30,000 and one payment of $7,000.
All right. And why is it that you have not made any additional payments then towards your child support arrears?
Well, can I tell you the whole story? Do you have time?
Well, you can do it in the next 3 or 4 minutes, yes?
Okay, yeah. So I was living so before I sold the house, I was incarcerated. I got, because of the assault on Sean Conradi, who was a heroin addict living in my house. I gave him a second chance. He was living in his truck, starving to death, he told me. So he ended up assaulting me. I called the police several times to try to have him removed from my house. They put me in jail because they were scared I was going to get seriously hurt. I did 38 days.
That's the
and
first
while I
lie.
was there, I went to sober living. When I got out of sober living is when I decided to sell my house. While I was in sober living, I got engaged to Brian Morgan, and he moved me down to Davison, Michigan. Well, he assaulted me very, very, very badly, went to jail, and the landlord wouldn't accept, like, MEMSCA help or any kind of help from me to pay the rent, and he locked me out. Well, I slept, and that happened right after I sold my house. So I bought a camper, and I was living in my camper. I spent $7,000 $8,500 on that. And then I had no vehicle, so I spent $6,500 on my truck. So that was, and I got a really good deal on the truck. I didn't get screwed or anything like that, pardon my language. And so I was living in my camper. Well, I decided that I lost my job at Italia Gardens. So I decided to come back north, and my camper got wrecked. And so I went under the at Travelodge, and it ripped the AC unit off and put a big hole in the roof. And then, so I couldn't sleep in that anymore. You know, I couldn't live in it anymore because of weather. Well, it got towed from McDonald's because when I went through McDonald's drive-thru, something caught on the side and ripped the siding off of it. And then, so I spent the rest of the money on hotel rooms to live in. I did sleep in my truck some of that time. I was trying to save money, but by the time I got back up here, most of the money was gone. So what I could afford, I paid out of that money. But most of the money was gone. I had to buy a vehicle. I had no vehicle, and I had to figure out something where to sleep, you know.
The friend of the court says that you
I
paid a
paid-
total of $98.74.
That's not accurate. I paid $200.
If your
Since-
children mattered at all,
And I got receipts for
kind of.
those.
Basically, it said if
Me-
your children mattered at all, you would have paid your arrears. And then they said, "Oh, I heard me."
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't. If she sold a house for $37,000, why wouldn't you just save that money and buy another house?
Because the smiley says
Like-
it perfectly. Just saying.
Or I take it back. If the camper situation didn't work, why would you then take that money and use it on hotel nights when you could have used it as a down payment to a house?
Right.
That just doesn't seem like the best use of the money,
No.
I guess.
No.
They were split between the two cases.
I understand that, but I did pay $200.
All right, so almost 100 of it was credited to this case, and the other amount went to the other case.
Okay,
So
good.
200. Okay, so you got $37,000. You spent $15,000 in total on a camper and a truck. So that means you spent $12,000 on
hotel
yourself.
rooms.
On yourself without making any payments for your kids.
I made 2 payments.
$200. So you
Yes,
spent
sir.
$11,800 on yourself instead of paying it towards your kids.
Well, I did the best I could, sir. I'm sorry that
No,
makes you upset.
that's not the best you can.
No.
That's
not
being
at all.
selfish.
It
It's
was.
spending money on yourself instead of sending it to your kids.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't spent money on myself in 5
Agreed.
years.
Your Honor. Your Honor, that'd be 22,000 rather than 12,000.
You're
Uh-oh.
absolutely right. Thank you very much for the math correction. I appreciate that.
Oops.
Oh, that's too funny.
Oops.
Well,
Rick,
either way, I'm working now, so payments will come.
They're not going to be
Here's what's gonna
sympathetic
happen
to
with
you
those
when you do
payments, Ms.
shit like
Brink.
that.
They're gonna go up substantially. I know that the money's gone now, but I'm gonna take that into account when I set the ordered on arrears amount.
You have
you
to base it off
wasted-
what I'm making. You can't just increase it because you want to and you're not happy about my case.
And I will, but I have discretion
follow
as
the
to
law.
where it's
It's
gonna be
that
placed.
formulation.
Ms. Brink, I'm not gonna have this argument with you today. I'm simply telling you what I'm going to do. You can object to
follow
it
the law when you said
next
it.
month, Ms. Brink. You can object to it next month when we have the hearing on it, but I'm telling you what I'm disposed to do so that you can prepare yourself for it. I am disposed
All right,
to,
I'm
in my
done.
discretion. Ms. Brink, I'm talking, you'll wait.
I don't know why they don't just
Disposed
mute
in my
people.
discretion to raise the amount that you're going to be paying on the arrears amount
Contempt.
because you have wasted $22,000 on yourself instead of paying child support. You could have paid off the entire amount of child support that you owe in
I
this
was
case
homeless,
and probably in the
I
other
had no
case.
choice.
You weren't homeless
All right.
when you first
We'll have you back in a month.
had that
Ms.
money.
Kraus has taken notes. She has noted that I will use my discretion to increase the amount of ordered on arrears amount next month to the most amount that we possibly can under the recommendations. So that's all for today. Thank you very much.
Is there a Mason case?
There is, and it'll be called in just a minute, but the next case is not that case.
Okay, I do have to work at 11, so just so you know.
Thank you very much. I'll get to you as quickly as I can.
Thank you, sir.
Get to her as quickly. I would just leave her ass there.
Similar
Take
to
my
the last
time.
case,
That's the point.
We're here on two matters. One is a normal show cause to determine whether or not you're meeting your monthly obligations. And then we have the supplemental petition to show cause regarding the house sale as well. I understand from the last case that we had that you are now employed and your employer is in the process of doing a withholding order, and also that you have sold your house and the funds have been spent. So I'm going to enter the same order in this case that I did in the last case, unless there's some different information that you want to tell me about for this particular case.
I don't think so. I think everything I said is true, and I think I've said everything that I need to say.
Okay.
Except for that I do have motions filed for parenting time, and I'd like to get my children over to Petoskey, where I'm living at the Mary Margaret House, to the Children's Advocacy Center. I'm working with APS as well. I have an open APS case for myself and my parents.
All right, well, the
and-
parenting time, Ms. Brink, parenting time goes to Mr.
Yeah.
Legal as the referee first. So you'll have to deal with him. at his hearing.
Actually,
Your Hon-
Dawn Ellison.
Your Honor.
Dawn
Oh, that
Ellison said it
has
in
been
front of
changed to
you.
me, hasn't it? All right,
Yes,
I
sir.
remember that. All right, I don't see any motions that you filed in the court file for that, though. Have you filed those motions yet?
Yes, it's scheduled July 25th at 10 a.m.
Your Honor,
Yes.
in regards to that, there was a motion that was filed, but there are case notes from the county clerk that was sent back to her with some instructions to complete the fee waiver or send payment. So it would have to be
And I
set
did
for a
do
later
that.
date.
All right, all I can say, Ms.
I
Brink, is
did do
I
that,
don't,
and I already mailed it in.
well, it hasn't reached the court file yet. So once it reaches here, I'll
Sir,
have
I
that
haven't
hearing
seen
on.
my kids in 2 years.
Okay, Ms. Brink, once it gets here, we'll have the hearing when it's set. It's just not set for today.
Right, okay.
I'm not denying you an opportunity to have a hearing. I'm simply saying I don't see it in the court file at the moment, which means it simply hasn't gotten here yet. I'm sure that it's on its way, and once it gets here, we'll have a hearing on the date set for that hearing. But I can't do it today because it's not set for today.
Right.
All right, so on the friend of the court matter, we will do the same thing in this file that we did in the other file. Because she's now employed, she can start making payments. What, Ms. Kraus, what are the monthly payments that she needs to make in this file?
This specific case would be $252. There was an ordered on arrears order back from 2018 requesting $50 towards overdue support. Her arrears on this case
Which I was incarcerated.
All right, Ms. Brink, you're gonna have a chance to make that motion in this case too. We're gonna get to that, but you
Okay.
need to let people talk until they're done, and then you can jump in. You can't just talk over people. All right, Ms. Kraus, go ahead.
The arrears on this case is $13,107.09.
All right, Ms. Kraus, I'd like to have you do an ordered on arrears recommendation in this file, just like you did in the other one. I realize that there's $50 a month being paid, but back when that was set, I believe that there was probably a much less.
She whines about being in prison, but that's no excuse to me because her children didn't stop needing food and shelter just because she got locked up.
A much reduced arrears
yeah.
amount. So I'd like to have a current recommendation, and we'll schedule
bills
that for
don't
hearing
stop,
at the next
guys,
month's
ever.
court hearing.
Everybody knows that.
And then in the meantime, Ms. Brink, you need to be making payments of $252 a month on this file. And we'll review that next month to make sure that you're able, how well you did on that. And then you can also get with Mr. Brown to get the documentation that you need to make any motions regarding same thing that you did in the last file about the incarceration time, if you believe that the arrears amount is not accurate and grew during the time that you were incarcerated.
It did, and I will. The
All
only
right.
thing I was gonna say is that, yes, I was incarcerated from 2017 to 2020, I was incarcerated. So all of that is inaccurate. And I will be filing a motion for that. And I was gonna say something else and I can't remember, so I don't want to waste your
Charges
time.
and so how did
Halloween is up to 60%.
Oh, we finally got a
off at
commercial.
Michael's. That means monster deals on Halloween hosting.
Oh,
you have charges in 2017, 2018, and 2019. So how did you break more laws if you were already locked up? Considering all three of them were resisting arrest.
That's a good point. Like,
Yeah.
how the hell do you
Lady, make it make sense for us, please.
make this make sense?
Like, don't say shit that they got receipts for and they can find out. Like, is she trying to say she got locked up in 2017 and then was in jail for a year, and then 2018 rolled around and she was released, and then she got locked up again? Like, and there was no free time in between any of these arrests? Like, come on now, lady. Come on. Like, she's not talking to stupid people right now.
Mr. Mason has been letting me talk to John, my son.
Okay, how did these happen? So offense date is August 23rd, 2019, and then it's a July 6th, 2018. I'm still a little like stuck on this arson thing. What were you preparation to burn a dwelling? What the fuck were you doing? She was somebody that
I'm
what was it that she had a drug problem.
Yeah.
But I mean, even with a drug problem, when does it cross your mind to get a bottle? I'm assuming get a can of gasoline and spray it around or whatever she was trying to do. Like,
Why are we burning down the house?
Did she like purchase a book of matches or something? Like, what did you do?
Yeah, like why are we? Yeah.
This is hilarious.
On the phone. So I will say that is progress in a positive direction.
Okay.
But the only complaint I have is that he is talking very poorly about me, my mother, and my father, probably my sisters and brother. And
Okay.
he's talking very badly about my family
Sorry,
in
guys.
front of my son, and that's
Having my
causing my son's autism to be worse.
Oh
All right,
yeah,
Ms.
sure.
Brink, all of those things are parenting time issue things. So I can't consider that today. So when we have the hearing
Okay.
on the parenting time motion, you can bring all of that up to my attention then, and I'll consider it at that time. All right, ma'am?
Yes, sir. And
With proof,
also
I
want
hope.
to tell you too that I'm working with NEMSTA and working on getting a place, and I should be in my place like within the next month. But
Thank you,
the only
Glado.
thing I was
Good
gonna
to see
say
you.
is, am I gonna get a whole month between court hearings? Because it's only been 2 weeks since I've been in court.
Well, come on in.
And I'd like to see myself get a whole month in between court hearings so that I have a chance to pay on my child support.
Oh,
before I get
lady.
lectured again.
Okay,
try to give you as
I'm
close
so
to-
I gotta pause this again. Okay. Does she not understand that her child support is garnished? This is not I cash my check and then I separate the amounts of my check to go to different things. And then after I've paid all my fucking bills, then I'm going to pay my child support.
Right.
It doesn't work that way. Before that check hits your hand or your bank account, your child support has already been withdrawn.
Right.
Like is like, or are they in the Stone Age with child support? Because I thought that like currently like all child support is basically garnished from people's paychecks. But she's talking like her second job income is gonna be was used for her child support.
Right.
It doesn't work that way.
Nope. Nope. Never have.
And then again, other than I'm guessing her being a drug addict, and I'm sorry for using these more stereotypical phrases, words, but that's what it is.
Right.
I'm guessing that's how she lost custody of like. You have to be a really terrible mother to lose custody of your children.
Yeah.
Unless you're in one of those states that does favor men, which I don't think there's many. So I don't.
And here we are.
And I don't know about whether her child's father talking about the mother is affecting the autism. I would think your absence is affecting your child's autism. Not She lives on excuses. That's the only thing I can come to. She lives on excuses.
A month as we possibly can. There are some days, some months where it's not possible due to scheduling for other reasons. But we will give you as much notice or much lead time as we possibly can. So this will be scheduled next month at the normal time. I don't know whether that's going to be exactly a month from now or not, but it'll be as close to that as we can possibly get. All right. Is there anything else, Ms. Brink?
I need to update my address with the court as well.
All right, you need to do that in writing
I
to the
get the
front
notion.
court, please.
I'm sorry?
Do you want to give it to us now, and then you also need to send us a
Yes,
note so that
please.
we have the file.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And that's temporary, so I'll have to update my address again once I get it into my apartment in Vanderbilt.
All right, if you would send that to the friend of the court in the mail as well, so that they have that for their file, so that they make sure that they keep that accurate as much as possible, I'd appreciate that. All right, that's all for today then. Thank you very much, ma'am. Good luck to
He
you.
has an impulse control problem.
Your Honor.
Thank
can
you.
Would you be able to request that we update the address? Because then we can do that in our system if you order it.
Yes, please. Chelsea Brink.
House is actually Windsor.
I thought this would have been hearing 3.
her name.
Oh, Dad won.
Your Honor,
Yes, good morning.
I have tried to contact Chelsea. It appears her phone may have been disconnected, so I'm uncertain of what's going on.
All right, well, we'll just call the cases and see where we go from there. So, but thank you for the information. All right, the first matter on the court's docket this morning. Oh, by the way.
No showing isn't gonna stop the judge from making her pay arrears.
No.
Matter on the court's docket is Devin Hildebrandt and Chelsea Brink. That's filed.
Maybe she's in jail again.
14050-DS. This is scheduled for a friend of the court petition and hearing regarding ordered on arrears amount and also a show cause amount. I do see Mr. Hildebrandt is with us. Mr. Brown just informed me that he's tried to contact Ms. Brink and was unable to as her phone appears to have been disconnected.
Why is your phone disconnected if you have a job?
Kraus, have you had any contact from Ms. Brink?
I have not, but she did report a new employer on August 15th.
Are we getting income withholding from her?
Another new employer since the last hearing where she also had a new employer. I want to see something because this YouTuber, when they do these videos that have multiple hearings, they usually provide us like with the dates. So the first hearing was July 11th of this year.
Mm-hmm.
And we're currently on the second hearing. So technically we've had 3 hearings because it was Dad 1, Dad 2.
Right. We're on Dad 1.
Yeah, well, we're on August 22nd of Dad 1. Yeah. All right. So there's not a lot of hearings in this one, but just to be sure too of the time span. So
Right.
this was like what, a month and a half apart. So yeah, it's a little funky that she has like another employer again, like a month after giving a new employer.
It's a little bit seems.
And then her phone is disconnected.
Seems questionable to me. Yeah.
She probably changed her fucking number.
Probably.
Or like not paying her child support. There was a bill she probably didn't want to pay her phone bill.
Yeah.
We are not receiving income withholdings. She did make a payment that dispersed to 2 of her cases on July 22nd. $43.37 was applied to this specific case based on the disbursement policy.
All right.
Okay, so her
Mr.
wages
Hildebrandt,
aren't
have
being
you had
garnished.
any contact with Ms. Brink recently?
Oh, sir, besides my daughter had a little bit of contact with her, but that was probably the end of it.
Right. Did you receive the small payment that's been made recently?
Yeah.
All right. What I intended to do today was to find out if she'd made a payment, and if she did, to continue the case till next month to make sure that she continues to make payments. But I also wanted to set an ordered on arrears amount because she owes you quite a bit of money in back child support. And she's not got a specific amount that she's supposed to be paying on that. Ms. Kraus, could you, I know I read your petition. You're asking for $197.
Little Bo Peep used the smart buying tools on Amazon Business. She's not so little anymore.
I'm sorry, $99 a month to go towards arrears. Is that correct?
It is, and I just wanted to mention in regards to line 3 that it indicates the court would use discretion when determining that amount as the plaintiff's sale of their home and payment history would be considered.
Yeah, I do recall that. It's my memory that she received about $37,000. Is that yours, Ms. Kraus?
I do believe so, yes.
All right, so she got about $37,000 according to her testimony last month when we had a hearing on this. And it's my memory also that she spent all of that on purchasing vehicles and staying in hotels as opposed to giving any of that to child support. Mr. Hildebrandt, did you receive any of those funds from her sale of her house in child support amounts?
No.
All right. Under those circumstances, I believe that an additional amount is appropriate over that. At $99 a month, she owes, Ms. Kraus, is the dollar amount of $10,800 or $801.42. Is that still accurate relatively?
That is accurate as of July 11th.
All right, so it might be a month's worth more than that, but so that's going to take, by my math, it's going to take 9 years to pay off at $99 a month. So I'm going to up it to $150 a month because she had those dollars available to her. She may have spent them now, but it's clear to me that she didn't spend it on child support. So we're going to set the order on arrears amount at $50. Still going to take her approximately 6 years to pay that off at that rate, but at least it's something that Mr. Hildebrand can get while the child is still in the house with him, as opposed to wait until the child is too old to do anything with it. So we'll set it at that amount. She's failed to appear, but she had proper notice of today's hearing. So that amount will be set on the arrears amount, and then we will adjourn out the show cause for another month to make sure she pays. If she doesn't pay next month,
I think that's another fine, considering you didn't show up.
I mean, I'm not necessarily. It's not like a criminal case or something.
Well, I mean, I thought if you don't show up for court, you don't show up for court.
Yeah, but it doesn't, like they said, it doesn't stop the hearing from happening.
Right.
And it doesn't stop. And also to point out, she has an attorney. So her attorney is there.
True.
So I don't think, I mean, and it would have probably been in her best interest to have like been there.
True.
But and if she needed to, if there was something she needed to add.
Right.
But I don't think that it's a like it's not mandatory.
Right.
Especially if she was pro se and didn't show up. I think that would be a little different.
True.
Please let me know. We'll schedule this for next month, and if she doesn't pay, we'll do a show cause on that, or actually I'll consider contempt at that point. Any other questions that you have, Ms. Kraus?
I do not, thank you.
Mr. Hildebrand, is there anything else that we can do for you, sir?
No, sir.
All right, appreciate you being here. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
All right, while we're on the matter of Chelsea Brink, let me call up the other case that she has as well.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the matter of Chelsea Brink and William Mason, file 13-15199-DC, set for a order to show cause on monitoring of payments, as well as an ordered on arrears amount. Do not see Mr. Mason present with us. And Ms. Brink, we just had a case on in which she failed to appear. Her attorney did not have any contact with her, tried to call and the number was disconnected. The other respondent parent had no contact with Ms. Brink as well. The friend of the court had no contact with Ms. Brink. Ms. Spillane, have you had any contact with Ms. Brink on this matter?
No, sir.
All right, has she made any payments on this file in the last month?
We received $50.63 in July, but nothing yet for August. But as the previous caseworker reported, she just did indicate she has new employment, so the income withholding order hasn't taken effect just yet.
All right, it has been sent out, however?
Ooh. Will it ever, or is she going to quit again to avoid paying her? I was just about, not to say that she was quitting on purpose, but I was wondering if she was hopping from job to job so that it couldn't take effect. Because they did tell her it'd take like, what, I think they said 6 to 8 weeks?
Yeah, something like
so
that.
So if you change jobs, but then again, how the fuck is anybody doing that this time? Like, as when you think about it, as much trouble as you and I have been having finding work.
Right.
How is she finding work to job hop?
Right, exactly.
I believe so. I'll double check real quick.
All right. All right, given the fact that she has made a payment within the last month or so, I'm simply going to adjourn the show cause to see if she makes her payment for this coming month. If she does, I won't hold her in contempt. If she doesn't, I will. As to the ordered on arrears amount, the request from the friend of the court is for $101 of overdue arrears, which is 1/2 of the current monthly amount. I'm going to change that to $150 a month, as I did in the other case, because at the last court hearing that we had, Ms. Brink indicated that she had received $37,000
so she goes,
earlier this year from the sale of her home.
I don't
and
think
made absolutely
she's
zero
all that worried about
payments,
paying it since she could be
and
bothered to show
$0
up.
towards her ordered on her, towards
Right.
her arrearages, which in the other file were $10,000, which in this file is in excess of $13,000. For that reason, I'm going to up the payment to $150 because that $101 is going to take in excess of 133 months, which is almost close to 12 years, which is way too long to repay. So even at 150, it's still going to take her 8 or 9 years, which is quite a lengthy period of time to repay a debt. But at least it gives us a chance to have the child to still be in the home when the arrears amounts are received. So we'll set the arrears amount at $150 a month, and then we'll adjourn the show cause to next month to see if she's made her payments. Anything else we can do today in this case, Ms. Spillane?
No, sir.
All right, thank you very much. That's all for that case. The offense of police officer assault, resist, or obstruct, in that you did assault, batter, wound, resist, obstruct, oppose, or endanger Officer Daniel Gertz, a police officer of the Gaylord City
Guess
Police
he's in
Department,
jail.
who you knew or had reason to know was performing your duties.
Doesn't sound like she was arrested for child support in arrears either, although I can't find a record of any new charges.
Okay, that was weird. I was muted. I was reading it too.
I'm sorry. I couldn't hear anything,
It
so
doesn't
I
sound
read
she
it.
was. No, I saw that my thing wasn't lighting up. I mean, people have warrants when they don't pay child support.
Oh, yeah.
So I guess we got to find out what she was arrested for this time.
That is a felony offense. It has a maximum penalty of 2 years and/or a $2,000 fine.
Oh wait! I gotta go back.
The name of that? Excess of 13.
Oh, sorry.
Anything else we can do today in this case?
I had to go
Ms.
back.
Spillane?
I apologize, everybody.
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. That's all for that case.
We missed something trying to read what was on the screen.
The offense of police officer assault, resist, or obstruct, in that you did assault, batter, wound, resist, obstruct, oppose, or endanger Officer Daniel Gertz, a police officer of the Gaylord City Police Department, who you knew or had reason to know was performing your duties. That is a felony offense. It has a maximum penalty of 2 years and/or a $2,000 fine. Do you understand the name of that?
But I did
offense, ma'am?
find an LCU Chessie wrote while she was incarcerated from 2019 to 2022. Can you read the rest of that, please?
So honestly, it just it gives like her
The data.
stats.
Okay.
Oh wow, she's 38 years old. She too old for this shit. Like, get your life together. Wait, so it says found an essay that she wrote while she was incarcerated. So what? Also, did her last arrest in 2019 put her in jail for 3 years?
I wonder.
I don't think I think she should still be in the arrears. It's not her children's fault that she can't. I think it'd be different if she was doing like 10, 20 years in jail.
Right.
But you're doing and you're self-inflicting these too.
Right.
Like it's clearly self-inflicted.
Right.
You're obstructing arrest or you're resist. This is why I keep muting because there's sirens. But I don't even know what siren that is right now. But they're gonna get somebody.
Whoa.
She's
people causing trouble over there.
She's
Oh.
I think that was an ambulance. It's never the police. It's either ambulance or firefighters. Fire department. She's assaulting police officers and resisting arrest. And those are two things that you as the individual have complete control over.
Right.
You make a choice to assault the police officer you make the choice to resist arrest. This is not like, a burglary or robbery or,
True.
domestic, well, even domestic violence, people don't get locked up that long sometimes.
Right.
Or battery or whatever. And this is definitely not like a murder case. So, like, she could literally avoid going to jail.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't think it's an excuse for her to not pay child support. Because you could have chosen. I mean, even in the other situations, you can choose to not do those particular crimes.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like those particular two, like, those are things that are not premeditated.
Right.
It doesn't have to happen.
Right.
Saying, but kind of, I have resisting arrest?
Yes. That's count
Okay.
one. There's a maximum penalty of 2 years and $2,000. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
I'll read the entire essay in a
Count two is
voiceover at the
same
end of the
kind
video.
charge,
Okay.
resisting arrest.
Good to know.
The name of it's called police officer
Mom's
assaulting,
million
resisting, or
excuses this
obstructing.
time.
It says that you did assault, batter, wound, resist, obstruct, oppose, or endanger Officer Jacob Depew, a police officer of the Gaylord City Police Department who you knew or had reason to know was performing his duties. That also is a felony offense with a 2-year and/or $2,000 maximum penalty. Do you understand the name of this charge in count 2 is also police officer resisting? And do you also understand that that has a 2-year, $2,000 maximum penalty? All right. In addition to that penalty, there's also a habitual offender notice being sent called fourth offense notice, which enhances the penalty. It says that you did on or about October the 13th of 2020 were convicted of the offense of resisting and obstructing police in the 46th Circuit Court of Otsego County. On or about February the 5th of 2019, you were convicted of resisting and obstructing police in the 46th Circuit Court for Otsego County. And on or about February 5th of 2019, you were convicted of the offense of attempted arson preparation to burn a building, also in the 46th Circuit Court. And because of that, the underlying 2 offenses have a maximum penalty of, Ms. Brucker, this says life, but I don't know that is it third offense that doubles it, or is it fourth offense that mandates the life sentence? Excuse me, 25-year sentence.
I'm sorry. I think it should be 15 years, but let me double check that. I might have selected the wrong prompt when I did that. I'm sorry. If I could just have 1 second.
Yep, go ahead.
Life in prison does seem a tad excessive.
See if the information that I have on my paper here is accurate.
All right.
It took her to go to jail to be on camera.
Right? Because it's required.
Not to be funny, but she looks like
It
super
would be 15
comfortable.
years, Judge, and I'll get that corrected.
All right, thank you.
Oops.
So, Ms. Brink, with the habitual offender notice, the maximum penalty is now 15 years in prison. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Anything to get out of child support.
Good God.
I think that's a new low.
It is.
Count 3 alleges that you did commit the offense of retail fraud in the 2nd degree. That is, that in a store or its immediate vicinity, that is Walmart, when it was open to the public, you did steal property of the store that was offered for sale at a price of $200 or more, but less than $1,000. That's a misdemeanor offense. It has a maximum penalty of 1 year and/or $2,000, up to 3 times the value of the property that was stolen. You understand the name of the offense to be retail fraud, that is shoplifting?
Yeah.
You understand the maximum penalty is up to a year in jail and/or a $2,000 fine?
Okay.
All right. Right now, you have certain rights. I want to tell you what those are. You have the right to plead guilty, not guilty, or no contest, or excuse me, stand mute. You have the right to have a trial by a judge or by a jury, and you have the right to have an attorney. As to your trial rights, you have the right to see, hear, and question all the witnesses. You have the right to present your own witnesses and evidence and get an order from the court called a subpoena to require those witnesses to appear and testify. You have the right to testify yourself, or you could remain silent, and if you chose to remain silent, that silence could not be used against you. You also have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and to have that burden of proof remain with the prosecutor at all times. Finally, at trial, you'd have the right to automatically appeal if you wanted to any error that occurred. However, if you enter a plea, you'd be limited to asking the court for permission to appeal, and that might not be granted. Do you understand the rights that I've just given to you?
Yeah.
You have any questions about any of those rights?
Is it fair to say that this judge seems like way over her?
No.
All right.
It is fair to say.
Mr. Brown, have you talked
I feel the
to
same
Ms.
way,
Brink about
actually.
court-appointed counsel?
I was not really able to get that far, Your Honor, but I am going to say that she is. I currently represent her on a few other cases.
How many cases does she fucking
Ms. Brink,
have?
I'm going to appoint an attorney
few.
for you. In the past, we've dealt with each other, and you've been eligible for court-appointed counsel in the past. So I'm going to do that now. Mr. Gila.
I'm sorry, I want to know why a judge is hearing her custody, or not custody, her child support is now hearing her criminal proceeding. I don't, do they live in a town that's so small that they just got the one man?
That's very possible.
Yeah, but I thought they were like in Michigan or something, like.
Where does it say the location?
I think I heard her say, I thought I heard something
it
about
was somewhere
Michigan,
in a
but
small town in Texas, but I could be.
no, this is not
inaccurate.
Texas. You know how it's not Texas? Because there's no flag.
Not always. Every
and
courtroom
no,
is different.
all the Texas cases that we've watched, there's been a flag or an emblem in the courtroom.
Yeah.
This one doesn't have that, but I also, like I said, believe that Michigan was mentioned.
No, I don't know.
When she was talking about her, like her moving back and forth.
Yeah, I couldn't.
But either way, still, why is a judge that's handling a family court matter handling a criminal proceeding? That's
a really good question.
Different.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it could just be that he's all around, has competency in all these different areas, because that can happen.
Yeah.
But usually, you know, I don't know.
Is going to assign the specific attorney. It may be Mr. Brown, it may be somebody else. But right now I'm going to enter a not guilty plea on your behalf in order to protect your rights until you have a chance to speak with your attorney. Because you're charged with felonies, I'm also going to set some court hearings on a quick basis so that those protect your rights as well. The first one is called a probable cause conference. That's a chance for your lawyer and the prosecutor to discuss the case quickly to try to resolve it. That'll happen within the next 7 days. We'll also set a preliminary examination date within the next 21 days. That's a chance, that's an opportunity for the prosecutor to prove in court a small amount of evidence called probable cause that you committed the crimes that you've been charged with. Do you have any questions as to the hearing dates that we just talked about?
No, I didn't really hear you though.
Do you want me to explain what a probable cause conference and a preliminary examination date is?
Oh, no. I get it. I thought you were setting dates, like giving me dates.
She's well versed.
Not yet. All right, what I'm going to do next, Ms. Brink, is I'm going to ask the lawyers about bond, and then I'm going to give you a chance to tell me what you want me to hear about bond as well. So, Ms. Bruker, could you, any thoughts on bond?
Ms. Brink is currently on bond for a trespass charge that we're set
No, I'm
for.
not. There was no bond set.
Okay.
Ms. Brink, she gets to talk, and then you'll have a chance to talk afterwards. So I'll listen to you what you want to say, but you got to let her talk without interrupting her, please.
And she's set for an upcoming trial in that case. She was recently convicted of assault and battery back in February. And she does have a history of felonies and misdemeanors on her record that are assaultive as well. I would ask for the standard terms and conditions of bond, including that she not re-enter the Walmart store. I would ask for the court to order that she report to community corrections. I'd ask for the court to order that she follow through with any of her community mental health appointments and treatments. It appears that this crime, as well as her trespass charge, are probably related to some of her mental health issues. So I wrote on the bond sheet a $10,000, 10% bond. I'll leave that to the court's discretion. When Ms. Brink is out in public, she violates the law, she fights with police. We need to make sure that she's safe and the public are safe. But I also recognize that she does need her mental health treatment.
Mr. Brown, your thoughts?
Your Honor, as the court stated, is familiar with Ms. Brink. She does suffer from mental health issues that she's seeing CMH for. I would ask the court to take that into consideration when setting a bond if she has appointments coming up, but definitely don't want her to miss that. If she's taking any kind of medications, I want to make sure that she's getting the medications that she needs. Other than that, Your Honor, I would leave this up to the court's discretion.
All right, Ms. Brink, this is your chance to tell me what it is that you want me to know about your bond. I would simply caution you, if you don't make any statements about the underlying facts of this case, because we're recording this and it could be used against you later. Is there anything else that you want me to know about bond?
Well, I have no money because I went to prison once already and it destroyed my life and I have no way of working, so I have no money. So that should be taken into consideration.
Exactly.
I'm pregnant, so I'm going to need OBGYN care.
I guess you should say some of the $37K you kept as a sale of your house, considering you owe $22,000 child support.
So she's also, but so she can't pay for the kids that she's got. So now she's pregnant with another child that's going to be taken away from her.
Right.
So she's not going to have a third baby daddy. Sounds real productive.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm not mistaken, she can get mental health care, GYN care in prison.
Yep.
She don't got to be out of prison for that.
Nope. Yeah, she probably can.
But then again, if she... Well, hold on. If she don't have respect for police, that means she don't have respect for correction officers either.
Nope.
So she'll probably just rack up more charges while she's in there. Just leave her there.
Yeah, right?
Like, what else is there to do?
And
not having money.
Recently, please make my appointment.
That's not a reason to not get bond.
Discharged because I'm
shitty dead people.
Okay, so they put it nicely, right? Or not so nicely, but
we put it nicely. They did not.
I would like to know too how I don't have money is a reason to not have a bond.
True.
This is not your first rodeo. You are considered a habitual criminal right now. Usually there is no ROR. You are not being released on your own recognizance. Sorry. It's not going to happen.
Right.
And if you don't have money, that just means you're just going to sit in jail. I mean, what does she expect? And we haven't heard anything about family. So you don't even really know if there's people, like, reasonable, stable people in her life.
Right.
Like,
which
she might need to just sit in there.
And I'm going to be honest. If you're doing all these things, you probably don't have a support system.
I mean, she's been on drugs, so she could have probably burned those bridges also.
Right. Good point.
Take that long without seeing someone. I go crazy in the public because I have been to prison and I don't understand people anymore. And they didn't do that, so I went nuts because I found out I was pregnant. And all of that needs to be taken into consideration. $10,000 isn't too bad, but I'm not gonna be able to make bond, so it doesn't matter. You're gonna keep me in jail and probably send me to prison for this anyway.
Does she not remember he said to be careful what
Have
you
you
say
been to
because it
see
could
a
be used
doctor
against
yet
you?
about your pregnancy?
No, it's too early to even get a positive pregnancy test.
So how do you know you're pregnant? Make that make sense.
In every detail.
I need more drugs. or something.
Are you currently working
Wait,
with
hold
anybody
on.
from
What did
community mental health?
What'd that
on your
say?
treatment?
Make bonds.
I didn't see
It
it.
doesn't matter. You're gonna keep me in jail and probably send me to prison for this anyway.
Have you been to see a doctor yet about your pregnancy?
No, it's too early to even get a positive pregnancy test.
Okay.
So what the fuck?
how
If
do you
it's too
know?
soon for a positive pregnancy test, then how do you know you're pregnant? Oh shit. I mean, unless she's one of them people that
Are
keeps
you
track.
currently working with anybody from community mental health on your treatment?
Yes, I am. Dr. Gurman is my doctor, and I'm supposed to be getting hooked up with ACT as well. They were gonna help me and like get a place because I'm homeless. And because my parents have dementia, they don't understand that I'm homeless. They won't take me into their house. They keep calling the police on me because they don't recognize me anymore because I went to prison.
Oh Lord. Two people with
All right, so
dementia
do you
cannot
think it
possibly
would
be
a
living
good idea
together.
for you to start working with Dr. Gurman again?
Well, I have a complaint with CMH filed against him for not being fair and violating my rights. So I prefer a different doctor. I've mentioned that to the court once. That hasn't been respected at all.
I realize her voice is like super annoying.
I need to work with ACT and CMH because I have depression, anxiety, and
All around a wreck. There.
All right. Are you
depression
taking any
and
medication?
anxiety.
All right. Thank you. Are you taking any medications right now?
No, I'm not because I'm pregnant and I wanted to make sure that it's not going to negatively affect this pregnancy.
Fair enough.
Even though you're going to take this child away from me. I'm not interested in hurting this child.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. All right.
Yes. It's probably best for me to stay in jail for as long as possible because I have nowhere to go. So when I get out, I'm going to go back to violating the law so I can come back to jail.
Well,
No, that's the facts, Larry. I went to prison. I cannot work. Nowhere will hire me. I have no money. I'm stealing food like an idiot.
okay, I don't want you to go into that, please.
Well, I'm just saying. He's asking questions.
I
I'm
mean-
telling him what needs to be considered with my bond. A PR bond would be nice so I can go look for work and take care of a baby, but that's not going to happen. I'm realistic.
Thank you, Ms. Brink. That's all the information I need right now.
Mute her, please. Mute her. Like, before she incriminates herself even further.
Are you going to sign my bond?
I'm thinking about that right now. So yes, ma'am, I am.
Oh,
Just give me a
okay.
minute.
Sorry,
Just
you
give me
didn't
a
say
minute.
anything, so.
No, that's all. Yeah, I understand.
Some of her stuff is
I'm
self-inflicted.
not still because I haven't seen her talk to my children that already exist in a very long time. So I can't help it. You know, I really can't. I don't even understand that I'm breaking the law. My parents are
I'm
not.
gonna say that people
I'm getting
with
no
mental health
support out
issues
here.
can't help what they do.
Well, we're going to try to get
But
somebody
I
to
think
come into jail and help you with that.
She's an example of somebody that needs assistance and not maybe
All right, we
being
are going
put
to
in
set
jail
bond at
repeatedly.
$10,000, 10%, cash surety or 10%. The reason for that is her past history of violent behaviors, assault, and resisting and obstructing. There does need to be some amount of bond that protects the public. However, because she has a mental illness, it also needs to have some treatment part of that as well. So the requirements, Ms. Brink, are that you appear for any scheduled court dates, that you abide by the judgment of the court, that you not leave the state of Michigan without the permission of the court, that you not commit any crime while released,
My bad.
that you immediately notify the court in writing of any change of address or telephone number. You may not use any alcohol, marijuana, or illegal controlled substances allowed on bond. You must participate in a substance abuse testing or monitoring program through community corrections. And you must comply with all community mental health treatment programs.
It was 10% of a 10,000 bail. What, $1,000?
And that includes
Yes.
doctor's appointments and medication as prescribed. You also may not enter the Walmart in Gaylord, and you must contact Community Corrections upon your release. You have any questions about the bond? Ms.
No, I'm
Brink?
not gonna be able to make fun.
Well, I set it at a point, you'd have to post $1,000. If you are able to, then you need to do what CMH tells you to do. Deputy, I ask that you guys call CMH and ask if they can send somebody to the jail to evaluate her and see if they can get her on some prescription medication.
Yes, sir. Can we make an OB? Well, whatever. I'll just tell them and they'll work with me on that way.
All right, that's all for today. Thank you, Deputy.
Okay.
Hold on a second.
She just walked out that room like...
Chelsea Brink and Devin Hildebrandt, file 11-14050-DS.
Your Honor, Ms. Brink is currently lodged.
All right. Ms. Kraus, given that information, what would you like to do today?
Do we have any idea as to where or the length of time, Mr. Brown?
She is in the Otsego County Jail. She was lodged just a few days ago, if not late last week. I believe it's a $10,000 cash surety bond. Her indication is she is not going to be able to post.
I would indicate then, given that, we could potentially, so it doesn't fall off the docket, maybe potentially adjourn it out to December 12th. And if we have information that she's out sooner, we could renotice it.
So ordered.
6 months.
All right. Well, it looks like I forgot one case on Ms. Brink. We have, this is William Mason versus Chelsea Brink, 13-15199-DC. We learned previously from Mr. Brown, when he was present in a previous case with Ms. Brink, that Ms. Brink is still incarcerated. So having said that, it's unlikely she's going to be able to do anything today. Trying to remember what we did in the previous case with Ms. Brink.
I believe it was adjourned to December 12th.
Yeah, let's do that. Keep them both together. That's about all we're going to be able to do today while she's incarcerated.
This Adam is on WhatsApp. This Adam is not, so his donation update got lost under $1 million.
This is the state of Michigan versus Chelsea Brink, file 25-44051-FY. Today is the date and time set for a felony status review. Mr. Brown, I believe this is your case. Is that correct?
That is correct, Judge.
Do we have a resolution of this matter?
I believe we actually do. I was speaking with Mr. Fortier. He has made a plea offer, which is essentially to plead to the retail fraud as charged. There are 2 felony counts of R&O. there is an offer to plead to 2 counts of attempted R&O. I did discuss that with Ms. Brink, and I believe she is going to take that offer.
Right. Mr. Fortier, I
At
believe
least she's smart.
attempted resisting and obstructing would be a 1 year and or a $1,000 misdemeanor offense. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So Ms. Brink, as I understand it, the 2 assault or resisting and obstructing police officer offenses, which are felony offenses, would be reduced down to misdemeanor offenses. And then you would also be asked to plead to the retail fraud misdemeanor. And in exchange, the felony offenses for resisting and obstructing police would be dismissed, as well as the habitual offender would be dismissed. Is that your understanding of the agreement as well?
Yes, sir.
And is that what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an adequate opportunity to speak with your lawyer about that?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you want to do that, you would be giving up your right to have a trial and all of the rights that you would have at trial. So let me inform you of those so you can make an informed decision. At a trial, you'd have the right to have a lawyer represent you. You'd have the right to see, hear, and question all the witnesses against you. You'd have the right to present your own evidence and your own witnesses and get an order from the court requiring them to testify. You could also testify yourself, or you could remain silent. And if you chose to remain silent, that silence could not be used against you. At a trial, you'd also have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And that burden of proof would remain with the prosecutor at all times. Finally, at a trial, you'd have the right to automatically appeal any error at that trial. However, if you enter a plea, you'd be limited to asking the court for permission to appeal. Do you understand all of those rights?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about any of those rights?
No, sir.
Knowing all of those rights, is it still your intent to enter your plea today?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to have to take some testimony from you, so would you raise your right hand, please? You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead and put your hand down. Other than this plea agreement that we've talked about today, has anybody promised you anything to get you to plead today?
No, sir.
Has anybody threatened you in any way to get you to plead today?
No, sir.
Are you doing this of your own free choice and free will?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me start with the police officer charges. The new or amended charges would be attempted resisting and obstructing, a 1-year misdemeanor. And they would say that on or about September 21st of 2025 in the city of Gaylord and Otsego County, that you did attempt to assault, batter, wound, resist, or obstruct, or oppose, or endanger Officer Daniel Gertz and Officer Jacob Depew, police officers who you knew were performing their duties. Is that what you did?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what you did to those officers that was resisting and obstructing them?
I just didn't turn around when he asked me to, the first time he asked me to, and kind of I ran my mouth to him.
Well, typically, attempted resisting and obstructing has to do something more than just talking. It's got to be some physical activity or some action that you took that either resisted them.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I didn't turn around.
Okay. Did you take some physical action either towards the officers or with the officers?
No.
Mr. Brown, is there any questions that you want to ask at this point?
Yes, Your Honor. Chelsea, do you remember being at the Walmart when the police showed up?
Yeah.
And you were there because I believe Walmart had called because of a potential theft, right?
Right.
And when the police were there, were they asking you to do certain things, giving you commands?
But he just said, after he questioned me about what happened, you know, I have mental health problems, so I get sick sometimes, and I wasn't quite understanding what was going on. But anyways, he said that I was going to be arrested, and Depew asked me to turn around, and I said, I dare you. And so, like an idiot, he came at me
True,
and grabbed
Dark's
me by the
Corn.
arm, and I
You are correct.
I didn't move from where I was standing. You know, I didn't assault him.
It is
or
a yes or
anything
no
like that.
answer, but
I just didn't
she's
help
not
him
giving that.
arrest me. I
Did
mean,
you kind of
it's hard for me to.
However,
it's hard
she's
for
also
me to
testifying.
agree to something so
Did you tense up
negative
while they were trying
that
to?
I would be. I'm not going to. I probably will always resist because I don't.
I'm glad
I
to
don't
see
agree
you.
with
Thank you for
some
coming
of the
in.
laws, you know.
Well,
So
Miss Brink,
She
they
is
gave you a command. You did not immediately comply with that. When they were
Right.
trying to arrest you, did you kind of resist by tensing your arms up so they could not do that?
I'm not trying to be funny, but if somebody accused of murder that was taking a plea said in court, "Oh, I mean, if I was ever in this situation again, I would murder again,"
Right.
that would be a huge red flag.
Yeah.
And if the person's incarcerated and said something like that, they would not get paroled.
No.
So
No.
she literally just told them, "Hey, any interaction I have with cops, I'm gonna resist."
Yeah, and that's not what a judge wants to hear either, guys. That's not
Especially considering when they just converted all of her felony charges to either being dropped or misdemeanors.
Right.
Like she literally just got a break. And maybe she does have mental health issues because she's
Yeah,
literally
she admitted
and she's
she
not
did.
answering questions directly.
Right.
And the more she talks, the more she's fucking herself.
Right.
All somebody needs to do is find it, like if she gets in trouble again, is find this particular recording and be like, "Look, she said this."
Right.
yes, yep.
Thank you.
And you did that
Were
with
they in
both of
full
the officers?
uniform? You knew they were officers, correct?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other factual basis questions that you have, Mr. Fortier?
No, Judge.
All right. As to count 1 and count 2.
The legal system is biased, so
I do find
regardless,
she's given me a proper
I'm
factual
gonna read
basis.
this
She's
out.
resisted the lawful arrest and the commands for the arrest by the police officers at Walmart in Otsego County on or about September 21st. Ms. Brink, as to count 3, which is the retail fraud, that reads that on or about September 21st of 2025, that you
enjoy
were in the
doing
Walmart
these.
store, which was open to the public, and you stole property of the store that was offered for sale
The legal
at a
system
price
is,
over
it can
$200
be
but less than
biased, yes.
$1,000. What did you do there?
You know, by the time I got to the door, actually, let me back up. I went in to use the bathroom, to be honest with you. Actually, let me back up even further. I drank a beer and I relapsed, and
Well,
the day before, I spent the whole day.
Chelsea, I think what he's asking you is, did you take anything? I don't necessarily know if he needs the entire story. Did you
Right,
take
it's not
anything?
in it. Yes, I did take
yeah.
stuff. It was a
I'm gonna-
baby
I'm gonna
seat
give-
and
Ms. Brink, hang on a second. I'm going to give you a chance at sentencing to tell me all of the reasons why things happened. At the plea, I just need a small amount of information from you. So let me be specific. Did you go into the Walmart store when it was open to the public?
yes, I did.
And that was on September 21st, right?
Yes, I did.
Did you steal property? Did you take without paying for certain property of the store?
Yes, I did, sir.
What were the
Right.
items that you took without paying for?
A baby seat. I saw a
That's
baby
true.
seat. A backpack.
She is trying
and
to
I think there was-
actively trying to
from
punch
what
more
I
holes.
recall,
I agree
there
with
was-
that. I do agree with that. I think that yeah, I don't know. I don't know why you wanted to punch more holes in your shit, but
What's
yeah.
the question?
What's up?
Oh, what's the question of the statement?
It's that Darth says, "Wow, she's really actively trying to punch more holes in the hull of her ship in this court case," and that's true. She's just making herself worse, which is true.
Well, I mean, it's also a level of ignorance and lack of education in a sense because um she doesn't know when to she doesn't follow instructions. She doesn't know when to stop talking.
Right.
She has an impulse control issue.
Right.
So literally just the fact that she said that she would resist again because she doesn't she doesn't believe in some of the laws and stuff is
Right.
I don't think that that's a mental health issue. I just think maybe it's an entitlement issue.
Yeah, that to me is a different thing.
Maybe she's not the what do you call the rich Karen,
Right.
but more of a
And Darth actually said, I don't think it's an impulse control issue either, from what I've seen. Which
well,
he's agreeing
I'm
with
saying
you.
it's an impulse control based on professionally
Correct.
and experience.
Correct.
I know people who like, especially if like they're under the influence of like alcohol, you can tell them to shut up, and they'll acknowledge that they're being told to shut up,
Right.
and then 2 minutes later will interrupt you again.
Right, exactly. Yep.
Which is someone who cannot control the impulse to say something.
True.
Or to do something. So that's why I'm saying I think that, and then she just admitted she just admitted to drinking.
Right, exactly.
So, and I don't know if in the other hearings that she had been under the influence of anything, but it's impulse control when a person cannot stop their own impulse to do something or
Correct.
say something.
Correct.
That means they can't control themselves. And I don't know if that's a mental health issue or something else. You know, maybe her upbringing.
Right.
Maybe as a child she wasn't taught that when she does bad things or has bad behaviors that there's consequences.
Right.
And once a person has gone to jail numerous times, at a certain point recidivism doesn't count.
Right.
They don't care if they go back.
Right. Exactly.
Because it's become second nature to them to be there in the first place.
Right.
So that's why I also don't necessarily think it's I'm sure some of it is mental. But
yeah,
and
I
then
think
also
it's more
too, like,
entitlement. Yeah. And yeah.
and
but-
in the child support situation too, and like you weren't too mental to sell your house. You weren't too mental to move and shack up with other people. You didn't have too many mental health issues that you didn't know to how to rent a hotel room.
Right.
And how to spend all that money. She probably did buy the camper and buy the truck, but the rest of that money probably went to drugs. And when she says hotel, she wasn't staying probably at like the Marriott.
Right.
You know, something that would cost a couple of $100s a night. She was staying in probably those like rent to pay, like not rent to pay, excuse me, like those rental hotels.
Well,
where you
when
pay
I think
a couple of $100s a week.
Darth also says, well, I think when she is sober, I think it's a controlling your environment issue. And at her age, if she
She's old.
has learned,
She may look young, but she's not. We just saw.
no, she's pretty old.
She's almost 40.
Yeah.
She's 38. So, so to some, that's not like her age is not even. She's been doing this forever.
Right.
I don't think her first time getting locked up was 2017. She's probably been in the system for a very long time.
That's what I'm saying. She's older and has not learned it's on her, which is true.
Yeah, but the whole purpose of even this hearing was about child support. So regardless if she's learned anything,
It went from-
it's not fair for her to have kids and her kids suffer.
Right.
Because she can't control herself.
Right.
Because imagine if she does that shit in the street, what could she do to her kids?
True. True.
And now the fathers, she's $23,000 in the rears. And I'm assuming they may have did this plea deal to not continually make her a product of the system, so she can get out and get help and get a job. But that $23,000, them baby daddies ain't seeing that money.
And that's okay. Child support is a big thing. You don't have to.
They're never gonna see that money.
Yeah.
The only way that they will see that money is if she has a lawsuit and she's awarded a settlement in that lawsuit.
Right.
I think that would be the only way that those kids will see that money.
Right.
Because I think that a lien can be put on that money. Yeah, the state, I think, well, the state will put a lien on your settlement if you owe, like, your, I know in New York here is HRA, and where you're from is something called different. But anytime you get any type of government assistance, if you win money in a settlement, they will put a lien on your case.
Honestly, the concept of guys not having a choice is legal. He's talking about child support. You know, she's talking about child support. Then the guy should be able to opt out of the child's life legally with no child support paid to them.
Yeah, but it
Baby
looks like
trapping
the
is
fathers would.
baby trapping a guy should be a crime.
It doesn't, but in this particular case, it doesn't look like the fathers would do that.
True.
The whole reason that they're there is because they want the child support.
Right. True.
Like, it's what is it like trying to get something out of blood out of a stone? Like you knew who you fucked and made a baby with.
And you know, they mean it in general, and that's their take. So which is fine. Yeah, your take is just fine. Yeah, no worries. That's what we're here for. We're here to talk. We're here to talk about it. I'm just relaying the information to her. So that
you didn't relay anything to me. I don't know what was said.
No, I'm relaying what the chat is saying to you.
No, I know. I'm saying I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, they said baby trapping is should be a crime, and they mean what they say.
Well, yeah, baby trapping, yes, but in this, I guess in this particular case, that doesn't apply.
Right, it doesn't.
But even in a baby trap situation, a man can, and we saw this last week. Wait, today's Monday, yeah, so it was last week. We saw a father in a CPS case relinquish his parental rights to a child. So they can do it.
Yeah, it can be done.
Men do it all the time. But I think in that predicament, the mother lost her parental rights also. So.
But they still have to pay child support in law in the States, which is true.
But does a parent have to pay child support when they lose their parental rights and their child is with another family?
I believe so.
I'm not 100% sure about. Well, wait. We have our trusty Google, right?
Yep. What's our friend the Google say?
Let's see. So the question is, does a person who relinquished their parental rights still have to pay child support? Okay. No. Relinquishing parental rights does not automatically end a parent's child support obligation. To stop child support payments, a parent must seek a court order to modify the existing child support order, which may only happen if there's a legal adoption of the child by a step-parent. Okay. Unpaid child support arrears also remain a debt, even after rights are terminated. Okay. Wow. So I guess my grandfather was smart. He went and changed his name and social security number to get out of child support for my dad and my aunts and uncle. And did that, and my grandmother knew what he had done, but she had a good job, so she didn't go after him. But actually, my grandfather only had to ever pay for whatever kids he lived with at the time.
Right.
Because he had a baby with another woman, and that woman didn't even know until she was in her 60s.
Right.
Or 50s that who her dad was. So she was raised by her parents, or who she thought was her dad. So my grandfather didn't have to pay for her either.
Hmm.
And he got to die with the fucking secret. Like, that. Well, yeah, sorry, Game Junkie knows. I recently, in the last couple of years, discovered that I have like aunts and uncles that I didn't know about, because they found each other after everybody's dead, basically. Like, I know that sounds a little morbid, but that's kind of what happened. Like, everybody, all the adults are dead.
Anymore. Nope, not in control.
So I get no, like, I just know that he got out of child support and that there was a social security number change situation that went on.
Yeah.
But so even relinquishing your parental rights doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have to pay child support.
To me, that makes sense.
Unless the kid is adopted.
Yeah.
By a step parent.
Yeah. True.
Mom.
Because money's got to come from somewhere. Which, I mean,
I don't know. I just can't see voluntarily giving up my right to a child.
Right.
But I also can't see myself being in a position of my parental rights being like taken from me either.
Right.
I'm amazed sometimes at how, with some of the cases we watched, that the mothers like sit there with a straight face through and hearing all the horrible shit they've done and have no reaction.
Right.
But the minute that the judge is like, your parental rights have been taken, that's when they have an emotion.
Right.
Because I remember that with that girl. It's always so self-inflicted though too.
Mm-hmm.
It's baffling to me.
Yeah.
You could literally change the situation around, but you choose not. And I'm not saying that sometimes that these parents don't run into things that are just like.
I'll get back to you after the ad break, okay?
That seem like barriers. Because there are barriers. There are some barriers that do seem like they're too hard to climb over. But a lot of the things that they don't do are not those type of barriers.
Yeah. Give me a second. He said, I haven't seen some of the wars my friends have gone through in the legal system as the court beat them with a pipe wrench.
Some situations do seem like railroading. It does.
Yeah.
Like, I know someone who's going through a railroad type situation right now that it is abundantly clear that they're not a horrible parent.
Right.
But they are pro se and they're up against people who are, I'm not saying they're in cahoots, but it comes off like they're in cahoots.
Right.
But a majority of the cases that we've been watching, that is not the case.
Right.
These people are legitimately doing something that is harmful to their children, as like, whether it's drug use, and like we just watched one the other day. All this woman had to do was to stop smoking weed. She couldn't even do that. She couldn't produce a positive urine test. I mean, I'm sorry, a negative urine test.
Yeah.
Like, that's something that you have control over. Or, you know, someone finding If CPS has told you that your living situation is not conducive to your kids being returned back to you, that means fucking move.
Right.
Doesn't matter where. Right. Move. Go someplace else. So you can have your child back. Right. I'm not trying to be vulgar, but no dick is more important than my children.
Right.
It's just it's not that shouldn't even be an option. You can get another one. But you can't get and you can't, yes, technically get another kid, but you can't get that kid back.
Right.
So, like, why choose a man over your child? Makes no sense. And then we have the ones who don't go to counseling, and I've had patients myself who waited to the last minute to follow CPS orders, so when they had to go to trial, their CPS stuff wasn't completed.
Right.
You have control over that. I had another CPS patient who was in a domestic violence situation. The only thing that she had to do was keep her kids away from the man that was creating the domestic violence.
Right.
Every time they moved her and her kids, every time she moved with her kids to another family member's house that was approved by CPS, he would show up. That's on her at this point.
Right.
Why is this man showing up everywhere your kids are when he's not supposed to be around your kid?
Right. Yep.
Like, so you have nobody else to blame when you can't follow simple instructions. It's just like plain and simple to me. And you can't blame nobody else but yourself.
True.
How much of this one we have left? Is this the last hearing? Oh, we have 22 minutes.
Yeah, we have quite a bit of time. Go ahead.
Blankets and something else. Nail clippers or something.
Every Monday and Tuesday.
Did it say she stole nail clippers? You couldn't just bite your nail?
And backpack. Did I say that?
Over a pair of what? Nail clippers?
And all of that stuff, did it add up to a value of more than $200?
Probably, yeah.
She stole a car seat.
Any other factual basis questions that either of the council have?
At least steal stuff that you can put in your pocket.
Yeah,
And
that's
again,
what I
find
say,
that Ms. Briggs
Darth.
has given me a proper
That was
factual
wild.
basis. She's admitted to stealing property of the store from Walmart that was open.
Nail clippers,
while Walmart was open,
a car seat, and a
and the
couple
value
other
was
things.
more than $200.
To answer this question, why does the value of what's stolen matter?
Either council,
It matters
wherever-
because of the fact that they can press charges based on the amount.
Oh, oh yeah. There's a difference between petty and grand.
This is
Like,
a Michigan case.
Like if you're being charged with a petty, that's usually a misdemeanor. If you're being charged with grand, that's usually a felony.
Right.
So that is dependent on the amount. Usually, depending, I think, on the state. Like we watched a case the other day, or a video the other day, where a woman stole, I think, like $800 out of the cash register at her job over time. That was a grand. I want to say larceny. Is it larceny or grand theft?
I believe
That's the
it's
same.
I believe it's $2,000 in California. I'm not positive. I don't know what it is in New York, unfortunately.
I thought it was like
I think it's higher than I think it's higher than a K. I really do. I think it is higher than a K, but I'm not positive.
I'm not 100% sure. Let me see the difference between petty and grand. I guess I'm gonna say larceny, because larceny is also theft, right?
Yeah.
So
We'll get to your answer here in just a second.
the main difference between petty and grand larceny is the value of the stolen property,
Right.
which determines the severity of the charge, its classification, and the potential penalty. Petty larceny involves a lower value item and is typically a misdemeanor. while grand larceny involves a higher value item and is classified as a felony with harsher penalty. So, so
Does it
this one
say,
says
like, the
lower
amounts or
value
anything?
is less than 1,000 in New York. See, look, it put New York already because I'm in New York.
Right.
So petty larceny here for stolen property is anything less than $1,000, and then it also says less than $750 in some parts of California. Why is Google paying attention to the where we are?
Well, I said it.
I know, but why is it coming up on my phone? Like, what the fuck? Like, it's literally specifically looking at our states. I didn't ask you for that, Google. Stay out of my business.
Never.
So
Google is everywhere.
Actually, petty larceny is less in your state than it is mine. So New York is giving people a chance at least.
Right.
And it's the same thing for grand, anything over 1,000, and in your state it's anything over 950. Oh wait, hold on.
950?
What is that? Over 1,000 in New York, over
750.
950. So there's a $200 difference between your petty and your grand larceny.
Ugh.
That's crazy.
Good to know.
Look, do they have a state that they want us to look at?
Do you have a certain state you want to look at, Darth? Right. No, no state is necessary.
But I think also too, some of the amounts have probably changed as the cost of living has probably changed. Because I don't remember it being that high.
I call it enabling, not giving them a chance in my eyes. He's talking about California, and I kind of agree.
I mean, honestly, you would think that petty larceny would be higher in California than, or either higher or the same as New York.
Right.
Because the cost of living and the cost of things are more expensive in California too.
Right.
Now, if you go down south, which just for shits and giggles, let's look at a state in the south.
Okay. Let's do Michigan since we're talking about it.
I said the south. Michigan's up north.
Oh, all right.
Michigan might not really count because it has a main city too. But let's see. It's the same thing. But this one has. Okay, so.
I wonder if that's a general rule. I wonder if
No, I think it depends because it depends on different states because our states are different.
Right.
But remember, Michigan has Detroit. It has
True.
So there the petty larceny is 1,000. Is less than 1,000 also.
Okay.
That's why I said I want to see what a state in the South where the cost of living is MISSI. Wait, MISSI.
All right.
Yes, I'm trying to spell Mississippi with the song.
Good job.
Okay, I'm just gonna do Mississippi just to see if there's a difference.
Right.
Okay, it still says 1,000.
I want to say that's
Okay.
I want to say that's a general rule too. I really do. I want to say that's kind of a general thing.
Look, I'm trying
a
to
lot of
find the
states
state
are.
of failure.
I know that a lot of states are following California's lead by a lot of things, so that could be also part of it. I'll be right back, friends.
Ooh, Florida is 750.
Nice.
750. What's another bump? Oh. Oh, I found a low one.
All right.
So
Give me one
I
second.
looked up Florida, and Florida is 750, and then I said, let me look at Kentucky. Kentucky, which I am so not surprised, is 500. So there are still states that like they trying to catch you up there.
Yeah.
Because the higher the petty amount, right?
Right.
The more chance you have of falling into petty and it being a misdemeanor.
True.
The lower the amount, the more you are trying to lock people up.
True.
And I'm sorry to say, but I'm not surprised
No.
that Kentucky is one of those states.
Mm-mm.
You gotta love impromptu research.
Yeah. I mean, we'll look it up too, guys. We'll look it up, and if we don't know, we'll look it up. So.
Because we don't want to be.
We'll definitely give you
part
the
of
answers you need.
The misinformation train, right?
Nope. And, yeah.
Can't accuse us of fake news.
Nope. I don't do fake news. I would not say trying to lock people up, but more persuade people not to steal. Yeah.
I just don't. I don't know if that's a That's not a What's the word? It's not as preventative as I think people would want it to be.
I would love to see the world not steal, not do crime in general, but
Yeah, but then we wouldn't have nothing to watch, and
that too. That too, but at the same time, it's like, why can't we all just get along? Why can't we all do the right thing? Real simple things, right? Nah.
That kind of falls back to the like.
Oh yeah.
Entitlement.
There's always cop cases, and we do body cam stuff too. So you'll see a lot of that too. We do court, we do body cams.
If we can establish which are the right people to watch for certain videos, then we can do more of the body cam ones. It's just that, especially like even yesterday, because yes, we do watch stuff without y'all.
Right. Well, we watch
do run
too
into
because
narrative videos, and that's like the problem sometimes, because we don't even like watching videos that is a complete narration. We like to see actual footage with actual people talking,
right?
Not
And
somebody telling us what happened.
Darth also said some of those drivers belong on racetracks, and that's true. Man, some of them guys get away.
We also watch a lot of like which I don't. Most of the people that we watch already edit stuff because it's on YouTube.
Right.
But we also watch a lot of like CPS or child endangerment, like certain things that I guess could for some people might be something that's touchy.
Right.
So we kind of keep those off of stream and well, for me off of my recording. But and then we also try to find stuff that's funny. But usually the title sounds funny, but the video ends up not being funny.
Right.
But and I don't think we don't want to get to the point where we're watching something more than once.
Right.
Just for a stream. So every time that you guys see us watch anything, aside from the very first video we did today, we don't pre-watch anything.
No.
So we don't know what's gonna happen. We don't know how it's gonna go.
Right.
And that way you're also getting kind of like our raw reaction to things.
Right.
I think because if it's not raw, then what's the point?
True.
But I kind of want to get over this one. I'm sorry, like I'm not trying to be funny. Her voice is super annoying to me.
Mm,
I just want to get through her case
yeah.
so we can go to something else. I'm sorry.
No. Yeah.
Let's just get rid of her, please. 22 minutes left.
Threats or inducements not stated on the record?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, the court has complied with court rule.
All right, I will accept then the pleas as to all three of the charges. I do find them to be knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily done, as she has properly answered my questions about promises, threats, or other inducements. Let me just make some notes.
Has she, though?
No. But
I think they're just fucking over it and they're just ready to get to the next shit that day. Because she literally just says she'd resist arrest again. That doesn't sound like somebody that understands.
Right.
All right, Mr. Fortier, do we need to get some information from Walmart and give them an opportunity to be here for sentencing, or can we proceed today?
We can proceed today.
Mr. Brown, do you wish to proceed today?
Yes, Judge.
All right, Ms. Brink, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask each of the lawyers what they think we should do for sentencing. And then I'm going to, after you've heard what they say, I'm going to give you a chance to tell me anything that you want me to know as well. So listen carefully. Mr. Fortier, your thoughts on sentencing?
Judge, after having an opportunity to review the video for this one, I think it was pretty clear there were some outside factors going on with Ms. Brink. Frankly, I think the court's well aware of kind of what's been going on with her history. I think an appropriate sentence would be giving her some jail time with credit for what she's already served, but then putting her on probation. I would leave up to the court. If she is going to be on probation, I would ask that she continue any sort of mental health treatment that she is undergoing or should be undergoing.
I did that right on a commercial. I'm so sorry. Two things. Why would Walmart care?
People have lots of opinions when it comes to our bodies.
And why did this thing undo my pause? That was rude.
I think
it's a commercial.
I know, but I paused the commercial and then it just like said, I'm gonna do what I want to do. Why would Walmart care about $200 and have input in her sentencing?
Only because she had other outstanding things, probably.
Walmart does not care about that $200.
They don't.
Or about her sentencing. But why would he? Okay, so I get it. The jail time served, fine. Gonna put her on probation. Why? So she can continuously have probation violations? Why don't you just lock her up, and when she gets out, there be no probation or parole?
Right.
Like she doesn't have to worry. Never mind. Sorry. I apologize, everybody.
CMH, if they're not already involved, should become involved. And to that extent, whatever treatment recommendations she has, I think she needs to follow through with. There is no restitution as well, as all items were recovered. And I had an opportunity to talk with both police officers that were involved, and they understand that there were additional factors outside of just what most people might think.
Call it mean, but work camps are better structured than old ones, would stop a lot
Mr.
of
Brown,
crime.
Elocution?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would largely echo what Mr. Fortier said. I am not going to rehash her history on the record. The court is very well aware of it. All I'm going to do is ask the court to fashion a sentence which primarily deals with her mental health, which is, I think, what should be the focus. Obviously, there is an element of punishment. She has been sitting for quite a while, but I want her to get the help that she needs. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Brink, this is your opportunity to tell me anything that you want me to know about you and about what you think the sentence should be. So if you have any comments, this is now the time to make them.
This would be the time for her to shut the fuck up.
Mostly, I just want you to know that I did relapse and drink a beer after being sober for about almost a year now. And so that negatively affected me. I spent an entire day trying to sober up. I had not taken my medication that day. Sometimes I'm usually pretty good about it, but I don't know what happened. I'm homeless, and I've been living in my vehicle. It's very lonely being homeless.
Very true.
And I
feel for her struggles.
You know, I've got mental health.
Yeah,
problems.
But at the same time, she sold her home, blew up through
37K.
Yeah, in profit, and shafted both of her baby daddies.
And that is where the sympathy, that's where the sympathy, empathy, whatever for her, sort of like just drops off.
Yeah.
Because she was given a large sum of money and an opportunity to make better decisions. And I know someone who just got a settlement for suing a CO, a correctional officer, while they were incarcerated. And because she had a drug problem, they would not give her money because it's an excessive amount of money that she won. They wanted to make sure that she was clean, that she could maintain her own place of living, and that she could manage money before they give her that money.
Yep.
Now, I get it, 37K is not a lot. I myself have kind of, like, went through more than that in a very short amount of time. But with her history, she should have never had that amount of money in her control without making sure that she would do the right thing.
Right. Cope and excuses is most of this case, Darth. It's just basically one excuse after another. She's tried to get jobs. She's tried to pay for it. It's just been a bunch of excuses.
Yeah, but even according to this case, she's had at least 3 jobs in the span of a month.
Yeah, in the span of a month, which, yeah.
So she clearly doesn't have a problem finding the employment. She keeps losing it probably because she keeps getting arrested.
Right.
Which kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about why, if someone's looking at her background, why would they even kind of hire her?
Right.
Because she's a liability.
Right.
She's clearly a liability.
Clearly.
But also too, then it's the other part of it. If you don't let her, if she can't get a job for her past, which there are specific companies that do hire felons.
Mm-hmm.
So she could always look into that, because I'm assuming they're prepared for liability.
Right.
She might be a little bit of a lost cause.
Yeah.
So I don't always 100% understand what's going on. to be
Sympathy limited.
So I just want the court to understand those things. And
I do feel terrible for her children, but I'm appalled.
Being so kind with his words about about what you think I should be sentenced to. Lara Brown did a great job, in my opinion, representing me. And I'm embarrassed mostly, and so it's even hard to even verbalize how.
Okay, this is YouTube is telling me to stop pausing.
I feel right now, and what I want you to know. And I'm ashamed of myself because I didn't think I would, after prison, I didn't think I would end up in this position again. And so I feel horrible, and I fucked up. Excuse my language, but that's the truth of it. And my parents are ashamed of me and embarrassed of me. And so that's enough punishment for me, to be honest. But I know you have to impose a sentence, and so if you can just give me work camp or probation or something minor, I don't know, because even if they let me out of jail, I don't know where I'm going to stay yet. So just take those things into consideration, I guess, if you can.
All right. Well, Ms. Brink, I want to say thank you for the work that you've done to get yourself back together with your mental health treatment. There's a world of difference between today and some of the previous conversations that we've had. And I want to say you're doing much better today, and I appreciate that. You're a thoughtful person today, and I think that bodes well for if you stay on your medication and stay on your treatment plan, things can go much better for you. But
yes,
that's
sir.
kind of where.
You know, when I was in prison and even slightly before that, I wasn't working with CMH right away, but they messed with my meds a lot, and it got me all kinds of confused because they would change it a lot. While I was in prison, they changed my medications a lot.
Work camps are nothing like they used to be.
But when I got
She wants a work camp because modern work camps are daycare centers.
They've changed my medication so much, and so it's very hard to understand what's happened from then until now.
Interesting.
Without getting outside person's opinions or facts even really, because I know I've been in the hospital a lot. I can tell you that, and been in jail a lot, but
She should have just stopped talking when she had the chance.
like they just change it, and so this shot of Abilify works pretty good. And so does the Zoloft and gabapentin. I need to get back on a metoprolol for my AFib. I know that, and the gel's working with me on that too, so that's good.
Okay.
But
well, I'm
Mute.
just simply
Just
going to
mute
say
her.
the doctors are the ones that control all that kind
You
of
just
stuff.
keep thinking you're
They're the ones that,
Right,
and
right.
sometimes they have to experiment to see
That's
what works
true.
best for you. But I'm going to require you to do that, to work with them. So
Yep.
Yeah.
let me ask you
Exactly.
just one other small question before I tell you what the sentence is going to be. How much time have you been in jail now, up to this point?
I believe a month. Monday will make a month.
All right, so at least 25 days.
Yes, sir.
All
I
right.
believe so. Anyway, today's I don't even know the day of the week. Thursday, I think. Today's.
Yes, today is Friday.
So, today's Friday.
Today is
Okay.
Friday
so,
the 17th. Have you been in jail for all of October and part of
Yes.
September? All right. Okay.
22nd of September, I've been in jail.
All right. I'm going to put you on probation for 6 months, just so we can make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing with your medications and with your treatment.
Right. Yep.
There's a cost for that.
how do
There's
you
a
do
$75
probation from jail?
mandatory crime victim rights fee, a $50 justice assessment. I'm going to reduce
I wish she
got
would just
3
know
charges
when to
I gotta
stop talking.
do things on, so bear with me for just a
You're right.
minute.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to reduce the court costs to $100 on each one of them. And I'm going to reduce the fine to $50 on each one of them. And then there's a $180 probation oversight fee on each one of them as well. So let me add up those amounts.
Probation oversight fee?
It's a total of $770, and you can pay that over the course of probation.
All the judges
Okay.
we've
Over
seen
the
are
course of
different.
6 months, then.
Yep.
I don't
Okay.
care for this guy
Thank
much.
you.
I'm going to let you do community service work if you can't find work right away, so that you can work that off at the discretion of the probation office. There are some fines that you have to pay yourself, but you can enroll in some of them. I'm going to require you to go to CMH, Community Mental Health, and follow all recommendations and submit a release to probation so that they can know what you're supposed to be doing with community mental health and what your treatment program is. All right?
Yes, sir.
So take all your medications. go to counseling, whatever they tell you to do, that's what you're going to have to do.
Right.
No consumption of alcohol or non-prescribed drugs. That means if your doctor tells you to take a drug, then you take it, but you can't take street drugs and you can't abuse your prescriptions. You understand what I mean by that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I don't want you to go to any bars or places where alcohol is served by the glass. So stay out of there. That way, because if you're mixing your medications with alcohol, bad things happen.
Yes, I know. Yes, I know.
Really bad things
All right.
happen.
I am going to send you, because you're not working right now, I am going to send you to the work camp for 10 days so that you can give back to the community. That'll make you feel a little bit better about yourself too once you get out and you're able to do something. And hopefully that'll give you a little bit of structure so that you know where you're supposed to be and when you're supposed to be there.
Okay.
Mr. Fortier, are you aware whether or not the United Way still deals with people that have housing issues?
I do not know.
Mr. Brown, are you aware of any other agency in the community that deals with housing issues that could help her find some place to land?
Unfortunately, no. I don't know if NEMSCA deals with those things or not.
There used to be an agency called First Call for Help that had a way of doing the phone tree and calling places like that.
Yeah, we know Google. Leave us alone.
Grip, stability, precision. That's the
Those
essence of
tires do
driving.
not look very
Lawfin.
thick. Sorry.
Nope.
I'm going to ask probation to contact community mental health and help her deal with the homeless issue, or at least make some referrals. See what is out there.
Because I don't know where I'm going to live, is it okay if I ask when I'm getting out of jail? Like, is that happening today? Because I'm a little bit nervous about that. I have nowhere to go.
He just told you you're going to the work camp.
Get out to see if they'll put me up somewhere or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask our probation department if they know of any other community resource that deals with homelessness. I don't know that we have a specific shelter in town anymore. We used to, but I don't think we have one now. But I believe that DHHS may have some funding available for emergency bases.
Okay.
And I'll ask our probation department to call and see if there's anything that they can point you to when you are released. I'm going to give you 25 days in jail, credit for 25 days.
Great.
So you don't have to serve any additional jail time, but you will have to go to the work camp, and so you're going to need to contact them to get that set up and get started with that once you are released. And I'm going to ask probation to try to see if there's any place that we can put you, or that at least you can go and make an application for a place to stay. I can't guarantee anything, but we'll at least work with you and try to help you that way. Are there any other questions that you have, Ms. Brink?
No, sir. That is all.
Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Fortier?
No, Judge.
All right. Good luck to you, ma'am. Please, for everybody's sake, stay on your medication and do your counseling like you're supposed to, okay?
Yes, sir, I will.
All right. Good luck
Thank
to
you
you.
so much. Yes, thank you. Thanks, Larry.
We'll see Chelsea again
Anybody else, Your Honor?
in the next court hearing.
I don't believe so. Thank you.
She literally got
Plains to
off.
Prison, written by Chelsea Brink. One decision, although seemingly insignificant at the time, can affect a whole life, and in turn has the ability to affect multiple lives. You see, before prison, I was a highly respected member of my community. I became a registered nurse in 2011 and worked and volunteered as such until 2017. I owned a 2,500 square foot 5-bedroom house. I have 2 children who were taken away from me by their fathers. And like I said, one decision has the ability to completely derail a life. I've been incarcerated since 2018. I did 10 months in county jail before coming to Women's Huron Valley Correctional Facility. I came to WHV on October 15th, 2019. I was only supposed to be here for 6 months for a probation violation. 6 months has turned into a hellacious almost 18 months. I completed my required coursework in the first 6 months. It was required that I take healing trauma, phase 2 substance abuse, and beyond violence classes. I put forth effort in my classes and took it serious, thinking it could only help me and would facilitate a faster release from WHV custody back into the community. How wrong I was. These are weird times, I will admit. With the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, so much has changed. Beginning in March 2020, all prisoners have been required to wear face masks, which are suffocating. The prison has been shut down for a year now. It's only been in the last week that we've received new inmates. The school and all core programming have ceased to exist. On Monday, a couple of classes restarted. Prison is hell. There is no other way to describe this place. The food is nearly inedible. The healthcare and mental health care services are terrible to non-existent. Not to mention, I'm 12 months past my earliest release date. I've been given too many unfair tickets, and I've spent 113 days total on sanction. I've been disrespected on every level. It seems that certain individuals at the prison have forgotten who I am. I guess I can't expect them to remember me when I've forgotten who I am, and when I didn't stay true to myself. I've settled in, and I'm working hard to make my situation livable, pushing against the wildness, while the wildness pushes back with everything it has. I remember when I was in county jail, I kept saying to others that the system is broken. But the thing I had forgotten along the way somewhere is that dying and killing are part of God's plan too. It's part of life. The question, though, is am I dying or killing? Is it possible to do both? And whose lives are affected by dying and killing? And how? There are times I could scream with the frustration of the uselessness of my own brain. But through the last 18 months, the thing I have found time and time again is that the human heart proves the most confounding mystery of all. I've learned to be patient with myself first, and have remembered to only believe half of what I hear and all of what I see. I sometimes think that being loved a little less than others can actually make a person rather than ruin them. Trouble is the only thing that seems to stick with me with any regularity, but I'm learning to think that can shape a person too. I've never known how to handle money. I'm not sure I understand it. The love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. Some have strayed from their faith in their greediness and have pierced themselves through with many sorrows. Just because you break the law doesn't mean you have intentionally crossed the line into evil. Sometimes the line creeps up on you, and before you know it, you're standing on the other side. It is rare that what is expected and what is right are the same set of footprints. There are always exceptions to the rules, and the same applies to the letter of the law. Since being incarcerated, I have remembered that what I don't say is probably more important than what I do say. I don't want anyone's sympathy or to be coddled. I don't want anyone's pity or platitudes. I just want my old life back. And that notion, the utterly gut-wrenching, soul-crushing feeling that your life has been stolen from you, is something that you cannot fathom unless you've been through it yourself. Every terrible thing that you've been through in your life up until that point pales in comparison or seems downright ridiculous. You don't even know where to begin. I know I didn't, but I'm trying to make my way back to who I was, and in the process, I'm learning who I am. But it's a difficult journey. I've had to remind myself time and time again that we are not our past, no matter how traumatic or life-changing it might have been. You don't have to be superhuman to survive the bad times, and you can't always be at your best. But even when things look their worst, you can still feel positive about the future.
I can't agree with that.
Being optimistic
I
is
work a
simply a
lot.
choice made possible by being
fun
creative
with
and proactive. A happy
Yeah.
ending begins with having faith in your own story and looking for ways to create joy for yourself and others. We are all our own journeys, hopes, and dreams clad in mortal wrapping paper. And no matter how lost, lonely, defeated, or damaged we feel, accepting the love of others and loving them in return, to whatever return we can, will help make us feel whole again. I find some solace when listening to music, and also enjoy the escape afforded when reading. When your body craves physical relief, you can only listen to so much music and read so many books. It's been so long since I was a child that I've forgotten that there are building blocks of love, and that at the very bottom is comfort. Choice is a part of what makes us human. Love isn't doing whatever the person you cared for expects of you. It's doing what they don't expect, going above and beyond what you've been asked. Nothing stands out so conspicuously or remains so firmly fixed in the memory as something which you have blundered. I've learned that sometimes it's necessary to reteach a thing its loveliness. There are times I almost think I'm not sure of what I absolutely know. Some lessons WHV and being incarcerated have taught me are to soak up all the wisdom around you. Make time to dream big dreams and find people who believe in them. Learn from the people who know how to roll on the road and be ready to lay down your own asphalt. Know how to seize upon your own moment. Keep your real friends close. Make your mother proud. Honor the place you came from. Do the work, then enjoy the ride. I have to choose between what hurts and what hurts worse. It is a rare soul who would stand against a crowd.
True. Muted.
I try to mute so that I don't interrupt like the video with the noise I have in my background.
I know.
She was clearly sober and on her medication.
Yeah.
Because that was actually very well written.
Yeah.
And shows that what we've seen in this video in these hearings is clearly not who she was before. In order for her to become a registered nurse, that means that she's highly educated.
Yep.
And very capable of being in high stress situations and helping others. So something happened, something, became a turnaround.
Yep.
But it still doesn't change other things, but it is sad to see that somebody, I'm dealing with the sirens again, that a person who had everything could literally lose it all.
Yeah.
Kind of sad.
Yeah.
Let's see. We can't even say, oh, let's go to something more cheery.
Nope.
Another one, which would make it easier for me to find the videos later on to remove them. Court considers termination. Child refuses all contact.
Okay.
Is this one that we watched already and I didn't delete it? Let's check, because didn't we have that one parent that the child wanted nothing to do with her?
We would call the matter of.
Oh, I find it always entertaining when we see the same attorneys representing, the different people. Oh, and it's the same judge.
Yep.
So are we down for this one, or you want me to find a shorter one?
I don't care. It's fine.
Let me see. Well, we're already almost actually at 4 hours.
No.
Or at least on my recording.
Yeah, your recording is gonna say 4 hours. I'm at 3.
Oh, because of your thing.
Yeah,
All right, so instead of because here's the thing, we can do an hour and a half one.
How long is this one?
This one is an hour and a half. Oh, see, what is going on today? It's Monday. Why are people not behaving? But we could also, we could do like the 25 and 24 minute. There's I have a 16-minute one.
No, let's do this one. Let's do this one. Get it finished.
So you can knock out your stream.
I'm not
in a
worried
go.
about time. I got lots of time. It's only 2:30. We were way early this morning, so.
We were?
Yeah, I was at 10 a.m.
We need to set a time and stick to it, though.
No,
I think.
I mean, I'm doing my time still. My time slots.
No, I know. I just mean for consistency purposes.
No, these cases don't pick a time. Some of them could be anywhere from 6 hours long to who knows.
Oh, we will never probably do a 6 hour case for your stream.
Oh, long.
I even avoid the 4 hour ones, and I'm a little skeptical about the 2 hour ones too. But I'm not saying it to be like that. I know we have like. I have a shit ton of stuff. Like this list has 120 videos on it.
Yeah. So let's get rid of some of these.
Yeah, we'll never be short of them. I just want to make sure that because also too, the earlier that we do start, the more we can get in just in a day in general. So.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right.
There was a 5 hour one I watched that was a wild ride of chaos. Very true. They're all usually a wild ride of nuts. Yeah.
All right, so we'll do this to
script for crime. Yeah.
Hour and 30-minute one.
Go ahead.
August Millsap. I have received a number of reports, including the Wellspring Court Report dated July 15th, the Case Service Plan dated July 1st, Parent Agency Treatment Plan dated July 1st, Monthly Progress Report from Bear River Health regarding Angel Quinn Kuznicki dated June 26th, letter from Joy Valley Counseling with appointment information.
My apologies, I'm sorry. This one is court considers termination, child refuses all contact.
Okay.
For August dated June 25th. A letter from Joy Valley Counseling with appointment information for Angel dated June 25th. Posen School IEP progress report dated 4/10. Forensic fluid drug screen results for Angel for 5/14. And anger management worksheet completed by Alan dated April 29th. Mr. Sommerfeld, is there any other documentation that I should be aware of?
No, Judge.
I would, any objection to the court considering all that information?
No objection.
No objection.
No
All right, hearing no objection, the court will deem those admitted. Mr. Sommerfeld, do you have a witness for me to hear today?
Yes, I'd like to call Kelly Hughes, please.
No! Ooh, what is this? I think I need that stuff. The pink stuff?
The pink stuff.
Where can I find it?
Don't forget to grab your little orange box or make a donation at trickortreatforunicef.com.
I want the pink
You raise
stuff.
your right hand so I can swear you in. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, we even comment about
All
the
right,
commercials.
please state your full name for the record.
One?
I said yes. We even comment about the commercials sometimes.
Kelly Hughes.
Mr. Sommerfeld, go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Hughes, how are you employed?
I'm a foster care caseworker with Wellspring Lutheran Services.
Are you familiar with August Millsap?
I am.
And how so?
I'm the foster care case manager for the family.
Okay, and are you providing services to both parents? Both parents?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Let's start with Dad. Is he still in Department of Corrections?
He is. He's actually in Parnell Correctional Facility at this time.
Okay. Is he like learning a trade there? Is that why they moved him?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And about his earliest release date is it 2026 or 2028?
2027, I believe it is.
Okay. And what kind of services do you provide him while he is incarcerated?
So while he is incarcerated, I have been providing him with worksheets regarding anger management, regarding substance use, and regarding parenting skills at this time. That is about what I am able to offer at this point in time with him being incarcerated.
Okay. Is he completing those assignments?
He is, yes.
Okay. And the report indicates he did send August a birthday card this year?
He did. He sent a birthday card and he sent a handwritten letter as well.
Okay. Is August receptive to those, the letter and the birthday card? Was she receptive?
No, she was not.
Okay, did she state any reason for that?
She stated she had no interest in receiving any information from that side of the family.
Okay. How is August doing in foster placement?
So August is doing well in her foster placement. She is really enjoying the fact that they have a lot of new babies on the farm. And she's helping with that. She's helping with doing some gardening. She has actually developed her own garden, growing from seeds and taking like half of the vegetable and planting the vegetable and watching it grow. And she's very proud of that. She shows it to me every time I go to see her. Overall, she's doing really well at the foster home. Her needs are being met at the foster home where she's currently residing.
She's still under
I'm so is she missing teeth?
Not able to
I'm
determine.
like I don't know if it's the quality of the video or
I'm not able to determine.
mental health treatment.
She is. She went back to seeing Teresa Gibson. She had requested to try to do a therapist at the school. That proved to be very problematic for August. That was determined to be the case very quickly. That was not going to be what was in August's best interest. And when I spoke with Teresa Gibson, she reported that the downward spiral that August has had with her mental stability just due to that minor adjustment that August actually requested has been astronomical.
Okay, what kind of reaction are you talking about?
So according to Teresa Gibson, she had stated to me when I spoke with her that she has almost had to go back to the very bare bone basics is what was reported. Working with her at the very early stages, like
That's
completely
a good point.
rebuilding the
Swearing on the
rapport,
Bible
completely
doesn't mean anything when it comes to like a court case or anything like that. That would bother me too. He says that one thing that has always bothered me slightly. I don't believe in God, so swearing on the Bible means testament would mean nothing. I don't. I mean, I believe, right? I'm just gonna say that.
I think that's an area we shouldn't probably touch.
Yeah, I mean, true.
And that's also
Everybody
something
has their
that's
different
never
beliefs, so
and that's just something that's never going to change in the judicial system.
yeah,
It's never going to change. It's been that way forever.
yeah, true.
So I don't think we should touch on
Oh
that
no, yeah,
at
just
all.
the idea, yeah. And I don't know why people do it. Okay, yeah, we're. I'm not gonna even try to go there because it's not. No, we need to stay out of there. Truth be said, but yes, I understand what you're saying.
Do you want me to like pause the video when you're talking to your chat so that you're not
Please.
talking over the video?
Yes, please.
Okay.
going right back to the starting point, basically. So she has lost a lot of groundwork that she had been making.
Okay. Has August indicated anything to you regarding a desire to see both of her parents?
August does not wish to see either of her parents. In fact, her exact statement to me was that she just wants this shit to be done. That was her comment to me.
Okay. And she's 12 years old.
That's correct.
All right. Let's talk about mom. Angel Quinn Kuznicki. Is she participating in services?
So Angel reported that she had re-engaged with Bear River Health for both mental health services as well as substance use services. I did speak with the Bear River Health regarding that. She had signed a release for me to do so. They did confirm that she had re-engaged with mental health services with a therapist there who she was working on past trauma, substance use, and mental health services. They said that she was very strong in her attendance in the month of, I believe it was March, but she does not have anything scheduled. And since that real strong month, it has been really sporadic. And at this point in time, there is no scheduled appointments.
Okay, so when I look at the parent agency treatment plan, all of the need domains are marked as poor. In the way the parent agency treatment plan is set up, it is in regards to both parents. They're not separated. Can you explain why is there a rating of poor under the need domain of substance abuse?
So substance abuse is marked as the need domain substance use is marked as poor because Angel had reported that she was engaging with Bear River's MAT program or medically assisted treatment. That information has not been able to be verified. When I called to verify that information, it was noted to me that they were not able to verify, confirming or denying that the information was accurate as there was no releases signed on their end. She had reported that she was taking Zubzol, which is a form of buprenorphine or Suboxone for the medication treatment. But again, that information has not been able to be verified. So based on the fact that I was unable to verify any of that information, that is why the needs domain was marked as poor.
Okay, and that also includes Dad. Why? Give us the reasons why he was also rated as poor.
In the substance use domain?
Yes, I'm sorry.
So Dad's actually would not be marked as poor in the substance use domain for him. He has had no reports of any substance use incidences or issues at the at Parnell Correctional Facility during this reporting period. He also reports that he is engaging in AA and NA meetings, and that was able to be confirmed. So his would not be marked as poor, his would be marked as partial.
Okay, I wanted to clarify that. So the next need domain is substance abuse. Again, that is marked poor. Please start with Mom and tell us why, and then you can transition to Dad.
Okay, so I just want to clarify because I thought I was just speaking about substance use and you said substance use again.
I'm sorry, sexual abuse.
They say if it's too good to be true, it must be. But at WGU, you can get your degree with the same accreditations as the...
Okay, so sexual abuse would be poor for, more so for Dad at this point. It is also marked as poor for Mom because neither one of them are really showing any growth in working through or helping to support the allegations that are against Alan at this point.
Okay, so can you specify that a little bit more? I mean, are they not acknowledging something?
Yes, neither one of them acknowledged that the incidences that are being alleged happened. They're both, they're asking questions like, why would she say something like that? That never happened. I would never do that.
Okay, and so, and this is in relation to August has made allegations against her father regarding sexual abuse.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, according to the reports that the criminal case into Dad is still open, but it's not really moving forward. Do I got that right?
That is correct.
Okay, any updates on that front that you know of?
I have attempted to reach out to Officer Benzing, and I'm just being told that right now it is still an open investigation, but there is no progress at this point.
Okay. And it does say that Dad completed a polygraph test. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay. Emotional stability behavior, that need domain, that is also marked as poor. Can you explain it as it relates the poor rating as to both mom and dad again?
As to mom, it was marked as poor due to the fact of, yes, though she did engage, it was very brief. And she is currently not got any type of appointments scheduled per the last report I had. And as to dad's actually would be listed as substantial. He actually has just recently been decreased in the amount of time that he is seeing a mental health service provider to every 3 months, I believe it is, because it has been reported that his depression that he was experiencing has been stabilized and he no longer requires his medications. So at this point in time, from court or from Parnell, they feel like his mental health is stable at this point.
Okay. As far as parenting skills go, same question. The progress evaluation is rated poor. Can you explain how that relates to both parents?
So as far as mom goes, mom has not engaged in any parenting courses. She has not participated in any type of parenting courses during this reporting period. As far as dad goes, dad has been working on completing some parenting course or parenting reports and paperwork that I have sent to him. So his would be marked as partial.
Okay. And the last one, which is not rated, has to do with child characteristics. Is that really just about August and how her parents are relating to August's emotional needs?
That is correct.
Okay. Why is that one not rated? I know there's an explanation in the description. Can you just give us some information on that?
So as far as that one goes, that one rolled over from the previous report within the PATP period. So that was a child needs domain prior. That's why it's not showing a rating this particular time. As far as the rating goes, it would still be likely a poor rating due to the fact of her emotional stability continues to be a barrier for her. The fact of her not knowing what her permanency plan continues to be an issue for her. And the fact of just, not wanting a relationship and the stress that is creating on her. So those barriers that are to that need domain remain the same.
Now, August has made statements in the past about that she wished to be adopted. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
And is she still of the belief that she wishes her parents would just let her get adopted?
Yes, she is. Actually, even as early as yesterday, she was sending some text messages back and forth to me where her chickens had babies. And she said, I said, you always love your animals. She said, yes, I do. She says, at least I'm able to show love because my parents don't show love to me. And hopefully one day I won't have to work with you either, because hopefully in the near future, I'll be able to be adopted.
So what, I wanted to talk about one more thing. It looks like August met with Tim Strauss, the psychological evaluator, yesterday.
Yes, that is correct. She did meet with Tim Strauss yesterday, and Angel was scheduled for this following Monday, or this upcoming Monday on the 28th, but that has been rescheduled till August the 5th.
Okay. What was the nature of August's appointment with Tim Strauss? What is it for?
So that is to reevaluate her mental status at this point, and if it is a possibility that we can still continue forward, and how it would impact her with the length of period of time she's been separated from her parents, as well as what her emotional stability can handle moving towards a goal of reunification, and whether or not that would be what is in her best interest, or if it would be in her best interest to move towards the goal of an adoption.
Okay, and that would only be in relation to how August relates with mom and not dad.
That is correct.
Okay. So will we have this information for the next review period to present to the court?
Yes, we should have. They said it would take about 6 weeks to get it back.
All right. So what is, you're asking to, you would like August to remain where she is in licensed unrelated foster care?
That is correct.
Okay. And then at this time, parenting time between August and Angel is still suspended?
That is correct.
And what is the reason for that suspension? I know it's been suspended for quite some time. Do those conditions still exist? And
Sorry.
no.
Yes, they do. The conditions that warranted the suspension to begin with continue to be there.
Okay. And that's really based upon August and her mental health and how she relates to her mom.
That is correct.
Okay. Wasn't the previous information from Tim Strauss, the earlier evaluation, he had concluded that it would really be really harmful to August, her emotional health, if she were to have a reconnection with her mom?
That is correct. He did state that it would likely cause emotional harm to the point of maybe not recovering.
Okay. So, and then it says you're maybe you're looking at maybe a goal change at the next review hearing. What would be the basis for that? I mean, is it subject to the psychological evaluations?
Yes, that would be correct. Based on the psychological evaluations and the results of the psychological evaluations, if the results continue to remain where they were prior, where it is going to cause likely significant harm to August to move forward with the goal of reunification, at that point in time, we would ask the courts to give permission to file for termination.
Okay, but right now we're still asking the court to keep the goal of reunification.
That is correct.
Okay, is there anything else you'd like to offer this afternoon?
Not at this time.
I'm not trying to be funny, but why would the goal be for reunification if the child has like literally said, I don't want to be with either parent?
Right. Sorry, Darth. My apologies, but I missed a couple of your messages here. I'm going to go back and actually read them. I'd love to know more details about this case. It's very vague in some spots, and so far it has been vague. Seems kind of interesting to me, considering the meddling that schools do against parents to kids. I want to know if any of this has been fed to her in some ways by the educational system. Well,
I don't think that that's a necessarily a consideration, because they just also mentioned that there's like a sexual assault aspect to this
right.
with the father. So I don't think, even if the school is involved in that, that's not something that they can look past. And I can say that too, like as a psychologist, if a child says to me anything that falls under neglect or sexual, anything in that nature, I have a responsibility to report it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I don't necessarily know if that's, and I do get it. There are certain cases where a school might see a bruise or a scrape or something and have some concern, and it ends up not really being anything that has to do with the parent.
Right.
But I mean, we were kids once. We get hurt all the
Yeah.
I've gotten hurt rollerblading outside and had black and blues on my legs and stuff. That wasn't done by my parents. Um, so yeah, they can make mistakes, but I'm thinking that all the stuff that's been mentioned in this case is not part of a mistake. The mother has a drug problem. The dad had a drug problem. The dad is incarcerated. Like I said, the sexual assault situation, the parents' lack of concern about those allegations. These are all things that are painting them to not be good parents.
Right.
And like I said, if the child is saying, "Hey, I don't want nothing to do with them. Can we get this shit over with?"
Yeah.
What is a reunification for? The child is going to be more distressed if
Yeah.
put back into the home with the mother. Because I'm assuming that this is the dad here.
Right.
In the SMT hearing camera. I'm assuming, and it looks like he's wearing prison orange, so.
Oh.
If the child wants to be adopted, and she's old enough, she's 12 years old.
Right.
I would think it's different if this was like a 4 or 5-year-old. But
True.
she's old enough to say what she wants, and
Yeah.
she's old enough to say what's being done to her. So I don't know why they don't listen to the kid.
Yeah.
In these type of situations.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't do that either. I agree. But, sorry, Darth. I apologize for getting your messages a little late.
I'll punish him for you. I mean, you're already racking up a list, right? What's one more thing?
Bring it on. Sure, I can take it.
All right, thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Mr. Brown, questions as to mom?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, I represent mother.
Yeah, I just know some schools
Ms.
actively
Hughes,
try
you
to brainwash
said-
kids against their parents, sadly.
Yeah, but I still
believe
don't
that to
think
be
that's the
partly
case.
true.
I think some people do it intentionally, and some people don't do it intentionally. Like in these type of cases, you should never talk about the other party. Like a parent should never talk about the other parent in a negative way.
Yeah,
but people can't control themselves and do stupid shit like that anyway.
Right.
But this is another, like, I don't think this case in particular, that's an issue.
Right.
I don't think they talk about her parents to her.
Right.
Like, what benefit do these people get out of doing that?
It's why the details matter. Yeah, I agree. I think the details do matter. But I mean, we're only going to get most of the information anyway, right? We're not.
And not every
know.
case that they do is Zoom.
Right.
So, and we don't even know if this is their very first hearing.
Right. Yeah. So you don't even know if they've had previous hearings or anything like that yet. So.
Honestly, it wasn't until we started watching these that I even knew that this shit was online to begin with.
Right. Yeah.
To be honest, so but we kind of got to go based, and we also, like I said, we don't watch these videos in advance.
No,
so we also don't, prior to watching them, we don't look up anything about them.
Nope.
Yes, if I want to see if there's like additional videos about someone, then we'll search that, but that's usually after we've watched a video.
Yeah, we're not digging around for like case information.
For these people. Yeah. I mean, I'm entertained, but I'm not that invested.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. We don't want to go into the whole legal mess and yeah. You know? So, yeah, no. I'd rather stay out of there if I can. This is just for entertainment. Not ready for entertainment
It's
purposes
getting dark
only.
outside.
Yeah.
It's about to be nighttime.
For you.
I'm looking out the window as it gets darker. Winter's coming.
I've been dragged through the court system as a bystander, so I question the legal system a lot. Yeah. That's gotta suck. That's gotta suck.
I don't- There's never gonna, I think, be like, nothing's ever going to be perfect. But sometimes I think if the court system and the police department and other like type officials, if they weren't so if they didn't take everything seriously that came across their desk, we would be worse off.
And I have to agree.
I know
I
it
think,
like
I think that it's important. Sorry, that you know
getting used to
they
it
do
today.
take it. They do take everything kind of seriously. It, you know. So.
But they have to. I know I've said in the past, like, sometimes it would be helpful if they approach situations as an individual situation and not as some type of standard.
Right.
But they can't necessarily do that because there's too much going on. This judge, who knows how many cases he's already had today,
Right.
or how many more he has on his calendar. Like,
Right.
he can't.
Darth also
give-
says if judges were also put in term limits, things would be better. Also, judges in
Well, we're not talking
seats in
about the
behavior
Supreme
for like
Court.
20 years or more.
We're not talking about the Supreme Court. We're not talking about judges that are appointed to lifetime like positions. These judges, I don't think they are. I'm not 100% sure, but honestly, I'm going to be okay with a judge who's a little seasoned rather than someone who just sat at the bench. Because a person who's seasoned is going to have a lot of experience and a lot more knowledge.
True.
That's why a lot of our elected officials are older.
True.
Because they've been doing it for a while. They know, and they respect their position a little bit more than some of the younger generations that have come through. And honestly, apparently, there's not enough attorneys turned judges to pick from anyway.
Right.
It's not like there's like more judges than there are cases to be heard. Just saying. I don't think it's that there's not a pool of people waiting to be appointed to be a judge.
Right. But seasoned judges also get the grounds for passive discrimination on how they see people. Not always.
I think that we are more, especially if you have someone with integrity, you're going to have someone who's going to follow law above anything else.
True.
And the ones that don't are the ones that get disbarred.
Right.
Those are the ones that get removed. Everything that a judge does is documented.
Yeah, and there are some judges that favor men over women, or men over ladies, or whatever the case may be.
Or are racist. There's a lot of those still left.
And we're not going to go down that route, please. Please.
But
Okay.
even in those circumstances, the bad ones don't outnumber the good ones. They just don't.
Yeah, we don't want to go down the rabbit hole, please. Otherwise, we're going to be talking about that for years. But let's just say we understand you. Oh, bad. bet that's
I
bet that's a rough road. Yeesh.
It might be just because of my experience in general and my education, but I I always look at both sides. I don't automatically jump to the conclusion that the professional is the one doing something wrong unless I see them doing something wrong. And honestly, especially with all these videos we've been watching, there's a lot more criminal activity and child neglect that is going on in this world,
Yeah.
in this country. Let's not even talk about all the other countries. In our country alone, that we're just not privy to because it's not the stuff that's on the news every day.
No.
It's not the stuff that's like
No.
thrown in your face every day.
True.
And we've been seeing some really, really crazy shit lately.
Yeah.
Like, and I mean, I guess I should be thankful. Well, some of them have been in your state, but none of them have been in my state thus far.
Not yet.
Because everybody thinks New York is so bad, but it looks like the crazy shit is happening in the states that people ignore. That's what it looks like to me. Like, we've been seeing a lot of weird stuff in Pennsylvania, a lot of stuff in Ohio.
Right.
We've had a couple of Michigan. Like, and honestly too, we're seeing stuff that's not happening in cities.
Right.
We're seeing stuff that's showing the stuff that's in the suburbs. In the rural areas. So I don't like when people talk about New York.
Oof.
Like it's scary to be here, or that we're so crime ridden. Well, we don't have mass school shootings here. And we don't make headlines with like certain cases either. Like, you don't see that stuff.
Right.
Or at least nobody cares about it. Maybe is that it? Nobody cares about what goes on here?
Wow.
That could be it too.
It took 15 years of a crook judge to be reported and proven crook to get him thrown out in Pennsylvania. Oof. That's a rough one. Oof.
Well, not everything can be done overnight, right?
Nope. 15 years, though. That's a long time.
We've been, look, the last 8 years, we've been able to watch corruption in our face, and nothing's changed.
True.
So why would I expect anything different? Like, come on now.
Yeah, too long.
We're living in corruption right now.
Way too long.
Look, the thing is, we always want someone who does something bad to experience karma without us having to be the karma specifically.
Right.
But sometimes we have to wait a while for that karma to happen, and that's just what it is. Sometimes karma can be a snap and happen right away. Sometimes you got to just sit back and wait like 20 years and just see what happens.
Right. True. Good point.
It's very entertaining, though.
Oh, yeah.
I like watching people's karma come back around.
Life's a bitch. Then we die. Yeah, I said it.
Can't with you.
Nope. You can't.
I don't remember this saying that this was like multiple hearings. So I am like slightly what could they possibly talk about for another hour?
I don't know. That's fine.
I don't even think this. I can't believe I'm still like shocked about this reunification thing.
Right.
I think that's just doing more harm to the kid.
And Dar, thank you for being here and participating with us. We do appreciate it. Or I do anyway.
I mean, who knows? Maybe like one day we can have people join Discord with us.
Right.
I guess we best to get back to it. I need this guy to set up. Huh?
Oh, he said, I love having a good conversation. And I do too. I love having a, conversation. Conversation is great. As long as we're not battling. We don't need to be battling.
I mean, sometimes you be asking for it.
Hey,
I have a call though, so I'm gonna play the video, okay?
Behave.
I believe that August was receiving some mental health treatment from a school counselor.
Yes, she was receiving mental health services through a school counselor for about 2.5 weeks or so. And it was determined that August ended up spending more time going down to the counselor's office, was struggling to maintain boundaries. And it was determined that it would be best for her to see a therapist that was not within her school day, because it was creating barriers to her being able to be academically successful.
And who made that determination?
The therapist and the therapist supervisor that she does supervision with.
Now, this case, since it came back into the court, has been going on for about how long?
About 2 years.
Actually, I think I have June of 22. Would it be about 3 years?
I thought she said a few years.
Is it getting hot in here?
Possibly.
What Judge, objection, I just asked for a clarification. When Mr. Brown says when this case came back, what is he referring to? What time?
Remanded.
Okay, thank you.
And so August is 12 years old right now?
That is correct.
And she was 9 years old then when this case first started, correct? First started on remand. That's what I mean whenever I say that.
Okay. I would have to look back at my notes to recall for sure, but if it's been 3 years, then yes.
And in that 3 years, how many times has she seen her parents, or have her parents been allowed to visit with her?
She has not been able to.
So the conditions that you mentioned, that parenting time is suspended because conditions that warranted the suspension are still there. So what warranted the suspension?
August's mental health stability.
Okay, so basically she doesn't want to see them, so she doesn't have to see them, because it's gonna basically ruin her entire life, essentially, because I think you put it to emotional harm to the point of not.
Objection argumentative. Is there a question in this statement Mr. Brown's making?
All right, Mr. Brown, I'll let you make your closing argument later.
Okay, Your
Let's
Honor.
ask questions. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go through the what Mr. Sommerfeld went through. You said substance abuse was marked poor because she wasn't able to verify MAT treatment.
Yes, so I was not able to verify her substance use medical assistant treatment because there was not a release that was signed. And that's all they could tell me, is that there was no release signed, so they could not confirm or deny that that information was accurate that Ms. Kiznuki was reporting.
Is she testing?
She is tested for me, and she was tested positive for buprenorphine. But again, I cannot confirm that that prescription is being prescribed by Bear River in which she reports at this time, because there is no release.
Do you remember why this case came about in the very beginning?
Methamphetamine.
Has she ever tested positive for methamphetamine?
Yes, she has.
When?
It's been 2020 January, December or January of either 23 or 24.
So quite some time ago. So that's not even a partial improvement?
Based on this quarter, the last 90 days, because there is no verification, it would remain a 4.
So there's no verification other than she's testing negative, correct?
Yes. Well, she's testing positive for buprenorphine, but I have not been able to confirm of where the prescription is coming from.
Okay, we'll move to the next one. The sexual abuse you had marked as poor because they're not helping to support the allegations of sexual abuse. Is that what I understood?
I don't even necessarily mean support the allegations.
That's what you said. I just wrote down what you said.
Okay, so
because
I'm
they don't believe
clarifying.
because they don't believe that it happened. You're saying that it's poor. Are they? What is she supposed to do? Just say, yes, I believe my husband molested her.
No, she doesn't have to say that.
As a matter of fact, he's never even been charged, has
He has not been charged.
he? And I believe it was brought out that the case is kind of at a standstill.
That is correct.
Well, they don't have enough to move forward. So why is she marked poor?
I'm not like, I don't want to, children are usually, child can be innocent, but there are children that make up allegations.
True.
Especially
That
I think, to manipulate a situation.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the concern is if the father's incarcerated already and he's not been charged with these allegations, then
I got a question. Why are we here?
I think we're here because of the, we know it's going to be some type of, determination. But I think there is some weight in those type of allegations being brought and nothing being done about it. So, I mean, has it already been investigated? They said he took a lie detector test, but they didn't say what the results of that lie detector test were.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it sucks to say, but there are, messy, bad, vindictive kids in this world too.
Yeah.
And if you have like shitty parents to go with it, it's pretty easy to get the type of result that you want if you don't want anything to do with your parent. And then the hope is that they wouldn't put the child back with the parent when they have those type of allegations too.
Right. So.
And sexual abuse because she may not believe that happened.
Objection, mischaracterization of prior testimony. It's not that they don't have enough evidence to move forward. That was not brought out in any of the testimony through this witness. That was a mischaracterization by Mr. Brown.
I will rephrase that and withdraw that they don't have enough evidence. It is said that the case is not moving forward, correct?
It is my understanding that the case is at a standstill at this point.
So my
As
question
to the
is,
reason, I have no clue. I have no idea.
but it is a fact he hasn't been charged.
It is a fact that he has not been charged.
So then again, my question is, why is she marked poor? And because she may not believe it happened.
Isn't that drawing an conclusion?
I need this pink stuff. Sorry.
I don't think that's a valid
Judge,
question.
I want to object here. Is it?
You don't think what?
That's not a valid question.
Oh, wait. Of what?
Basically, the attorney's asking why is she marked poor when the case prior, I guess.
No, the assault case. He's asking, or the sexual assault case, why is she being marked poor about that when there has been no charge? that case is at a standstill.
Right.
So why is the mother being sort of reprimanded in the report for it?
Right. And that's
Or in the report for not believing it happened, which is also a characteristic sometimes of mothers whose kids are assaulted by somebody that they know. Sometimes the parent doesn't believe it, or the parent, especially if it's their significant other, don't want to believe it.
True.
But for the fact that there's nothing been done to him legally, I mean, what is she supposed to believe then?
True. Okay.
If nothing's happened.
Right. As someone who had to prove it, I was in another state when someone claimed something happened in quotes, as a different place I could not have been and had proof of, I have a different view. Okay. And dealt with court stuff legitimately for months. We do. We always see things differently.
And people just as much as there's people who are rightfully accused of something, there's also people who are wrongfully accused. Especially when you're dealing with people who are can be vindictive and are mad and want to just, like, for lack of a better word, fuck up your life. Like, that is a thing. I don't even see how that even affects this case either, because he's already incarcerated. The only difference is he's not incarcerated for this sexual assault, which would potentially make his prison life a little bit more difficult because they don't like sex offenders in prison.
But that's
we hear that all the time.
But Darth, that's what court is for. People, we don't know if they're false claims until they're proven in court. He says people who make false claims belong in work camps bearing rocks in the sun. Okay, and that's what courts are for. That we need to prove that they're not making false claims.
Yeah, you have to have an investigation and discover the facts of the matter, not allegations. There has to be evidence and proof of said allegations.
Right.
So, and clearly in this case, they have not determined that it's a fact.
Right.
Because they're still investigating it, and he said it's basically at a standstill.
Oh no!
I mean, that happens, but it has to go through. It has to go through the legal process.
Oh, don't be
an investigation process.
Yeah, don't be sorry. You don't need to be sorry for that. No, that's the whole reason we're having this conversation. The whole reason to have a conversation is the different points of view. That's perfectly okay. Perfectly okay.
And I apologize. Because most of my opinions come from the professional side of it and not the, for lack of a better word, victim or suspect side. So please don't take what I'm saying, or don't take offense to what I'm saying. I'm saying it from a professional standpoint because of the types of jobs that I've had and my career.
And
just want to put that out there.
Yeah. And I appreciate that. I'm glad you don't take things personally. Because that can be bad. Well, yeah, I mean, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Because we don't want to offend. Okay, we don't want to offend. We're just, she does the professional side of it. I see it from every ass point, professional or not. I ask questions that are kind of off the wall that I don't understand. I've gotten better, believe me, but at first I was really asking a lot of questions. So, and that's the whole point of this thing. I'm trying to get out of my shell. I'm trying to get talking so that, we have something to talk about. Well, everybody's got, let's do something fun. Let's have a conversation. That's, to me, more fun. So, that's why we do this.
Well, since I can't seem to find a job in my profession or with my career experience, this keeps my brain alert.
It works.
It also, watching these cases, believe it or not, gives me another perspective of some of the patients that I've had that were in that had CPS cases. Now I've had to work with CPS patients from the aspect of what they needed to do to please court ordered things. But now I'm getting to see the court aspect of what those CPS patients I've had. Like, I'm seeing it from a different perspective.
Right.
Because also too, like, for me, seeing a patient, I can't really have, nor do I really have an opinion about their situation at all.
Right.
Because I'm not there to have an opinion or to judge them for what they're going through. I'm there to help them so that they can get their children back, or so that they can complete what they're ordered to do.
Right.
But watching these cases shows the importance of them needing to complete those things, though I have no control over that, because you have no control over when a CPS patient finally decides to fulfill their counseling responsibility.
Right.
Sometimes I kind of wish we did. You know, you wish that a CPS patient who's told to go to a therapist would do it right away, because I think a lot of them run into problems because they don't do things on time, which just seems, like I said earlier, like one of those boundaries that shouldn't even be there.
Right.
It's not hard to find a therapist, unless, of course, you live in a state or an area that doesn't have them. But,
Right.
I mean, we have telehealth now, too. So there's a way around all those things.
Is this line of questioning even important, that the benchmark of not being criminally charged does not mean that something may or may not have happened?
Your Honor, again, this was direct questioning from Mr. Sommerfeld, and she is marked poor in this category.
Mr. Brown,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to let you ask your questions. That's why I'm cutting you off at this point. It's cross-examination. There was direct examination as to sexual abuse. You get to explore why it's marked poor. That's what you're doing. So please go ahead, Ms. Hughes. Please answer the questions.
The judge does the other attorneys don't like it.
Ms. Hughes, I'm gonna, let's see. I'm gonna skip down to parenting skills here. Desired outcome. Angel and Alan will work toward repairing their bond with August. That is marked as poor. Could you please explain how they're supposed to work on that when they are not allowed to see their child?
They're supposed to be working on parenting skills to help increase that bond, or increase their knowledge to be able to meet a bond if and when it is determined to be appropriate for parenting time.
In your mind, as the department, you're handling this case, if they took every parenting class, benefited from the parenting classes, are they going to get to see August?
Based on her mental health and where her mental health is, I'm not the judge, but I would indicate that I don't anticipate that her mental health is going to change enough for that to happen.
Wow.
And again, we'll just skip down to child characteristics, which you said was marked not applicable, but would likely be marked poor. And the goal is that Angel and Alan will support their daughter to gain her emotional stability. Same question as before. Without the ability to ever see or even speak with their child, how are they supposed to do that?
So I would like to correct my testimony on that if I am allowed to do so. I would score Angel as partial on that because she does sign releases that are necessary for August to obtain the necessary medications and or mental health services that are being recommended or referred for August.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Ty. My proudest financial accomplishment is retiring by the time I got to 40. When the layoff did happen,
Do you have any updates as far as Ms. Quinn's residence or employment?
So Ms. Quinn is currently employed at Blarney Castle in Gaylord. She has provided me with a copy of her schedule. She has not provided me with any pay stubs to date, but she did provide me with a schedule with her name on it, with it indicating Blarney Castle. So she does have current employment. As far as housing goes, she has met with me at the Timberley in Gaylord, where she reports that she is residing. However, I have not received any signed leases and or confirming information of the program NEMSCA in which she is working with to help with her rental assistance.
Okay. Where was she residing prior to the Timberlake?
She was residing in a camper trailer in Sheboygan.
Would you consider this progress?
I would consider it progress. However, I have not been able to observe and or view the site or the apartment in which she is living in. She's only allowed me at this point to meet with her in the parking lot.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. I
That's
have
a problem.
nothing further.
Mr. Delaney, on behalf of Dad.
A bit, yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Hughes, what year were you first assigned to this case?
I would have to look back at history. I know I hired in 2021, so I would believe it would be the end of 2021 or early 2022.
Okay, it's a 2019 case number, and we know that it went to the Court of Appeals and was reversed on the termination issue. Relative to the sexual allegations by August, do your reports indicate when those?
I'm sorry, I'm slightly confused. So we know that we already know that Mr. Brown is the attorney for the mother.
Okay.
But I don't know who Summerfield is the attorney for. I don't know who this Jonathan person or who David, like there's 4 attorneys here. But there's only 2 parents. So is one of them an attorney for the kid?
There might be, yeah, maybe.
I'm
not.
sorry for the noise.
Yeah.
And we know that the Nicole person works specifically with the dad. We know that this Kelly person works more, I guess, with the mother.
Right.
I sometimes wish that they would, like, when they started, they would identify sometime, like, I know some of the ones we watched, they do identify who's who. But now I'm thoroughly confused. Because there's 3 other attorneys and I don't know who they represent. So I don't know. It's kind of weird. And I can't see the dad having an attorney, because how's he paying an attorney in a family court situation? I don't know.
First arose.
CPS might have an attorney. He might be right.
Those were originally brought forward in
Dar's also
2019,
confused.
and then they were brought forward.
The mother was the one that had the Confederate flag in the background. I knew one of the cases that I had clicked on to save for us to watch later, there was a Confederate flag. And I was just like, oh Lord, what are we getting ourselves into?
Oh lordy, lordy.
Like,
I've been.
and she,
I might as well kiss my screaming career goodbye. Band.
well, this on YouTube, so somebody was able to have it on their thing. But I know
Band.
that like before it became a bad thing, like back in the day, not back in the day, but like I want to say maybe like 10 years ago, I had somebody on IMVU ask me to make them stuff with the flag. And I did it not really thinking of the symbolism behind the flag. And when it did become a thing, IMVU took that shit right out the shop.
Yep.
But you have no control over somebody having that shit in their house.
No.
Am I a little concerned that somebody who lives in Michigan and does not live in the South has that flag? Oh, a little bit. And she should have never let that shit come up in her camera frame. Just saying.
2021. So I would believe it would be the end of 2021.
You're about to
or early
see it.
2022.
Okay, it's a
True. Nice.
2019 case number, and we know that it went to the Court of Appeals and was reversed on the termination issue. Relative to the sexual allegations by August, do your reports indicate when those first arose?
Yes, those were originally brought forward in 2019, and then they were brought forward again because of new disclosures from August at her therapist's office that were brought forward, so that case was reopened.
When was that, the therapist?
I would have to look back at my notes to recall the exact date.
Would that, I don't want to belabor that, would that take long to figure that out?
It probably would, because I would have to go to our card file and look it up.
She should have had this shit already.
After the Court of Appeals reversed?
Yes, it did.
So in any event, the allegations are at least 6 years old. The renewed allegations are probably 3 years old, maybe 4.
I don't want to speculate on that question without looking back at the exact date.
All right, but the 6 years you agree with, 2019?
Yes, that was evident that it was 2019 when the initial allegations were reported.
Mr. Sommerfeld, in his direct, asked you about a polygraph. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know the reason that was brought up? His question.
I do not.
But Mr. Millsap took a polygraph?
He did take a polygraph test.
All right, which, as you may know, is not admissible in court.
I am not aware of that.
What do you know?
Really?
What do you know about the polygraph since it was brought up?
I just know that he took it.
Mr. Delaney, hang on. Whoa, wait a minute. We're not going there. I'm not considering it one way or the other.
All right.
Period.
Thank you, Judge. I didn't know where they were going with that. They just left it open. You know,
I understand the need for the question, but
It's really easy to cheat a polygraph
test.
test?
Not admissible. I'm not considering it.
It's really easy to cheat a polygraph test? Is that what you're saying?
I think people can cheat a polygraph test, but I'm a little shocked that she said that she didn't know they weren't admissible in court. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not an attorney. I mean, I've worked in the legal field, but not where a polygraph test would be needed.
Right.
But I know that it's not admissible in court. And I'm kind of like wondering, does the polygraph either confirm that there's some type of guilt, or does it prove his innocence? I'm curious.
I don't know.
But it looks like the judge is not.
He's like,
Can
nope.
we like be like off the record?
He's
What
like,
was the
nope, we're
result?
not doing that. Nope.
And this mom, and I'm not just saying it because it's the Confederate flag, but at the moment she's looking kind of sketch. Why would you put your phone down, because you know she's on a phone,
Right.
on top of a Snapple bottle? Your face, if you don't have a camera, your face is supposed to be visible throughout the entirety of the case.
Oh.
So what are you doing right now that you're not showing your face?
True.
Because it's already obvious that she was talking to someone that's in the room with her. So it looks a little suspect right now.
Hmm?
Like, is she smoking or shooting? Like, what is she doing? And they're not paying no mind to her either.
No.
I think this judge is kind of laid back.
Yeah, a little bit.
I think another judge would have said something by now.
Alan has steadfastly denied the sexual allegations.
That is correct.
Are you able, and Mr. Brown questioned this a little bit. What does that mean if you know that it's at a standstill, the investigation of the charges?
I don't know what that means.
Final question. Do you know which county has that case? Is it Otsego County?
Yes, it is.
All right. On a positive note, Alan's depression has reduced significantly where he's not even taking medications.
That is correct.
That's good.
Well, depression can be short term.
What is his contact with August at this time? Obviously, letter writing seems to be the main source, but can you tell me first the type of contact he's been having?
The contact that he's been having has just been the letter writing or sending a card. He sends that here. I attempt to see if August will accept it. I take it with me to the home visits, and she has yet to she refuses to accept anything I take.
When was the last time Alan sent written communications to you for August?
May, for her birthday.
Do you know if Alan's going to continue with that, or do you not have information?
Isn't it a waste of his time?
Information.
You keep writing somebody that doesn't want to respond.
Stability,
Right.
Or even look at it.
That's the essence of driving. Lawfin.
Actually, as a parent, he should still probably keep sending the letters, whether they're read or not. But
And you indicated
Yeah,
that we recognize he's incarcerated.
as a regular person, if you ain't answering or want to see my correspondence, I ain't wasting my time on you.
Yeah. My question
But-
is, he's incarcerated. Why have him on screen? I believe the jails had to allow it. Yeah, nah. I don't know.
So, like, when they have court cases, they do get the ability to be present in court that way. They have that set up.
Yeah.
And I guess, it's about him, so he probably should be there. But I imagine that to hear some of the stuff that they're saying is probably disheartening.
Right.
But I mean, I kind of sadly look at this as like, he's a man. He can make more babies.
True.
He can get out of jail, move on with his life, make a baby with somebody else.
Bebe. The other white meat. Oh.
And, just do better
Right.
next time. I mean, that's unfortunately, I know that sounds kind of messed up to say, but you know, what is it like? If something's not working, you just do you find something else.
You
I mean,
can't
it's
even
easier
get it out.
it's easier for a man to do that than it is for women, but you know, he can have second chances up until he's, you know, until the stuff don't come out no more. I don't know how
True.
that works either, but
True.
until he can't, you know, produce any baby makers, he can keep trying to get it right.
Maybe them baby makers stop working. I don't know.
I mean, there's nothing even now, like there's nothing to prevent men from having, like they can't force men to get vasectomies. Right?
Yes and no. Women have more support programs on them on their end.
Oh, we're not expecting him to have support. We're just saying that if he loses access to this child, he can just impregnate the next person and have the next child.
And the legal system tends to favor them also. Not so much anymore.
If you watch these cases that we've been
Not
watching,
so much anymore.
these mothers are not being favored. We've actually, and you could say if I'm incorrect, but most of the cases that we've watched, the fathers have had primary custody.
Yeah.
Almost in all of them.
Yeah.
Either the father has primary custody or neither parent has custody.
That also
I think
depends.
there's only been a few where the mother still had custody.
Some states are going 50-50, but I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this as just a watcher. It also is based on evidence. It's based on several different things. Okay. It is a slow move.
But based on the stuff that we've been watching, we've come across a lot of fathers that have primary custody where the mothers are the ones who are getting visitation.
Yep.
I think there's only been a few. I don't even think we've come across too many where the dad was like blatantly horrible either.
No.
Or better than the mother.
Not that I saw. But
I don't think we've seen too much of that.
No.
Just in general, in any of these cases, and I can't say that we're specifically looking for cases where the mother is the bad person.
Right.
We're just, unless it's the algorithm, maybe I have to search bad dads in court. I mean, I don't know. But we never started searching specifically for anything anyway. It was
Right.
just
Right.
stuff that
And
kept
we
coming
won't,
up on
guys.
my feed.
We won't. No, we're not gonna do that. We're not searching for. We're not digging.
Specific types of cases.
Nope.
Yeah.
No digging.
If it comes up, it comes up.
Yep. If it pops up, cool. If it don't, cool. We end up watching it again, cool. If it happens to us too, where somebody else will cover it, and bam, we got the same case again.
Oh yeah, we did that yesterday. We watched the same thingy, but that was for clarity purposes.
Yeah.
We literally watched that for clarity.
Yeah.
Because not everybody's gonna get the same share the same content on the same matter. So
Nope. Might be a different angle, different view, different perspective.
Yeah. Okay. Damn, there's still more. Lord have mercy.
But certainly drugs find their ways into prisons, that his substance abuse is a positive. There's no instances at the facility where he's been using.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Faber, before you get started, Ms. Quinn, can I see your face on the video, please? Thank you. All right, Mr. Baber, any questions as a GAL?
Oh, he's the
Ms.
GAL.
Hughes, in regard to the Tim Strauss and Angela Quinn
We've never seen a
meeting,
male
that's been
GAL.
rescheduled to August 5th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know why it was rescheduled to August 5th?
Angel rescheduled her therapy or her psychological evaluation to August 5th because she had reported that she had a conflicting appointment to have some dental work done on the 28th.
Okay, was any information or documentation provided to you showing that she does in fact have a dentist appointment as was represented?
No, there was not.
Okay, has she made any statements to you recently in regards to not doing the evaluation with Mr. Strauss?
The only statement she made to me was that she was not going to cancel her dental appointment, that she would try to see about rescheduling the other one because or the psychological evaluation because she's already done it once.
Okay, so in this particular instance, Ms. Quinn put her dental appointment ahead of a psychological evaluation
Objection, Your Honor.
pertaining to getting custody back of her child.
Okay, hang on,
Objection,
hang
Your
on.
Honor.
What's your objection, Mr.
That
Brown?
is very argumentative.
It's the facts.
All right.
I was just
All right.
summarizing. I'll withdraw my question.
Thank you. Let's move on.
That's it for me, Judge.
Look, point made already.
Mr. Sommerfeld, any follow-up based on the questions of the other attorneys?
No, I have none, Judge. Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, I have one follow-up question.
Go ahead.
Ms. Hughes, when was this original psychological evaluation?
It was originally set for July the 28th.
And when she rescheduled, was it a couple months down the road, a month down the road, or a week later?
It was yesterday. Or
No, I mean-
actually early.
Yeah, sometimes you got to make a dental appointment like
She
months in
rescheduled it for
advance.
August 5th, so basically in 1 week from the original date. Thank you.
Don't forget to grab your little orange box or make a donation at trickortreatforunicef.org.
Small business owners are do-it-yourselfers. When my business was new, I couldn't afford
I don't want to do it myself. That's why it's not been
All right, Mr.
done.
Sure you do.
Any other witnesses or evidence that you have?
I have none, Judge.
Mr. Brown, any witnesses or evidence?
No, Your Honor.
That was grimy what he
Mr.
just
Delaney,
did, though.
Witnesses or evidence?
Perhaps. Alan, do you wish to be heard by the court? And I want to indicate the court wants to know the positive things, how you're doing, things the court doesn't know, rather than going through some of the things we know that you are protesting. Did you want to testify today?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Millsap, would you raise your right hand so I can swear you in? You swear the
Oh,
testimony
so he
about
did
you
have an
will be the truth,
attorney.
The whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I was wrong.
I do.
At least
All
his
right.
attorney gave
Mr.
him a
Delaney,
chance
your
to
witness.
talk.
Thank you. Alan, can you?
By law, he has a
and
right.
Judge Hesselink took the bench in January of this year, so he knows your case, but certainly has not seen the history. What is your release date from Parnell?
It'd be May 21st of 2027.
Damn.
So 22 months, I believe.
Okay. And if you know a date certain, or when you get there, you make the request?
The only way I wouldn't be released is if I did something significantly wrong, like fight with somebody or get caught with a weapon or drugs.
The there's been a number of things that are in your favor. The depression, the substance abuse, anything that wasn't covered that you want the judge to know. I'm taking these classes, I've improved here. Something the court hasn't heard
Objection,
today.
leading the witness.
I guess besides the NA and AA, I'm also taking a class called Stop and Think. That's twice a week. when it has to do with the mental health thing, I believe I'm only gonna see the counselor one more time and then I don't have to see them at all.
All right, the number's getting better. You know, I've been involved in this case from the beginning, Alan. And now 22 months is, you know, daylight, if you will. Have you begun to make plans for when I get out, I'm gonna move here? I can do this kind of work. Are you getting into that, process?
Yeah, I have a plan. Not that I really need it, but it would be very significant for me is the line clearance class I'm gonna be taking, and then the CDL, which would be a really big help, will be good for me when I start a tree business once I get out, because that's what I was doing before I came to prison was tree work. My plan though, before that is to take kitchen prep and dishwashing job, even if I gotta work 2 jobs and save that money until probably till I get my taxes back, and then invest all that money into the tree business equipment to get started.
Would you return to, Gaylord or the northern, excuse me, the northern Michigan area?
As of right now, my plans are to go to my sister's in Brooklyn, Michigan, which is Jackson area.
Okay, anything that, I haven't covered on the positive side of things you want the court to know?
Just that I'm doing a lot better. I feel a lot better. 22 months ain't that far away. I'm surprised I'm under 2 years. They're only positive things. That's all I'm trying to move towards is positive things. I'm trying to stay away from anything negative. Any people,
Right.
any of that.
That's exactly right. I have no further questions.
Mr. Sommerfeld, questions?
Thank you. Mr. Millsap, can you hear me okay?
I can.
What was your original sentence? Was it 8 years?
It was 8 to 30 years.
God damn.
Okay, that's all I have.
Oof.
All right.
That's a long ass time.
Mr. Brown, questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Baber, questions?
No, Judge, not at this time.
All right. Mr. Delaney, any other witnesses or exhibits?
Exactly.
No, thank you.
Long time.
All right. Mr. Baber, witnesses or exhibits?
No witnesses, no exhibits.
All right. Closing statements, starting with Mr. Sommerfeld.
Judge, we're still asking to keep the goal of reunification. I think it's notable at this juncture in the case, the only bright spot about progress was for Mr. Millsap, with Ms. Hughes saying that he has substantial progress on substance abuse. However, I don't believe that accounts for the absence of drugs in the prison system, that, you know, it's a controlled environment.
You can get drugs in
Really,
prison,
the
sir.
key to substance abuse is when you do have access and then you decide that you don't want to do that. Other than that,
You can get drugs in prison.
a lot of progress. This evaluation.
They get drugs and alcohol in prison. They make their own alcohol in prison.
Yeah.
So if he's staying sober in prison, he should at least get some credit for that. Because where there is a will, there is a way. I think some of these people are a little prejudiced.
Maybe.
But remember, I think like it's like we said before, like these people are desensitized. They don't look at the people necessarily as individuals anymore. They're looking at it as this is what you've done and this is what that you need to pay, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah.
evaluation that's going on with between August, you had her.
They care
evaluation
about is the
yesterday.
paycheck. You're
Ms.
exactly
Quinn
right.
is going to have one in a couple weeks.
I don't know if it's about
This was an
necessarily that. It's
evaluation that
just
was performed by Mr. Strauss before. It is to see if there is the possibility, with a
not to be mean, but the types of jobs that some of these people are doing, they have to pick and choose what they care about. So, like for instance, the gal, which is a guardian ad litem for the child, that person, their care only goes to the no, to the child to make sure that the child is in
Right.
a safe environment.
Right.
But and then for the attorneys they only get paid for their workable hours. I mean, they may have some type of care for their patient, for their clients, or if there's an aspect of winning and losing, they want to win.
True, but you
But
don't have to paint
when
yourself
it
as a monster, he said.
No, but I think some attorneys just have their own way of doing things. We've seen attorneys that are aggressive and we've seen attorneys that are more, soft spoken.
True.
It really just depends on, their way of approaching situations. But when it comes to like this Kelly lady, the Nicole lady, I don't think they have a level of sympathy or empathy for the people that they're working with, because they're working with tons of people. These type of cases, these type of parents come across their desk all day long. Like,
And I mean all day long.
so they're not going to have the same, like feel bad for
Yeah.
someone's circumstance. They're not looking at that, because also too, they're also more concerned about the kid too. They're not concerned. Actually, nobody here cares about these parents except for their representation.
Right.
And even that's probably limited because they're just trying to, you know, do the best that they can.
Right.
And some of these parents don't make that easy either.
No.
They don't make it easy for you to do your best because they're fucking up the whole time.
Right.
But we're in these, you're not gonna see, like, I even think that last case, this judge was overly considerate
Yeah.
to that mother.
Yeah. I think this judge seems a bit considerate to me. He seems a little bit laid back, like really laid back. This is the first time we've seen him actually.
Well, the first day we've seen him, but
Yeah.
this is the second case.
Right.
But he, from that last case we saw, like, they wanted to say she was a habitual criminal. He let that be stricken.
Yeah.
Like, there's some judges that would have been like, oh, this is your MO. This is what you do.
Right.
I'm gonna give you time and teach you a lesson.
Right.
He didn't do that. He could have,
No,
but he didn't.
He could have. He easily could have.
But then again, too, some of the shit she was doing was victimless. So I'm assuming that helps her a little bit.
Yeah.
But you see, fire trucks now.
With due regard to August and her mental state, would she be able to, would there even be a chance that she could reunify with her mother? We will have those results from next time. I don't see a lot of progress here. Sounds like there's releases, there's things that we don't know. We have meetings in parking lots regarding mom rather than going into a home. So it's a lot of the same thing. And I want to address something. Mr. Delaney asked a question and said, well, since this came back because the termination was reversed. Yes, the termination was reversed because previously, when the court took the pleas of both mom and dad, there was insufficient advice of rights. That was the reason. However, the performance of both mom and dad looks very similar to when we did do the first termination the first time as it is today. So the only thing different in our case here since remand is that we both We had a trial for dad. We had a plea with mom with a proper advice of rights. I'd ask the court to adopt the recommendations. I just think at the next review period, we'll have a lot more information about where this case goes. As Ms. Hughes alluded to in her recommendation section, that based upon what those results are from Mr. Strauss, the department may be looking at something different than it is asking for today.
Okay, I gotta look on Amazon. I gotta look for the pink stuff.
I'm William Mattel. Just reminding people, if you're injured in a rideshare crash,
It's like the
give me a
third
call.
time in the last hour.
Hey.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think things have significantly changed since this case came back on remand. This was a drug case. This was a meth case. And while believe that it was testified to that regarding substance abuse marked as poor because they weren't able to verify certain things, and it was brought there are things we don't know. Well, there are some things we do know. What we do know is she is not testing positive for methamphetamines. That we know. And it is poor, 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 poor. Sexual abuse marked poor because they tend not to necessarily believe it. Like if somebody makes an allegation, you just have to believe it. I think that, well, I'll move on with that. Parenting skills poor because they're not engaged in parenting courses. She couldn't say for sure, but I mean, Ms. Hughes said it's likely, even if they were, it's not going to make a difference. Child characteristics. They can't help their child. They're not allowed to see their child, talk to their child, comfort their child, anything with their child. Personally, I think it's been going on for 3 years. They have been unable to see or talk to August, yet every single review period, Ms. Quinn shows up, has to listen to how much her daughter dislikes her, how much she doesn't want to see her, how much she doesn't want to talk to her, how poor she's doing in everything. She doesn't believe she is. She's got a place now, which was an upgrade. She's employed. But she comes here and suffers through hearing essentially nothing good about her. She shows up here for August and has for the past 3 years. Naturally, we are going to ask for the suspension to be lifted. Other than that, Your Honor, I have nothing further.
Mr. Delaney.
Judge, one of the better hearings for Alan Millsap and the court obviously would not have been a part of his prior cases, but he was much more active and spoke up more, and unfortunately with some negativity. But I think he sees that 22 months now and finally has some daylight on this case and is showing some improvement with how he is doing at the facility. So I hope that he continues that, irrespective of the direction of the case, that he continues to stay focused in that regard. And then just a very brief comment on the Court of Appeals case. I know it's always a sticking point, perhaps, between Mr. Sommerfeld and I. The Michigan Supreme Court, in a case that came out of this jurisdiction, all the probate courts were of the practice to provide certain rights, advice of rights to litigants after jurisdiction. But the Supreme Court made it retroactive, and hundreds of cases across the state had to be set aside, including jurisdiction, because of the plea taking process that the Supreme Court made retroactive. We're through those barriers now, but to the extent it was insufficient, and I argued that case with Amanda Brooker in Lansing. But in any event, Judge, we're certainly past that point, and I hope for Alan's benefit that he continues the path that he's on. It's been a long road for him, but I certainly would want to see him be released in 22 months, and if this case is still active, have a relationship with his daughter. Thank you.
Mr. Baber.
Thank you. Just to bring to the court's attention, I do represent August Millsap, and her desire has remained unchanged. She still wishes this court to continue the no contact order. At this point in time, I feel that the evidence is sufficient to warrant continuing that order. Ultimately, we should hear from Tim Strauss before this court makes any determination in regard to any steps towards reunification and contact. Ms. Quinn had made some progress in regard to her mental health, but then consistency fell off and there was a lack of follow through with that. And again, she hasn't provided the releases in order to prove who her Suboxone prescriber is, and she tested positive for that. So ultimately, without proof that she's getting that from a medical provider, there's a risk that that could be a failed drug test. There's a risk that it could not be as well, but Ms. Quinn is not providing the releases necessary in order to confirm that. She's still being evasive towards her living situation, only meeting Ms. Hughes in the parking lot. Ultimately, I do have concerns too in regards to the test with Mr. Strauss. It's no surprise Ms. Quinn has been vocally advocating against taking a psychological evaluation with Mr. Strauss. My concern is that the August 5th meeting might also be rescheduled, and I'm concerned about that. I do believe that this court should stress that we're here today because we were supposed to have all these reports by this date to review, but unfortunately they haven't been done yet. My concern is if we come back in a few months, we're going to be repeating the same hearing that we've repeated now for the third time. So, Judge, I do ask that you continue the no contact order until we get a little more information from Tim Strauss, and let's see where things are at that point in time. In addition, Judge, there's one aspect of the case I'd like to address after this court issues an order, and it's just pertaining to this court allowing me to continue to participate remotely going forward. But I'd like to address that after this court makes a ruling.
Certainly. All right. Thank you all very much. Appreciate the time and the effort. I am going to adopt the recommendations in general. I think we are in a bit of a holding pattern somewhat until we have the opportunity for Mr. Strauss to weigh in on recommendations, and I'll await those. It is important to the court to hear those things. I think it's important for me to consider August's concerns and then weigh those against the parents' wishes. But I'm going to save that for another day. It's not today's hearing. Let me just say this. The goal right now is and will remain reunification until there's a reason to change it otherwise. And I recognize that the parents have, especially Mr. Millsap, have limited opportunities to address those because Mr. Millsap's abilities to do things on his own is severely limited within the Department of Corrections. However, and I'm saying this to both parents, you need to be doing everything within your power to show the court that you're working as hard as you possibly can towards reunification. If there is something else that you can do, then that is something else that you should be doing. This is not a case of waiting for the department to hand you something and then go ahead and say, okay, I'll do that. If there's a way for you to do it, for you to speed it up, and for you to get more things done, then both of you need to be doing those things. Your daughter is quickly growing up. Your time for being able to have time with her is quickly going away. So I won't spend a lot of time on it, but the court understands some of the limitations that you have, but there is room for better behavior, better work, better attempts from the family and from the parents. So please do that. The court will adopt the recommendation that August remain under the jurisdiction of the court and the care and supervision of DHHS and Wellspring, that August remain with her current license and unrelated foster care home where her needs are being met. The parenting times between August and Angel continue to be suspended. I don't believe there's been sufficient progress on that aspect to grant parenting time at this point. I do believe it would be detrimental to August at this point. Wellspring, Angel and Allen will comply with and benefit from the parent agency treatment plan put together by the department and Wellspring. The court will keep the goal as reunification today, but will consider information from Mr. Strauss and from the court, from Wellspring and DHHS and the parties in regard to whether or not there needs to be any change in the future based on, in part at least, on Mr. Strauss's evaluation. So having said all that,
so whenever I need more space in my wardrobe, I
This
sell
judge is
everything I
breathing
don't
into his
anymore on
mic.
Vinted. It's an app for second.
that would be the order of the court.
Smatter sounds like Darth Vader.
Mr. Baber, you had a comment that you wish to make about remote access.
Judge, just a history on this. I've been on this case for approximately a year. I think I've actually reached my year anniversary on this case. I agreed to stay on this midway through the year. As this court's aware, I had to remove myself from several other cases, in part due to the fact that I'm be relocating. I was hopeful that we would have had the things done with Mr. Strauss by then, but I do understand that there are certain delays that are unavoidable. My request is that I'd like to continue with this case, but there is some issues in regards to my relocation. Obviously, I'll be living in Florida, and I'm hopeful this court would agree because my client, August, would not be required to be there in person should there be any termination hearing in the future, that this court would allow me to participate in such hearings remotely is my request on this court. I did talk to Colleen Gilo, who kind of runs the contract for this. She didn't have any issues with it. I did my research. It would not be considered practice of law in the state of Florida, and I would be allowed to participate remotely from that state and not be in violation of anything pertaining to my bar licensing. So that's my request on the court.
I have no objection to that, Mr. Baber, if you want to submit a proposed order.
Okay, I didn't know gals were attorneys.
Anything else from any of the other counsel?
No, Judge.
No, thank you.
Sorry, Rod.
They're a
That'll
type
be the
of
first
attorney.
order then. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your time. Mom and Dad, keep doing what you need to do. And do the best you possibly can. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Teresa Labber, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I was having a hard time reading what your name was on the device, and I couldn't make it out. So thank you for letting me know. All right. Does it appear?
Okay, so actually we got away with this one, cause this is a whole different case. It looks like these are not the this is not the same people.
Okay.
Nope. I'm wondering if the person who did this YouTube didn't watch the whole thing or didn't realize that that wasn't there anymore.
They might have.
Is this your finale, or do you want to do a short one?
It's up to you.
It's up to you. I'm just recording. You're streaming.
I got time.
I'm gonna come through this camera.
Hey, no threats. Come on now.
Okay, so you pick. There's 3 here that are short. Fake restraining order exposed. Entitled ex-wife loses smug attitude. I don't know if that's interesting.
I'll supply the.
Ex-wife,
Hey.
ex-wife demands husband accept her paternity.
He said, "I'll
I'm
supply the
thinking-
Hulk glove." Rude.
Game wants me to come through my camera. He wants me to just appear in his room. He's constantly asking for it.
I don't. Trust me, I don't.
Mhm. All right, which one?
Let's do the 15-minute one. I can't remember what that one was.
You mean the 16-minute?
Yeah, that's fine.
She demands Um,
I can't remember what it was.
all right.
Sorry.
I'm gonna tell you after this stupid commercial.
Do a short one.
We help individuals
Ah.
and organizations better lead and manage
Stu.
change, and now we're excited.
Is this you? Okay, so this one is ex-wife demands husband accept her paternity fraud. I don't know what that means. But it looks like we are back in Texas. We are familiar with this judge. We've seen her before.
Yep.
So, I guess here goes.
Here we go.
With our son?
Yes,
So you did raise him since he
Yes.
was a baby, correct?
correct. But he's not my biological son, and you know this.
Oh.
Do you each solemnly swear that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You can both lower your hands, and counsel for the Attorney General's office.
Julie Damani for the Attorney General.
And I guess, Ms. Lewis, I'll let you proceed since it's your pleading. I've read it, and I understand there's no agreement on it.
That's correct, Your Honor.
You can
And Your
proceed.
Honor, before we begin, I did have exhibits 1 and 2, which was just the same thing as attached to the motion. I didn't know if it would be okay to publish it through share screen, or I believe Ms. Damani told me that you have another way that you like for them to be published. Or
Yeah, and Ms. Damani, just so you know, usually if an attorney has exhibits, the way my other offices handle it is they just ask for the link to be sent before the hearing begins, and then they just put it in for them. Because as you well know, it was very hard to set up. Like a lot of AGs are struggling with it. So I don't expect someone who's not familiar with Case Center to necessarily use it in a timely manner. I find it usually takes a long time during the hearings. So I don't know if you have access, Ms. Damani. I guess we can pause the hearing and create one of those now, if that's how y'all want to do it.
Your Honor, if I may, they're attached to the motion. I don't know if that makes any difference. It looks to me like they're the same as what's already attached.
And that's correct, Your Honor. So, I mean, if the court would, I mean, I could ask the court to take judicial notice of it.
I can do that. I take
Okay.
judicial notice of the affidavit and his exhibit 2. Does anyone, I take judicial notice of the affidavit and the time card details that are attached to the pleading.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may proceed.
Okay. Mr. Correa, can you please state your full name for the court?
All right, guys, buckle up. This one opens with instant tension. A simple question shatters the calm. Is this you with our son? The father confirms, but then drops the bombshell. He's not my biological son. The court swears in both sides as the atmosphere thickens. What begins as procedural suddenly turns personal. And you can already sense that this isn't just about paperwork. It's about truth, betrayal, and identity colliding in real time.
Francisco Correa Barriga,
And where do you currently reside?
1507 Stone Mesa Drive, Houston, Texas 77073.
How long have you lived there?
Hi.
For like a
I
year
said
and 6
Houston.
months.
That's the
Okay,
cheering
and
I
were
was
you living
doing.
at 1507 Stone Mesa Drive on March 26, 2025?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and where do you work?
I work for Admiral Glass Company.
What are your normal work hours?
My normal work hours are from 5 in the morning to about 5 in the afternoon.
Okay, and on March 26, 2025, what time did you report to work?
I was already on the clock and at work at 5 a.m.
Okay, and you have provided documentation via your time card for that week, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that time card reflect you clocking in for work at 5 a.m. on
Yes.
March 26, 2025?
Yes, ma'am, and being out at 5 p.m.
Okay, and have you seen the documentation? Well, let me ask you this. Were you at your home? Was it possible for you to be at your home at 7:02 a.m. on March 26, 2025?
No, ma'am, I was already at work since 5 a.m.
Okay, so if a return of service states that you were served on March 26, 2025 at 7:02 a.m. At your residence, would that be accurate?
No, ma'am, I was already at work.
Okay, have you ever personally been served with any court documents in this case?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Were you served with any documents on March 26, 2025?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever seen a citation or petition for this lawsuit prior to June 16, 2025?
No, ma'am. That is the
Okay,
day that I saw it on my emails.
Okay, and how many people live at your residence at 1507 Stone Mesa?
There's various family members, male and female, living there.
Okay, and are you aware of anyone at that residence may have mistakenly been served and presented any documents to you of this lawsuit?
Not that I am aware of, no, ma'am.
Okay, how did you first learn that a default judgment had been entered against you in this case?
Here, the hearing starts to dig deep. The attorney questions Francisco on his work records, every time stop now holding legal weight. He proves he was at work when he was supposedly served court papers, meaning the earlier judgment might have been unfairly entered. What sounds like a dry technicality suddenly becomes the foundation for justice. His calm answers and steady tone contrast the silent tension of everyone realizing this might actually overturn everything.
I was going through my emails and I just happened to see that I had an email from the courts, and that's when I clicked on it and saw the information that was sent to me.
Okay, and when you received that order via email, what did you do thereafter?
I immediately started looking for a lawyer to represent and see what action I needed to take to get this resolved.
Okay, did you ever ignore any legal documents or intentionally fail to respond to this lawsuit?
No, ma'am.
And is it your position, had you have been properly served with citation in this petition, what would you have done?
The same thing that I did whenever I found out was immediately seek legal advice and get this resolved accordingly.
Okay, were you trying to avoid participating in this case?
No, not at all.
Okay, now let me ask you, you've seen the default order that was signed in this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And of the children named in the default order, are you the biological father of all of those children?
No, ma'am. There's one of the children that I am not the biological father to.
And which child is that?
Aiden Jeremiah Correa.
Now, at the time that this child was born, you and the mother were married, correct?
This section takes a sharp emotional turn. Francisco admits he's married but not the biological father of one child, Aiden. The room freezes as that truth lands. The mother looks uneasy, while the judge reminds everyone to remain silent and respectful. It's raw, uncomfortable, and deeply human. Behind the legal talk, you can feel heartbreak. A man who raised a child but refuses to carry another man's responsibility in court.
Yes, we were married.
And you're still married, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so though you are the presumed father of this child, is it your testimony that you are not the biological father of this child?
Yes, and both me and Ms. Norma are aware of
I'm
it.
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but Ms.
Okay.
Correa is making noises. Also, even though you are at home or you're outside, you are in court. So please treat it like court. Please try to get to a stationary location where you can focus on court and not be moving around and not having side conversations during court.
Yes,
You all didn't reach an agreement, so it's real important that everyone hear what's being said. Obviously, you all care enough that you wanted a hearing. You have to participate in the hearing fully. I require that. And then also, we generally take testimony in court. So if you are not the person being asked questions, please don't interrupt or answer or roll your eyes. Wait till it's your turn to be asked questions. If you don't have counsel, you will be given a chance to speak as well.
Grip, stability, precision.
That particular judge, she does not play.
Where's Addie?
She caught the scroll.
A lot of the
Scrolling on social
judges
media and you
in
waste
Texas
hours of your
kind
life.
of don't, based on what we've been able to see so far.
But this judge in particular doesn't give them a multitude of chances to do something. Like
No, most judges won't.
Yeah, but that last one we watched it took a minute for anything to be said to that woman about not showing her
he
face.
was being too lax.
And then, isn't that relevant for this, but I'm not with the Attorney General's office, so anything you've discussed with them or given to them beyond what's been done in court, I have no knowledge of, and I'm not supposed to have a job, so just be aware of that as well. And you may continue, Ms. Lewis. And Ms. Freer, you're in a stationary spot now. You are focused and not having a side conversation. Okay, perfect. Let's proceed, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you believe that it's appropriate for you to be ordered to pay child support for this child?
No, I'm not the biological father, no.
Okay, and what would you request the court to do regarding this child if this judgment is set aside?
I just get removed from the child support. That what's fair.
Okay, and if the court does set aside this default judgment, what do you plan to do as it relates to the marriage?
We would want to file for divorce and do everything the correct way and get what's needed for the children done and do whatever we need to do to make everything right and get the proper documentation and everything done.
Okay, and would you have claims or requests that you would like to make regarding your property and children or marriage if you had the opportunity to present it?
Yes.
Okay, and no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Damani, do you have any questions for Mr. Correa?
Just one question.
Okay.
Mr. Correa, looking at the time card details attached to the motion to set aside default judgment, it does not have your name on it.
Okay.
Where did you obtain a copy of that time card detail?
We have an app on the phone where we clock in and out, and you have to click by name to show you the correct details.
And so how can the court be sure that that was your time card?
I'm not sure if I can log into it and you see me click my name and it shows the time card. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up right now if there's a different way of showing the name or anything. Give me 1 second. Yes, my name should be at the very top of the time card.
So are you doing this on your computer or on the device, the same device that you're using Zoom on?
No, I'm using another device.
Okay.
So I don't know if I can't screen share it, but I can send it to my attorney and then she can send it to you guys. But it does have my name at the very top. It says Correa Francisco Barriga.
If the court would allow it?
I will allow that.
I just have to click back to the date. Give me 1 second.
If you're able to do it on this device, you could screen share what you're doing.
No, I have it on my work phone. Is the one that has the phone application. Okay. I don't know if I could if y'all can see it on the screen here. It's Francisco Correa, and then you go to details, and then it shows all the dates and times.
Are you able to go a little closer to the camera? I'm not able to see it.
I'm gonna go back to the page where it shows my name, which will be here at the very top.
Oh.
Sorry.
Ms. Damani, were you able to see that?
I'm still not able to see it. I don't know if judge is able to see it.
Yeah, you're probably looking at the earnings summary. If you look at the blue section on top, it says his name.
Hello, Drippy Drip TV. Good to see you.
Yes, and then I just go to the details
That
for
now, Mr. Money.
for the week, and then
Now comes the clash. The mother confronts him directly, photo in hand, her voice breaking as she asks if that's him in the hospital with their son. He doesn't flinch. Yes, but he's not my biological son. Emotion floods the courtroom as truth and denial dance on the edge of the judge's patience. Objections fly, relevance is challenged, and what began as a case about service turns into a moral battleground between love, biology, and law.
it shows everything.
Yes, thank you. I have no further questions, Judge.
Ms. Correa, do you have any questions you would want Mr. Correa to answer?
Yes. So I thought this was, court was about, him not getting served, right? But they're bringing up about my son, and I just wanted
Ma'am,
to
your
show.
questions aren't for me, your questions are to Mr. Correa. Is this a question for Mr. Correa to answer?
So, yes. So my question is this him in the photo with me in the hospital?
That is me, but that doesn't mean he's my biological son.
Okay, hold on. One more question. Is this you with our son?
Yes, I'm not gonna neglect a kid, a good father, just because his father wouldn't step up to the plate, correct?
So you did raise him since he was
Yes,
a baby, correct?
correct, but he's not my biological son, and you know this.
And did you or did you not tell me that it was going to be your way, that he had no dad, you were the dad, we were married, and this was your
Objection, Your
son?
Honor.
Objection as to
Relevance.
relevant, oh, sorry, relevance.
I'm going to sustain the objection. All I'm addressing today is whether or not I'm going to grant the new trial. So those issues will definitely be at some point addressed, assuming they pursue their claim, but I'm not ruling on that issue today. Do you have any questions regarding the new trial?
Nope, that's it.
Ms. Lewis, do you have any other witnesses you'd like to call?
No other witnesses, Your Honor.
Ms. Damani, do you have any witnesses you'd like to call?
No witnesses, Your Honor.
Ms. Correa, you do not have an attorney representing you. So if there's anything you'd like to say regarding the new trial, now is your chance to let me know any concerns you might have about it.
Only for the case that he did not get served, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, no, I have no other questions. He makes up his own time card, so that's the only thing I have to say.
It's an app that you have to clock in on site.
Sir, right now, no one has asked you any questions.
Apologize.
Does everybody rest? Does anybody anything further they wish to present?
I rest, Your Honor.
Ms. Damani?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Correa?
Nothing further.
I'm going to grant the new trial. And I'm going to reset the case to be heard. For anyone to file, consult lawyer. You may want to consult a lawyer, Ms. Correa, to file any necessary pleadings. If they do file a divorce, there's a good chance this will get consolidated with it and not be before me, but who knows? We'll reset
True.
it just in case.
Throwing
and
mud
we'll see what's happening
in front of a judge is probably not the
by time
smartest
that
thing.
setting comes. Jamal?
True.
What
She did
date
not.
would you like to use, Mr. Money?
Judge, either September 30th or October 17th.
TheJudge.com, but decisive, grants Francisco a new trial, acknowledging he was never properly served. Relief washes over his face, while the mother protests weakly, clinging to her side of the story. The court sets a new date and adjourns, leaving both sides suspended in unresolved emotion. Justice has been delayed, not denied. If this courtroom twist pulled you in, don't forget to like the video. Subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you in the next one.
Oh, I didn't click fast enough to not do the. Oh, maybe I did. That was interesting.
If you have any type of eye.
I don't know. I'm a little on the fence about this one because just because you're married and you have provided for a child that's not yours.
I'm
Does that
sorry.
mean
I
that
need
you
to
should-
do this real quick. I'll be right back, friends.
Okay. I guess for my recording, I will finish what I'm saying. I'm wondering if you're married to someone and you're taking care of a child in that situation, do you have to pay child support when the marriage is now like over? I don't know if that's a thing or not. I feel like people who get into relationships and have kids and then get into relationships after and then have kids with the next person, though that next person might financially help take care of the other child, as far as like a roof over their head, that kind of thing, and they were to get like, I don't know, I don't I don't think someone, I guess, should be paying child support for a child that's not theirs, regardless of whether they took care of the child when they were all in the home. I don't know. That one's a little iffy. Let me see. Oh, there was a 15-minute one. I had found a couple of short ones today. Let's see. This one is mom tried to block dad. Maybe we'll do that one.
Okay.
I finished my statement after you interrupted me, so I'm not gonna repeat it. But I don't think you muted your stream, right?
Yeah, as far as I knew.
Well, you didn't mute your mic, so that's why I was.
No, the stream keeps going. It just says a be right back stream. So
I know,
it went out.
I know, but you like interrupted when I was in the middle of a sentence.
Sorry, I had
So I don't know if
I had to go to the bathroom.
yeah, I'm not. It's whatever. I'm just letting you know that I finished what I was saying, so I'm not gonna repeat it.
That's fine.
Because I finished what I said for my recording.
That's fine. No worries. I understand.
I have like a few other like short ones.
Okay.
Trying to block dad. Judge forces her to hand over kids. I feel like that sounds familiar, but I don't think it's the same case.
60% off.
It is
Cruise
not
during Michael's
Christmas.
Start the season sale.
We have not even hit Thanksgiving. We haven't even hit
We're here
Halloween.
on the defendant's motion to enforce the April 15th, 20.
I'm sorry, my bad. So this one is mom tried to block dad. Judge forces her to hand over kids.
Oh, fun.
This might be interesting. I guess we'll find out.
2025 order to implement overnight parenting time, as well as the plaintiff's motion to modify custody. I think we'll take the motion to enforce first, unless the attorneys believe we should take the other.
That's fine with me, Judge. We'll.
Okay. All right, Ms. Rademacher.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the motion is quite simple, I believe. This court, we had a hearing on August 21 regarding child support. And the court actually encouraged the attorneys to talk over this 415 order. As I came in on this case, I was reviewing it, and it was very clear to me in black and white. The April 15th order says that a friend of the court recommendation regarding the parenting time is adopted as to all parenting time. To me, all means the entire recommendation. Then the matter was further scheduled for a review to show housing stability. So they were following up with the, after the adoption of this friend of the court recommendation. Once my client did have his home that he lives in now, that lease was provided to the court, in fact, even on that day. And we have not been able to move that forward. So I have now had to file this motion. So I'm asking the court to enforce the April 15th order. It is very clear as it's written. And we need to go into that next phase, as my client has proven and they've admitted that he now has appropriate housing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Van Dyken.
Thank you, Your Honor. The order was clear. It was the court to review the parenting time in 6 months. Not me, not Ms. Rademacher, the court. And I believe that was the discussion at the August 21 child support hearing as well. That's why the court has set the matter for an evidentiary hearing in November. With that, Your Honor, we are not against implementing the front of the court recommendation, but there seems to be some dismissal about what that parenting time looks like. It's not week on, week off. It's simply Wednesday evenings and every other weekend. Ms. Rademacher made that allegation in her response to my motion for custody and parenting time. We still have hesitation with the things that Mr. Griffin is saying to these minor children, which is part of my motion to change legal and physical custody and kind of withhold some of that parenting time back until he can get the ability to communicate. That was another part of the order, was that it was the ability of the parties to communicate. That's what the referee or this court was going to review at that time. With the things that I placed in my motion for legal and physical custody and parenting time modification, you can see that communication has not improved at all. So I believe this leaves it up for the court to have that evidentiary hearing to see if that appropriate reinstatement of parenting time is appropriate. Thank you.
Ms. Rademacher.
Thank you. I heard a circular argument there. The bottom line is that the 415 order needs to be implemented. If they wanted to modify that, they could have filed a different motion. Now that we've sought to enforce it, they filed this change of custody thing, which you'll rule on that next. But the bottom line is the review hearing is to review how things have been going. And so we can't, I agree with Ms. Van Dyken that the attorneys can't unilaterally make those decisions. The court can. That's what the review hearing's for. We need to implement the order as written. It's very clear. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will grant the motion. However, we are looking at an evidentiary hearing coming up very soon. So at which point the court will review all of it, but I will grant the motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Moving on to the motion to modify custody.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe that we've reached the threshold to have the court take a look at the best interest factors of these children. Again, with the comments that the father is making to these children clearly affects the children's and the best interest, their emotional well-being as well. So it does affect not only that best interest factor, but many others. As for the change of physical custody, Your Honor, while I understand that physical custody is not a statutory mandate, we've always assumed that when parties have joint physical custody, people think that they have 50-50. They do not. As for the parenting time, we still have the ongoing same concerns about Mr. Griffin's involvement with involving the children in inappropriate comments, inappropriate communication. He's inserting himself into educational endeavors that are not, educational endeavors and confronting my client at the school where teachers and other adults had to intervene from him approaching her, and they were the ones who asked her that she should call the police because the communication and the involvement between the two parties is hostile at best. We believe that we've reached the threshold, and this court can then look at the same physical, legal, and parenting time when it does its review in the soonest evidentiary hearing in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Are the parties using Our Family Wizard or AppClose or any of those kinds of apps?
Our Family Wizard, yes.
Yes.
I thought so. Okay. All right. Thank you. Ms. Rademacher.
Thank you. Your Honor, I disagree entirely. The parties are using Our Family Wizard. We don't have any attachments as an offer of proof. The parties have communicated regarding, I mentioned their son, LEG, who went through a whole autism assessment. The parties did agree on getting the assessment. They've agreed to the medication. They've attended many IEPs with him. And also CEG has had a little bit of school involvement in IEP type meetings. So there's nothing that has been alleged that impacts a timely decision or parenting of these children, other than these parties don't like each other, quite frankly. And that is not a basis for change of custody. They mentioned late exchanges. That is not a threshold. In fact, there's no offer of proof at all. My client indicates he's a very timely person. He does not even understand that allegation. What they've indicated is there's a hostile demeanor by my client. Their pickup and drop-offs are at Safe Connections. When I was asking, and I mentioned that when I came in on this case, they are at Safe Connections already. When I was talking to them about this allegation, they don't even do the normal exchange that I would have assumed Safe Connections meant. And that's where one party drops off, the kids go in the building and so on. No one informed these people that that's the process. They were just literally meeting in the parking lot at Safe Connections. I wish they would have known better. Now,
if I could just interject, unfortunately, Safe Connections is no longer, they lost their funding. So there's going to have to be something else figured out on that. So I just wanted to interject that.
Yep, I mentioned that in my response. So what we looked at is where Safe Connections were. We think St. Mary's, because it's 24/7, has security and so forth. And we think the parties can just stay in their car. They don't need to be outside of their car, which unfortunately Safe Connections did. But the problem with the children is, I think when I'm reading this motion, is they clearly are becoming reporters for mother. That to me is a red flag that the mother is involving them in regard to this matter. What we do is the remedy is we modify the exchanges. We don't modify custody. We need to just clean that up a little bit better. So I do ask the court to allow that St. Mary's exchange. The parent stays in the car with the kids. The other parent pulls up 4 spaces away. The kids are old enough that they can hop into the other one. This alleged incidents at school, my client again was never contacted by teachers, never contacted by police, never contacted by principals. He reached out and we attached that as an exhibit. Was there ever incident? The exhibit, the principal confirmed she looked no incidences in regard to any problems. So again, the offer of proof is insufficient. And certainly my client.
People have lots of opinions when it comes to our bodies, our shapes, how we dress, even our birth control. Time out.
Would have heard something even from the plaintiff. You would think she would have said, hey, what happened today, or your behavior was inappropriate, even on our Family Wizard. They alleged the drinking as a threshold argument. No evidence of that other than children reporting. We attached his wife little statement as to their behavior, what they do as a family. There's no arguments or offer of proofs in regard to any parenting that's affected the children. They're stable in school, and the only thing that they seriously desire is to spend the time back with dad that they aren't allowed. But thank you for at least granting the first part of that motion. So the bottom line is that Marie Klessler back in April heard many of these same or similar arguments. She granted a review in regard to what she deemed were 2 issues between the parties: their communication and the housing stability. That's all. Nothing else has changed. And we have a hearing date for those 2 issues. So again, I believe that this motion fails in its offer of proof, and even the allegations themselves. Remedies are more addressed to communication and exchange versus a change of custody. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Van Dyken, any response to the change of location for exchange?
Yeah, and I'm just saying a parking lot at St. Mary's is insufficient. I mean, there is a front parking lot by the hospital. There's one across the street. There's a parking structure. There's one in the back lot. I mean, I think we need more specificity with that. Quite frankly, just saying a parking lot is not appropriate. I'm not sure that there are cameras in all of the parking lots, like the one across the street. I think it would have to be in the main parking lot in front of the hospital.
I see Ms. Rodemaker nodding her head, so that sounds like.
I'm not sure there are always going to be access to that, because I've been to the hospital where that parking lot is full and you have to go park in the ramp. So I'm just saying, there's gonna be
issues. Ms. Rademacher, any thoughts on that? That's a fair point.
So, if the exchange is in the evening on Sundays, he would pick up from school on Fridays, so we're good there, and he picks up Wednesdays. And I think, I don't recall what the Wednesday parenting time is, if it's an overnight or just an evening. Let me see
an
here.
evening.
Weekdays, Wednesday until 7:30. So we have Wednesday night exchanges and holiday exchanges and Sundays at 4:30. So the only thing I can suggest is, I haven't scoped out that main parking lot lately. But perhaps Ms. Van Dyken and I can look at that parking lot and pick a corner that they can exchange, or maybe even up near the front if there's cameras. I don't know how to describe that, but I'm pretty sure we could figure out where in the parking lot.
Okay, and you probably would need it, you would need a backup,
Yeah.
Yeah.
is what I'm hearing.
Okay.
A very
And we're not
clear
that-
plan.
We're not that far from the Grand Rapids Police Department on Monroe Center Drive. Perhaps that could be the backup.
Okay.
All right, so, what I'm gonna do on the motion to modify custody is I am going to set that for the evidentiary hearing. I'm gonna adjourn it because I have not been the judicial officer dealing with this case, and I think referee Kessler's probably in a better position, even though I've read everything, to rule on that. And I'm not, frankly, it's not clear to me either way, so I'm just gonna defer and set it at the same time as the evidentiary hearing for her to rule on the motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Honor. So to make it clear, our evidentiary hearing will proceed as to parenting time, and then Ms. Kessler would rule on the motion.
That's correct.
Okay. And then Ms. Van Dyken and I will confirm the location in the St. Mary's parking lot and back up as.
And a
to-
backup, yep. All right,
Can I
Anything
ask one
else?
more question?
Sure.
Do we know whose weekend this weekend would be? And my client's indicating it's your client, so we'll start with his next weekend.
Next Wednesday.
Well, Wednesday, yes, I agree.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
His weekend next. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And before we leave, I just want to admonish both parties, do not talk about what's going on here with your kids. They feel, regardless, they feel that they're half and half, each of you, and so any disparaging remarks, any negative comments about the other parent, they're internalizing, whether you think they are or not. It's just really damaging to them. So please don't do it. If you love your kids, don't. Okay? All right, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I feel a little bamboozled. That title did not match the outcome.
No, it did not.
That was not nice.
Okay. Sorry. I was having dinner. Those that are wondering.
All right. This is a 24-minute one. Does that work?
Yeah, and when we're done. I said, yeah, that'll be the final one for today.
Okay. And ooh,
That pink stuff again.
I really want to try this. I mean, I don't even know what I would clean with it, but I want it. Like, commercial work. You know what? That would clean my air fryer.
Yeah.
I have to go look for that later. So, and we have a new
Getting
judge.
bamboozled by that pink stuff. That's what I think.
We have a new judge here, I believe, but a very familiar background. So maybe it is the same judge. but she has a different hairstyle today. So this one is entitled Ex-Wife Loses Smug Attitude as Judge Gives Dad Full Custody. Now, this is another one where I've been baited. I might rage, but let's see what happens.
No raging.
I don't like the clickbait. Don't give me one title and then it's a whole nother outcome. And there was no drama. I'm here for the drama. Like, come on now. All right, let's let this one go.
Neftella, not Nefty. Neftella Espada versus Molly Wood. Ms. Wood appears with Ms. Foyle, her attorney. Mr. Espada continues to be self-represented. This is Butler County District Court, case number 2025 DM 166. This is a paternity case. The Camden is at least 14 if he hasn't turned 15.
15.
But apparently the parties co-parented sufficiently, or the truth of the matter is there just wasn't a paternity case filed until July of 2025. And I entered orders for mediation that was unsuccessful. And then I ordered them to go to domestic conciliation so that I could get recommendations. And I think I wanted something from the family therapist. Our last hearing, though, was 8/14 of 25. The Saturday visitations weren't going well.
I think I'm gonna do the same thing as yesterday. I ordered
them to go to Dawn Bedford, domestic conciliation, overnights with mom on Saturdays. Dad to forward counselor's information. Mom to sign a release with family therapist. And I don't know what all you've received, Ms. Foyle. This morning, I received a letter from Camden, which I did not request, and some grades, which aren't great, from Mr. Espada. I hope you received those.
I did not.
They forwarded them on the email as well to her.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't received them if you were talking about forwarding them to me.
No, to Ms. Foyle.
Oh.
I'm looking at the 8/12 of 25 Meadowlark Counseling Report as well. Did you have that before the last hearing? That's about all I have. So, Ms. Foyle, is there any additional evidence you wanted the court to review or that was available?
Your Honor, I don't have the grades or the letter from Camden.
Amy, would you forward those to her, please?
And I can present evidence of the text messages for the visitation at this time, but they're still not going very well. In fact, there has been the last 3 scheduled visits have not occurred. And I can report that I did speak to Don Befort, the domestic conciliator, and to get that started and set up. I had reached out to her previously and finally got a response back yesterday. So she's got a schedule on that.
Dad, I don't have any updated therapist information involving Camden. Where's that at?
I should have sent it on the email today. I don't know if they go through. I email through my phone, not a laptop. So I might have a little trouble with that. But I mean, I tried to send that to you too, as well, with all the other information.
Okay, well, I think Amy printed out everything she got from you, and I don't have that, and I need that. That was ordered today.
Yeah,
Ms. Foyle, I guess you're gonna have to serve him with a contempt citation if he's not following the court's order on visitation, and we'll have to have a contempt hearing.
Your Honor.
Yes, sure. I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Espada, but I granted you residential
Yes,
custody,
sir.
even though you enrolled him against court orders or where you weren't given permission in Hutch. You've stayed in Hutch. I've given mom some time. I've emphasized how important it is for kids to work through issues with their parents, and that he needs to have time with both parents and not be estranged from one or the other. And he wasn't supposed to be involved in the litigation.
He's
And
not involved with that. That was from his therapist, said that was something he should do. And Your Honor, when I did the visitations, she had her overnight. She was arrested for, well, it's still being going through I mean, they haven't pressed charges, but it's in front of, I think it's Brett Sweeney's desk. She was arrested for driving under the influence and child endangerment is what I've been told by my son. Called me during that visitation late at night to come pick him up because his mom was being arrested.
When I first started college, I had a husband getting ready to deploy and a small child.
That's not good.
I decided it was probably not the best time for me to try and go to school.
Mom, get the
When things settled down, I told myself this time would be different. I transferred my past.
well, if that's true, Ms. Foyle, that is a problem. And that would be justification for termination and getting her into some sobriety testing program and confirming that she's in treatment. So has your client been
Why is he
arrested for
smirking?
DUI and endangerment? And was
Do
it
what?
during a visitation that she was exercising?
It was
Yes,
$8:30.
there was an arrest. She was never charged. And yes, it was during a visitation.
Okay, well, just because she hasn't been charged doesn't mean that she won't be. So we've got a problem.
Well, sounds like it to
I
me.
got arrested for driving on suspended is what it was. The person I was with was intoxicated, and I felt like I was in a catch-22. Me and my kid in danger, or me drive knowing I shouldn't. And I drove, and when I got pulled over, I told the officer not to let her drive with my child in the car because she was intoxicated. That was why I was driving. That's when he arrested me for child endangerment. The DUI, because we watched her get out of the car, fall over almost fall over, tried to get in the car, couldn't get in the car, and he let her drive off with my children. And my child was in the car and I lost
Okay.
it on him.
Well, I can't imagine that, but it should be all on his lapel mic. It should be all on his body cam. I would suggest you get a lawyer.
It is, Judge. I had court 5 days after being arrested and no charges were filed. I went to court and it was no charges, you're free to go.
All right, well, it sounds like it's still chaos in your life. And he doesn't like it. He doesn't want to be part of it.
Muted.
Your Honor, I did
I
try
am.
to give her visitation last weekend. I thought
No,
maybe
I
I'd
think
give her a
the
chance.
video
And
was
we
muted
got
there
a
for a second.
message
Sorry.
in to see because apparently she moved. So I just wanted to update on her address. So I just felt comfortable giving her the visitation. And her response to me was, "You need to get it from my lawyer." I emailed her, which I probably should have, but it was, I wanted him to see how it went this time. But she wanted me to get it through her lawyer, and I said that I didn't feel comfortable giving her the visitation without knowing the address where I'm gonna leave my son.
Okay, Ms.
Judge.
Hoyle, has your client moved? Okay, both of you need to be quiet for a minute. Ms. Hoyle, has
understand.
your client
My
moved?
client has a mailing address that's different than her physical address. And I think that there was some confusion as to where she was living, but I did send that over to him as to the specific address. I do not believe that she's moved.
Ms. Wood, are you still out at the lake? It looks like you're,
I'm in Augusta. I'm still in a camper.
okay.
And Judge, him responding to me about picking my son up and my address, me telling him to contact my lawyer was 20 minutes after he was supposed to meet me and I had left. I was there waiting for my child.
Okay, well, we need to, I'm going to suspend visitation and have an in-person trial. And Mr. Spada, I would suggest if you have strong feelings about this and your son has strong feelings, that you get an attorney so that you can subpoena the appropriate people, including his counselor. I've got to have a professional testifying with regard to his best interests
Yes, ma'am.
in order to do any long-term suspension of visitation.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would suggest, Ms. Wood, that you look into individual counseling if you're not in it. And get a hair follicle for alcohol.
So we do know this judge.
Stability, precision. That's the essence of driving.
That was a quick commercial.
Remorn Flanagan's Veterans Day sale is on.
Yeah, we
just
do
had
know
a
this judge.
commercial.
To $1,000.
Super quick.
And we'll see about some sobriety testing.
Judge, alcohol wasn't involved, but that's fine.
Well, it's just, if you're surrounding yourself with people that you gotta fight with to drive their vehicle and they're that drunk and he's gotta be around all these drunk people,
He
that's
wasn't in
just
the
as
vehicle.
bad as not as bad as you being drunk, but it's still the same chaos that caused the change of custody and the issues to begin with.
Judge, the chaos this is different than what changed or what caused him to get my child. The reason I'm in a camper is because I could have gone to a woman's shelter with my children because of the situation I was in with my mother. And instead I had an
I
opportunity.
understand that. I understand that you've had some significant problems and I wasn't blaming them all on you. But, he is voicing at 15 years old concerns about your lifestyle and how you treat him and some pretty significant things. And then I find out about arrest. So
Is there, I've talked to Elena about this. I have a video recording because I received a message and a 2.5-hour phone call about what's really happening over there. How do I present that? Or who do I present that to?
well, talk to your attorney because I'm going to schedule a trial and that's where all the evidence needs to be exchanged in advance and brought to the courtroom.
So she's
All
gonna,
right, I'm gonna look to see if we can make this happen in 25.
so she's gonna do a tit for tat.
Me know nothing.
Her son doesn't want to be with her. She's gonna tit for tat.
Okay.
Mr. Espada, before I forget, I want, your son to get some tutoring.
Okay.
Judge,
I need that counseling information. No more interruption, no more talking without your attorney. Ms. Hoyle, how does your, Friday, November 14th look?
I still have it's still on the calendar. I think it's supposed to be going away, but I've got a hearing in the Veterans Court that Friday. I'm hoping that one kind of gets bumped, but it hasn't bumped. They just sent an email that they didn't bump it.
Okay. What about December the 15th?
I have a hearing at 2:15 that day. Otherwise, I can be available in the morning.
At first, I thought this was not going to the father's advantage, but it
You have the
switched
what?
up.
2:15?
I have a 2:15 hearing.
Okay, where's that at?
It's on Zoom it's in front of Judge Journey in Sedgwick County.
Okay, so you could do it from here if you have your computer and stuff, in one of our
Yes.
rooms. Okay. All right, I'm gonna schedule this case for trial Monday, December the 15th at 9 a.m.
What is up? We haven't even paused and we're getting all these commercials.
You deserve the best. At Harbor Freight, you can afford it. Performance, durability, affordability.
I'm temporarily suspending mom's visits. Mr. Spada again. Unless you have the wherewithal, you need to produce evidence of prosecution, evidence of conviction, maybe officer's testimony or reports from the counselor. You may contact the court in advance for permission to bring your son when it gets closer to time, and I'll decide he cannot be in the courtroom, but we have some conference rooms he could sit in, that I may request, counsel to allow me to visit with him, privately, or with a court reporter, whatever's requested. And, then whatever you have, Ms. Wood, with regard to coaching or things in his household, you can bring to the court, and I can try to sort all of this out once and for all. I would prefer to have something where there is visitation and co-parenting rather than all or nothing. Which seems to be how things keep working.
Sorry.
But I will just have to take in the evidence that I get that day and make a definitive decision for him moving forward, what's in his best interest.
Can a 15-year-old really be like
And it's
coached?
up to each of you to present compelling evidence to convince me
yeah.
one way or another.
I mean, if it's a weak-minded
Your Honor, are we still under
15-year-old.
the order for the domestic
I mean,
conciliation?
yeah.
Yes, I want them to try that, but if she screens them, not even so much domestic violence type screening, but where she believes that, you know, they just can't be in a room together, then she may have to let us know that too. If she can't do it separately by Zoom, or she's concerned about keeping control of the clients, then she's gonna have to let me know. But yeah, I mean, I think conciliation would be some third-party insight and recommendations that I could have hopefully by December 15th. If both parties participate, which I ordered them to do, and get going with it. And that person will hear both sides and do some independent questioning, and maybe talk to your son and give the court recommendations as well, which is generally helpful and generally required in most courtrooms before you have a custody trial. But I just can't seem to get a handle on this case, which is why I feel like I need to give you a trial date, and us be in person in the courtroom and under courtroom protocols. I need you to exchange all evidence and witnesses that you intend to call by December 5th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Amy, were you able to find the therapist report?
No, and Ms. Will had responded saying that she was going to try to obtain one yesterday, but I'm assuming she wasn't able to obtain one because we don't have one.
Well, Mr. Spada said it was part of what he forwarded to us.
No, the only thing that I have received from him was what I printed out earlier.
Okay.
It must have not went through, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I want you to try again with the therapist update
Yes, ma'am.
and send it to Ms. Hoyle and myself, so she has that ahead of time.
Yes, ma'am.
And
He
you
could
or
have sent
your
it while they was
attorney
doing all
get
this
one
talking.
Can arrange, Ms. Hoyle, I tried to print it this morning, and I think it's waiting for me to plug my computer hardwired back in to my printer, so that I can see the adoption of the new court rule. But there is a court rule on requesting Zoom appearances. So if we have a therapist that has to appear by, you know, in a hybrid fashion where we're in person, but elicit testimony by Zoom. You have to follow that new procedure, but generally I do allow that upon request within reason.
Okay.
And I'm not going to do a pretrial conference at this point because I find that they don't come together with pro se folks. So if he hires a lawyer and then I may request that you come up with the pretrial conference order beforehand, and we have a conference if we need one. But otherwise, I think just an exchange of witnesses and exhibits will be probably the best we'll get for the trial.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything further today?
No, Your Honor.
No.
All right.
That sneeze felt
Then
good.
we are adjourned. Thank you.
I bet.
Ah. All right, that one was a little interesting to say the least. I think everything, it didn't sound like it was going in the father's favor until he mentioned her being arrested
Right.
on the kids' visitation weekend.
Right.
That's kind of crazy.
All right, guys. I am done for today. I will catch you guys all tomorrow afternoon. Have a good one until then.